Today we are going to see, what if Naruto combined chakra and haki to break limits? Part 4. So let's get started. There was a near eternal pause before Naruto broke his stare. No, he had very nearly felt like he was drowning when he had looked into her eyes. Nearly dying in fact, but strangely, he felt his heart pounding in his ears and he was suddenly lucid. The strange thing was, the sensation almost felt enjoyable. He only looked away lest the girl think him touched in the head. He had missed her smile to herself. She had had the experience of others have that expression when they saw her. So what's wrong, then? Here he was, out in some cammy forsaken forest trying to keep his cool and his grief in. Then a pretty girl shows up, threatens her to leave, and when she does, he has an emotional breakdown. Then she comes back to him, and he didn't know what to say. He supposed he could spare some personal details, but not delving into anything ninja-related. What harm would a little personal information do if it were given to a complete stranger if the person had no use for it? Besides, other people knew in Wave. But the thing was, he had never seen her before. That means that she had come to Wave during his absence. Today, he stumbled over his speech a little. She nodded to him to continue, so he tried to think of the phrase before actually trying to say it. I found out today that my father died. He was murdered and he was one of the best things that ever happened to me. Oh, I'm sorry for your loss. Although I don't know you, I offer my condolences. The girl replied, my name's Naruto. Naruto? Haku could hardly believe her luck. All she had to do was bury small questions inside her statements and she could acquire some vital information. He wouldn't get suspicious of her underhanded interrogation, and perhaps she could even figure out the team's weaknesses. Although she wondered if he was lying to her about the name. His grief was sincere, but what kind of name was Fishcake? Although he did appear truthful, after all he didn't seem to have enough clarity to lie. If worse came to worse, she could just kill S. He shook her head slightly to dismiss the thought as her companion began speaking again. Hi, Naruto, I bet you're thinking of a ramen buffer. I was. It's maelstrom. Multiple meanings, but I prefer maelstrom. Turbulence. Whirlpool. He trailed off and sighed. You said your name's Haku, wasn't it? I did, Naruto-san. He smiled a little. Don't people more often than not give that name to boys? Who says I'm not? I am a boy, Haku stated firmly. Naruto frowned. I recall hearing someone mention your name, saying that they like to peek on women in bathhouses. Was it you? I don't like perverts, just so you know. Must be someone else. It wasn't me. Are you sure? Naruto frowned even more deeply, also giving him a rather impressive glare. Why would I peek on women? I can just join them? Crap. Naruto laughed a little. Judging by the look on your face, I can see that you realize that you walked into that one. Hey. Haku became crestfallen and snorted a little, making the Uzumaki cease his mirth. Why would you lie about your gender? I mean, well, you're he blushed a little. Very pretty and all that. HMPH. She was still upset, not so because she was unable to fool him, but more so because he still had amazing mental agility to come up with something like that on the spot. She had never prepared for a pointed question like that, so she had never had a rehearsed answer. I'm no expert on this. But if you want to look like a guy, you'd need to, shave off all your hair. Maybe smear some charcoal under your chin to make it look like puberty's giving you stubble or something. Come to think of it, why would you pretend to be a male anyway? I'm always being pursued aggressively by the opposite sex, almost to the point of fearing for my chastity. It's actually because males are more imposing or intimidating. She thought to herself, at least that's what Zabuza-sama says, at least. I need to go back to be the one asking the questions. Think, Haku. What? Well, if it's worth anything, I apologize for my sex's transgressions and obstinacy pertaining to their hormones. Arigato. So, I'm guessing that you came all the way out here to grieve? Well, that's part of the reason. Thing is, I got into a fight with some friends and I came here to cool off. He admitted. He's a real prick. So you're a hothead? Wouldn't have pegged you for one. She noted. Although you did threaten me. I'm really sorry about that. I hadn't completely reined in my anger when you found me. The bastard was, how'd I put this? He thinks my Privac Y was worth about the same as chicken shit. For Rio? He raised an eyebrow. Huh? For Rio? He started to chuckle. Hey, I get it. Garden manure. She smiled brightly. Of course. So I take it you're a ninja then? You look like one. With those clothes and your headband. Yeah, I'm from the Leaf. Alright, now we're going to get serious. You look plenty strong. If I were your friend, I wouldn't have picked a fight with you. I'm not one to boast. Besides, there's a shit ton of people who are stronger than me. I need to train. If I still have some time after that, I'll train some more," he stated with a grin. Haku stopped to think, her mind going a mile a minute. He got into a fight with a friend, and he thinks he's not strong enough, so he needs to train. Right? He said that he's not one to boast, so that means he knows he's strong but doesn't want to gloat about it. But how am I supposed to know that he's responsible for that fire technique? Her eyes wandered to the fire that he had built. A lot of rain had fallen recently. I doubt that he could start a fire with wet kindling with just matches, or even a flammable substance. Only thing capable is to use a jutsu. That means he can use Kaden. And there's the key phrase, came here to cool off. He must have done it, and then practically marched his way here, still upset. Not to mention there were so many deep footprints showing that he stomped, and the fact that a toppled tree was laying on its side right next to the tracks, with overturned dirt and some roots in the marching tracks. The tree was in his way. A fully mature, completely grown tree. She gulped slightly, wondering how strong he was currently. Was she actually the one in control now? Or was it he? She had better be prepared for an eventuality, but he hadn't suspected her yet. Hell, he was warming up to her. You don't have any bruises on you, as far as I can see. Does your friend look that good? Naruto growled in the back of his throat, slightly unnerving her. I don't think of him as my friend anymore. Anyway, I've got this, I dunno, some kind of notion that I have to look out for people who are lesser fortunate than I am. I mean, it's a good personality trait and value, but somehow, I feel like it's stemming from my own past and maybe genes. Not sure. So your deceased father raised you that way? Is he a ninja like you? Naruto smiled. Nah, well, he did have the core values of charity, I mean. It's just that he wasn't my biological father. He adopted me, in a sense. You might have heard about him. He was Kaiza, the hero of Wave. Haku nearly broke out in a sweat. She knew that Gato had had the man killed to make an example of him, to snuff out any hopes of anyone willing to cross him. While she wasn't present at the execution, she knew of it by word of mouth. I heard that some guy named Gato killed him. He chopped off his arms, making my 2-san die from loss of blood. He began growling again in the back of his throat. So help me Kami, when I find him, I'm going to draw his death out for days. Then I am going to raise all who he is, what he does and where he lives to the ground. Yuki was badly startled. She could have sworn that his voice sounded demonically influenced or something, right as he said the word, days. His eyes also became distinctly cat-like, but was red with a slit pupil. But as quickly as it came, it left, and what he said caught up to her. He speaks that as if he knows he's capable, but wouldn't that mean I would get caught up in his quest for revenge? I don't think that revenge is a healthy solution. She mumbled. Why not? It would make me feel a hell of a lot better, I bet. Haku was sure that he already knew who Gato was. If not, then it would be only a matter of time. He came here yesterday, after all. Perhaps by midday tomorrow he would perhaps be burning down Gato's supposed fortress to the ground, along with mounting the businessman's head on a pike if he were to have his way. And if Naruto believed himself capable, as she had reasoned him to be the instigator of the fire technique, then what was his team capable of? She could take a chance. Try and kill Naruto now, with nothing more than her repertoire of Hyoden and Suiten techniques, versus a boy whose fire jutsu eclipsed it. When she had the element of surprise, but not knowing what else he could do. Strength perhaps? Look at what had happened to the fallen tree. What could he do to her? Snap her like a brittle twig? She made her choice. Well, in any case, it was a pleasure to speak with you, Naruto-san. My parents are probably worried for me. He grumbled something incomprehensible. I beg your pardon? That's fine. Oh, well, you're fine now, I hope? Nah, I'm still grieving. He's still upset. I better leave while I still have a decent cover. Alright, she stood up and started to leave, heading in the direction he had seen her emerge from in the first place. Take care. Hope you don't run into any perverts or something. She turned back momentarily. I hope so too. She began maneuvering her way around the mud and loose stones she figured a civilian girl would, and soon the darkness of the forest hid her from his view. Naruto stared after her for as long as he could see her retreating form, and strained his hearing to listen for her fading footsteps. Finally, there was neither to be sensed, and he resumed staring into the fire. He knew it was dangerous. It would make one blind to the outer darkness, making them easy victims. But focus helped with pupil dilation. And for that he was thankful. Come to think of it, she only looked at the fire once or twice. She was always staring at me, like she was scrutinizing me while avoiding making herself blind to the night. Almost as if she was ninja trained. Nah, but if she is, she's one pretty kunoichi. He blushed again thinking of her. Almost half-heartedly, he delved back into his memories of her features. Oh Cammy, am I being perverse? He mumbled. He looked up to his forehead and thought, weighing all of the facts. Don't think so. It's not like I'm viewing her naked or something without permission. Or thinking of rutting with her. I wonder if what I'm thinking is the same reason why she said that she's a boy. It would be a real turn-off. TCH. Haku appeared out of a water. Shunshin just in front of the building where her comrades resided. It was nondescript, practically just 4 concrete walls with a roof on top. The building was just large enough for 4 people to leap and perhaps walk around before bumping into one another. It was given to them by their boss to sleep in during their tenure. She knocked at the door. There was no code or special way of knocking. There was no need for none when it was a building that was occupied by 4 hardened killers. 3, in actuality. Besides, the door was never locked. She only knocked to announce that she was entering. So she did, pushing in the door and taking her sandals off in the doorway. She noted that Zabuza was sitting on the edge of his bed eating a loaf of bread, watching Gozu and Maizu arm wrestle each other on a small table. The man with the serrated teeth looked up to her. Where have you been all evening? I was trying to scout out the Konoha team that came in with Tazuna, master. Gozu fought desperately to keep his hand up, but lost as Maizu slammed his hand on the other side of the table that shook with the force. Damn it, the losing brother turned to Haku while ignoring his brother's gloating in the background. Did you find out about that Kaiden technique we saw? The Kaiden jutsu? Zabuza muttered. Me and the short bastard was talking in his high-rise office when we saw it. The MNED prick starts going on and on about it was at Tazuna's house. I swear, I was about to take Kubikiribocho to him myself just to shut him up. But he's paying us with overseas cash, so we still needed him alive. Not to mention keeping up a reputation as reliable employees who don't murder their so-called charitable bosses. Shit, Haku nodded, but frowned a bit at his rambling. It was a sign he was getting impatient with the mission progress. I believe I found out all the details surrounding the jutsu. Even though it almost all theory, I find it to be as close to the truth as I can trust. Well, don't keep us in suspense. Tell us, Gozu exclaimed. There was a genin named Naruto. Fishcake, Maelstrom, she corrected Maizu, but she had no idea why she said that. It was almost as if she was defending him. He told me that he preferred that meaning. You met the kid? Zabuza bit out. I trust that you killed him then? Less opposition, of course. No, I didn't. I believe that he was the one who did the technique. What the hell? How can a brat pull off something like that? Just let me speak. Don't interrupt. He found out that his adopted father died only today. He said it was Kaiza, the hero of Wave, that Gato had his thugs kill in a public execution. When he was at home, he had his privacy invaded by one of his teammates. They then had a fight, during which Naruto used the fire technique, probably as intimidation at his former friend. Then he left the house to get some alone time to grieve and gather his thoughts. There's a lot of holes in the story. I know, Zabuza-sama. She went on to explain in depth how she figured it out and soon the man had caught up to speed, not to mention impressed. While it's mostly theory, it is fair to there's a 70-30 chance that he was the one who did the jutsu. Even if anyone were to pull that off, they'd die of chakra exhaustion. Momochi reasoned. True, and there was this one thing about him. While he was threatening what he'd do to Gato, I could have sworn that I saw his eyes look like red through and through, with a slit pupil. Not to mention that for that same moment, his voice sounded a bit. She gazed at her companions, noting their backgrounds and monikers. Demonic. Demonic you say? Like deeper, maybe sounding influenced? Undertone? Hi, like that. But how did you know, master? I met someone like that. Eyes didn't really look that way but the personality fits, along with the emotion. This boy must be like Yagura Tem. A Jinchuriki, Zabuza answered. What's that? Gozu asked. Power of human sacrifice. Demon containers and all that shit. What did he look like? He was wearing, Haku began, but was cut off by her teacher. Not clothes. Anybody can change that. I mean like hair, face, scars. Things like that. He had spiky blonde hair, blue eyes. Looked to be around 13 or 14 years old, and he seemed to have these whisker-like marks on his cheeks. 3 on each cheek. They looked so uniform I thought them to be tattoos, maybe intentional scarring. That must be some kind of indicator what demon he carries. The only demon I can associate with Konoha is the Kyuubi. The attack on the village fits the timeline too. They all continued their discussion well into the night, trying to figure out their next move, a plan, a strategy. But nothing seemed suitable. All they could imagine was the boy and his team coming to kill Gato, and they were all burnt to death. Kami, I got no clue what to do. Kill him in their sleep? Gozu muttered. We'd be detected before we got inside. It's an old house, creaking boards, not to mention they could be sleeping in shifts. What about the brat in the woods? He's the one that complicates things. What if we all storm him at the same time? Probably back with his team at the house. No way is he gonna sleep on the hard ground when he's got a warm bed waiting for him. Then what the hell are we supposed to do? I don't have all the fucking answers, now do I? Haku listened to the 3 men banter, with none coming closer to a sound idea. It was then she decided that enough was enough. We'll just ask Gato how we can kill Tazuna, or dispose of the team. Maybe he can come up with an idea we can use, because none of ours are good enough to even go on paper. She truly detested killing, speaking like that helped to give her a dominating vibe, in which all of them listened. While it did end the discussion, it was not in a way that she imagined, even though she should have. Zabuza grabbed his sword to go train in the middle of the night. Gozu went out to drink while Maizu insisted on getting something to eat. At her insistence, the man agreed to bring something for her to eat as well. She was famished. Morning found Naruto trudging back to his house. He hadn't slept any, but he was still possessed perfect clarity. He had spent long enough from home, but he didn't know if he yearned for it. If he yearned for the seeming safety it promised. A place to get some food to eat, a place to rest his head. And then there was what happened yesterday. He chose at that moment to just get to bed. Wake up at dinner time, eat then continue to do his job of protecting his grandfather on his C-ranked mission in Wave. Without a word, damn it all, I should have just talk. End the mission to Taki and get to see Fu-chan again. He mumbled. He resolved then and there not to say a thing until they just realized that the problem was not going to disappear, that he wasn't crazy, that he wasn't a would-be murderer. He was just another human being. One that had a lot of shit on his plate to sort through. He walked straight to the front door, let himself in and went upstairs to the room he figured he would sleep. All of them saw or heard of his entrance, but no one said or asked him a thing. It was in fact hilarious. It seemed that they had decided on the exact same thing. He created a shadow clone and watched it remove its baton from the back holster, swiping it to release the catch. Watch over me. The clone nodded and took a seat that could watch the window, the D. And his creator at all times while Naruto changed into a t-shirt and boxers. Retrieving his sleeping bag, he unfurled it and got inside before laying his head down to sleep. But even in his dreams, he still had no peace. That's interesting to know. Knowing you probably do everything with your sword. You must want me to come up with a way to kill the pest in an original way. Gato got from his luxurious chair and paced to his window. Looking out, he was treated to the sight of a lightning flash that lit up the sky. Around 5 to 6 seconds later, a booming thunder was heard and rain began to fall heavily. Zabuza frowned, trying to think of a way to dance around the issue while still getting what he wanted. Unfortunately, he was going to have to suck up to the man even more. Just a way to put more control in your hands. You order me to kill him, I let you pick how you want me to off him. The short businessman smirked at the sound of that. I like your point. He hasn't gone to his bridge even now. I suspect he's hiding out in his house. Burn it down with him inside. Zabuza nearly kicked his own ass as the man mentioned that. Now there was an idea. But, the rain's falling. Never mind, I have a better one. One that will let those insufferable mongrels down there who's really in control. Don't let anyone get out of that house alive. If they try to leave, kill them. That'll make them starve to death in the house, or try to end their misery by throwing themselves to you. Gato reasoned. Starve to death, or try to duke it out with a legendary swordsman of the mist. In a fortnight, they'll all be dead from starvation and dehydration, and the house will be their tomb. Zabuza chuckled. It seemed that the damned midget actually had a good head atop his shoulders. This was the best plan. If all else failed and the Jinchuriki had amazing vitality, he'd just burn the house down. It couldn't keep raining forever in any case. Besides, he would operate at his best out of doors. The sword wasn't exactly indoor friendly, but that plans that Gato thought up had the biggest chance of success. Zabuza himself now appreciated well-thought-out strategy and information. If he had had it from the start, Yagura could have been dead already. But now he had learned from his mistakes, and the Konoha team and the master bridge builder would die. And he had some ideas to assure his success. Hinata cleaned the final one and placed the plate in the dish rack. Wiping over the counter twice in conclusion, she stepped back to admire the now clean kitchen. She didn't. T helped the branch family members with their work and chores as often as she would have liked to, but out on this mission made her feel more useful, even if it was just a chore. Nevertheless, she would soon have to leave the house to protect the client while he built his bridge. About said client, strange family. It's like they already knew Naruto. The way they carried on about Naruto. What is it that they know that we don't? She could have just easily asked the Uzumaki, but he was upstairs sleeping. If that was the only issue, then she would have just waited for him to wake up, perhaps ask a question or two. He had never hidden anything from her, not that she knew of, and had always been frank or truthful with her. She had to know. If anything, Naruto's reaction over Kaiza had to be proof that they all knew one another. She walked into the living room to find Inari quietly speaking to his mother while Shino sat close by. She reasoned that their sensei was upstairs with Tazuna, watching over him. "Hey Shino, has Naruto woken yet?" The Aburame looked to her, and the mother and son duo stopped conversing to listen. "I don't know, Hinata. And I have no intention of trying to find out." "Why is that?" The Kikaichu user shifted his gaze. Hinata considered for a moment before pressing on. "Is this the same reason why Naruto was upset with you yesterday?" "Leave it alone, Hinata. I nearly got burnt to death. You saw what happened to the tree. I'm not defending his actions," Hinata exclaimed. "While I think it was heavy-handed, I don't know any details surrounding why he did it. That's why I'm asking you. You always seem to know about things like this." Shino let out a long sighing exhale. "And that was the problem. I tried to know about one thing too many, and I nearly paid the cost with my life." "Curiosity nearly killed you?" Tsunami stated. "That's a bit ironic. Reminds me of the proverb about the cat." "Curiosity? Hi, Inari. I wanted to find out why Naruto was upset and why the whole household seemed to be on edge. I had realized that it could be detrimental to the mission's success." Hinata had a look of realization on her face when she recalled Naruto's reaction to Kaiza's fate. But she stayed it, thinking about what her teammate just said. "You spied on him, didn't you?" There was a long pause. "I did. So he tried to kill you because of it?" Inari couldn't believe it. "Every time I think about it, the trajectory of the fire jutsu was meant to kill the insect that I had planted on him." "You breached his privacy?" Hinata felt her face begin to redden with anger. "For lack of a better term, yes. But it was well-intentioned, I assure you. But as I said, the jutsu was meant to kill the insect. But the effect of the jutsu was broadened and I would have gotten caught in it also. If I had not done a replacement technique." Shino defended himself as his gaze changed to each of the three people, scrutinizing emotions. "I think I should just ask Naruto-kun for his side of the story." Hinata decided after a moment's thought. "You know that Kurenai-sensei asked that no one speak to Naruto. You also know this is being done in the hopes that he will realize his guilt and apologize." Quote, "I suppose that he should apologize for nearly killing your friend, Hinata." Tsunami argued. "But Shino should also say he is sorry. I have reason to believe Hat Naruto is going through a difficult time, and it's possible he got fed up when he thought that his life was being pried into." Shino looked up to the ceiling. Above it, he believed Naruto would be. "And why should I break my teacher's rule?" No one had an answer except for Hinata. "Shino, let me tell you a story about Kimyo Town." 15 minutes later, Shino was found going up the steps Hinata to the bedroom where Naruto was located. Both were lost in thought, yet completely stable mentally as they opened the bedroom door where they all slept. Shino was the first to step in, and as also the first to find himself on the floor with his left hand behind his back, and a baton wedged in the opening. As the baton turned like a four-way wheel brace on his wrist and shoulder, Shino Old barely contained his groans of pain while it felt like his arm was being forced out of the shoulder socket. "Naruto-kun, what are you doing?" Hinata hissed in alarm. "I'm not Naruto, I'm just a welcome mat for people like him." The doppelganger gestured to the sleeping Naruto on his futon, then to Shino as his statement applied. URRRGH. Just let him speak to Naruto-kun. Please. No. The yes. Hado clone stopped just short of removing the boy's arm from its joint and yanked him up back onto his feet by the back of his neck. You're lucky I'm gracious enough to let you go free, you prick. Now go. Shino fumbled his sick arm with his healthy one and pushed against it, just to make sure the joint was still secure. He couldn't believe he had gotten manhandled so easily by Naruto. A clone even. Not to mention was highly expendable, and easily destroyed. He made as if to leave but Hinata grabbed Shino by his healthy shoulder to prevent his exodus. We're staying. Now let us speak to your boss. The Hyuga heiress insisted. She had experienced seeing him using shadow clones, and the one thing that she had noticed was that they tended to call him so. Hence her use of the term now. E-clone crossed his arms while still holding his baton in a forward grip, glaring daggers. And pray tell why I should. Shino came to apologize. Did he want to of his own volition, or was he pressured to? Advised to? Shino had no argument. He squirmed his way from Hinata's grasp and left, still clutching his shoulder in pain. The clone shut the door behind the boy before turning to Hinata, his eyes softening a little. And what business do you have? Why are you so short-tempered? I have my creator's emotions. He still resents Shino, and the fact that you have yet to be assaulted is also proof. Now please leave. He gestured to the door with his head. So Naruto cares enough about me to not have me beaten with a nightstick? I guess I'll just take a nap then. My sleeping bag's next to Naruto's. The cage Bunshin growled a bit before relenting. I suppose I can't stop you from doing that. Go ahead. The girl promptly readied her bag and got in. She was already in casual clothing. Please wake me up when he wakes up. The clone looked away, trying to ignore her. Please? Fine, but you should know that he doesn't want to speak to anyone. The clone bit out. He got back to his seat and went back to surveying the room like a watchdog. Hinata didn't really feel the need to sleep, as it was only early in the afternoon. She was actually waiting for Naruto to wake up, but the dull drone of the rainfall finally lulled her to take a nap. It felt like only minutes since she had fallen asleep when she felt like she was being shaken. Lavender eyes opened as she was roused awake, only to find the clone shaking her by the shoulder to get her to wake up. Hey, get up. The clone then dispersed into a plume of white smoke. She looked around only to find Naruto waking up as well and rubbing his eyes. He groaned before getting up, and fixed her with a dead-on stare. Silence. Konnichiwa, Naruto. Quote, I came to talk about what happened yesterday. That's right. The clone warned that he didn't want to talk to anyone. He raised his eyebrow. Finally seeing even a minute change in his facial appearance, she pressed on eagerly. Shino came to apologize today, but your clone beat him up. He nodded in response. She realized that he wasn't going to talk about anything pertaining to what happened yesterday. With a sigh, she changed the subject. Do you want something to eat? Tsunami-san left you something from breakfast. Sure. They both got out of their sleeping bags and went downstairs to the kitchen. They ignored the stairs along the way, and once there, Hinata took out a covered dish from a makeshift safe on a corner table. Naruto had in fact known that leftover meals were kept there, but he let her get it for him. He sensed that she was trying to wheedle him for info, but so long as she stayed away from the subject, he'd stay vocal. He ate in silence, trying to shake the feeling of her watching him. It was unsettling to say the least, but somehow, he sensed that there was some other feeling. The same sense of foreboding he had gotten back in the leaf when he had encountered his grandfather had returned, and it was far more potent now than before. He quickly ate before turning to her. Do you feel different? She appeared befuddled. What? I don't understand. Like a sixth sense. Like something bad is going to happen. Like premonition? She asked in uncertainty. He nodded. Like it, but it's more general. Something's going on, or about to happen. He worried a moment, trying to gather his wits. In a way, the feeling felt a bit like his reflex keenness. But still completely different, almost as if it was a warning, but his body didn't know how to react. Is everyone here? Hi. Well, that's good, I guess. A loud knock came at the front door. 3. Rapid and consecutive. Naruto quickly exchanged a look with Hinata, before the Uzumaki got up and went into the living room. There he could see Tsunami making as if to go to the door. Inari sitting on the floor and Shino nursing his arm. The blonde quickly grabbed his mother away from opening the door. She turned to him as if to argue, but Naruto glared at her, while shaking his head. He ushered her back to her seat while he created a clone who then hanged to look like her. "Who is it?" the clone called in her voice. The two civilians goggled at the sight and listened for the answer. The person on the other side of the door muttered something that the house occupants didn't quite catch. While the clone called again, Naruto quickly went back into the kitchen, retrieved a knife and went back to the door, crouching in a supposed blind spot should the person outside force entry. "Hello?" the clone called. "Just open the door," the voice growled. Naruto nodded to the clone, who in which the woman nodded back. Shino and Hinata in separate places in the living room readied themselves for a fight possibility as the clone opened the door forcefully and quickly. Through the clone's eyes and everyone else's, but Naruto, they took in the sight of what seemed to be a 6-foot-tall man with a sword that seemed to be twice that length on his back, wearing bandages and baggy mist camo pants. His companions to his sides and just behind him but still in good view were dressed in leather outfits and sporting metal gauntlets, and the last person seemed to be dressed like a mist hunter nin. Mask and all. "While it's wise to greet me in a henge," Zabuza applauded. "It's still unwise to open a door to someone who still hadn't introduced themselves, brat. Quote, my name's Zabuza Momochi, and I've come to inform you that you are all under house arrest." Zabuza chuckled with a sinister-sounding undertone as he continued. "All who tries to leave this house will die." He pointed to the two roughly dressed men. "Poisons, dismemberment." He then pointed to the hunter nin. "Piercings to all of your vitals all at once." He then gestured to himself with his free hand and at the same time, bandages from around his face sagged a bit, revealing a shark-esque grin which frightened all of the first-time beholders. "Or straight-up butchering from yours truly." A foggy and an extraordinarily deep cover mist came from behind the quad group of ninja outside. On impulse, Shino started to release insects from his person and Hinata activated her Byakugan. To her surprise, her dojutsu seemed to make everything look like a chakra haze. All too soon, the mist concealed the ninja, but it stopped at the door in an amazing display of control. "Your first day in you living in your own grave begins now." Quote, a hand reached in from outside and pulled the door closed with a resounding bang of finality. All of the house's occupants released a breath that they hadn't realized that they had been holding. The clone dispersed, relinquishing its memories to Naruto, who frowned heavily. "Is he serious?" Tsunami nearly hollered. "I should think so. Enough of your dry humor, you prick." Naruto got up and replaced the knife back in the kitchen and returned. "We've got enough problems. Where's Sensei?" "Right here." All eyes turned to the stairs to see Kurenai with Tazuna trailing closely behind. "I was upstairs guarding Tazuna when I overheard. I listened here while readying myself for a fight." Naruto grumbled. He supposed that made sense. The client came first, and if a fight ensued, it wouldn't do for all of them to be visible and ready to intercept at the same time. "So you know him?" "All I know is his title. A book had him in passing mention." "Hi, he's Zabuza Momochi, the demon of the hidden mist and master of the silent killing," Kurenai stated. "No doubt he's targeting us, but whom specifically?" "Is it us? Me? The family? Tazuna-san?" Shino added. "And then there's him. This is a C-rank mission to protect him from thieves, common crooks and bandits." All eyes turned to the bridge builder, catching him in the action of trying to discreetly go back up the stairs. Without hesitation, Yugi grasped the man by his shirt collar and pulled him back, before walking him to a chair and forcing him down to sit in it. "Tazuna-san, what's this all about?" "Oh, Tu-san, what did you tell these ninja in the leaf?" Tsunami's blood pressure was rising to dangerous new heights in direct proportions to her worry. "Didn't you tell them about Gato?" Naruto's ears perked up at the mention of the name, and started glaring at his adoptive grandfather. Hinata spoke up. "He told us about Gato when he was telling us why the picture was missing a person. All he said was that a businessman had his guards kill him. Nothing else," Shino explained while pushing up his shades. "We need more specifics. Shouldn't we be focused on people outside keeping us trapped in our own home? Threatening to murder us if we try to leave?" Tsunami argued. "We need to know, Tazuna," Kurenai yelled. "What aren't you telling us?" The man looked to both of his grandsons. One looked as if he wanted to cry while the other looked mad enough to eat concrete. "Gato is the businessman controlling Wave. As far as I can tell, he's a control maniac. Wants to show us that he's got us in the palm of his hand, and every day, he clenches his fist a little tighter. Get to the point. The bridge I'm building will help break his monopoly on all the trades that rely on his shipping. That's why he wants to kill me." The red-eyed woman sighed before plopping herself down in the sofa next to Shino. Shit, AC rank mission which was in A rank the whole time. Again, all of Team 8 knew what she was talking about and didn't speak. In the ensuing silence, Tazuna started to get nervous and continued rambling in an effort to quell the feeling as well as the tension. This Gato was a real bastard. If he weren't so terrible, I might not have tried to build the bridge, but I made up my mind soon after he started having his people burn down people's homes, ransacking them for valuables. Saying that people owed him for taxes, trafficking our women and murdering good people. So this Gato murdered Tusan? All eyes turned to Naruto, but only one answered him. Hi, my son, he killed Kaiza-kun. Tsunami started to cry in tandem with Inari. Kurenai, Hinata and Shino all stared at Naruto, who hung his head and went upstairs. Ignoring the eyes that seemed to bore into his back, he soon left their view and he went to his room to change back into his gear and proper clothing. The eyes snapped back to the family, some questions now answered but now, many more formed now required them. But not a single one was answered, for none spoke to reply. Naruto soon came back down the stairs, all of them turned to look back at him but his hood was up and over his head. No one knew what emotion his face was registering. So this Gato's still here in Wave, I take it? He is, Tazuna answered. Where can I find him? Naruto-kun, are you serious? The ninja outside will tear you to pieces. Now there's a thought. I can't keep discriminating him like this. She's right, Naruto. He didn't get to his rank by just using a sword. As far as I know, the only person he ever lost to was Yagura, the fourth Mizukage. And he was a Jinchuriki, one with perfect control over his demon. A demon? He's only second to a person or thing like that, Tsunami inquired. But come to think of it, what's a Jinchuriki? Following an explanation, all were caught up to speed and they all came to grips that the person outside was very strong Nukenin, not to mention he had help. Naruto was slightly unsettled. It seemed almost as if the woman was poisoning his family with facts about Jinchurikis. He hadn't meant to tell them, but the fact still remained that his family was clearly against the practice and the use. Well, in any case, I doubt Gato will be expecting me to come for him while I'm here. All of the heads turned to the blonde again as he opened the door and noted the haze that seemed to be like a solid wall at the door. What are you doing, Naruto? Shut the door, Kurenai hissed while removing a kunai. I dunno, to go kill someone, maybe? Naruto replied sarcastically. After a moment's hesitation, he silently readied himself for a kawarimi, and stepped out. 2 seconds later, he was back in the house with wide eyes, and 2 pieces of large log, what's left of it, fell in through the doorway, riddled with claw marks that had a little purple liquid in the gouges, and covered Senbon like a pincushion. The boy hurriedly pushed the log out with his foot and yelled into the mist. Don't you think that's a bit overkill? The sound of Zabuza chuckling again sent shivers running down everyone's back, and Naruto slammed the door closed. Well, to hell with that shit. He looked around at the others who glared at him. I'm guessing we're sleeping in shifts, huh? 24 hours passed with no outside contact. As he had asked, the 4 ninjas slept in shifts, each slept for 6 hours, watching the house in pairs. Naruto and Kurenai watched the house interior and kept their vigil as the others slept and the family tried to find some way to pass the time. Kuso, it's like you're a magnet for trouble, Naruto. Naruto looked up from where he was seated next to Tsunami. How so? First those bastards, and now this. What's this about these your family members? They're in Wave, and you've never left the village besides these 2 C-rank missions turned to ranked. HMPH. It sounds like you missed one. What's that? I know you still resent me for what happened to your father. 9, already apologized. To hell with that, Kurenai yelled, like I'm supposed to believe that. Do I look like an idiot? On occasion, came the dry reply. Why I ought to. Please, stop arguing. It's not improving the dilemma. Ka-chan, it's fine. Kurenai growled a bit in frustration. She recalled in her mind how she had resolved not to run away from any more adversities and the irony of which she was trapped in one place. She needed help. It's just attrition. What does that mean, Ni-san? Inari questioned. Do you want the word-for-word definition? Or do you want me to tone it down for you? Naruto grinned at the last. Hey, I get it. Memory, huh? Inari grinned as well. Naruto's grin lessened slightly. Yeah, hush. Here it is. It's the act or process in which one wears down the adversary by means of constant attacks or continued pressure. As usual, I understood nothing. Huh? Don't you still go to school? I spoke it at your supposed level, Naruto stated, his confusion increasing. Gato burned the school down. Tsunami answered. But I get it. It's just someone doing something to make sure they outlast the enemy. Right? Yeah, you're still as smart as ever, Mom. Alright, this is bugging the crap out of me. How are you all family? I know he's an orphan. How did you meet? They all looked to each other briefly. Before Naruto answered, it's my story to tell, one I refuse to tell you. He got up, and left them to go upstairs to find Tazuna in his doorway, still drinking. You shouldn't be drinking, it's a diuretic. What the hell's that? The middle-aged man slurred. It makes ya piss more. Naruto stated straightforward, and you'll drink more, waste more. Get it? Can't you just let me die drunk? It should be easier than when I'm sober. Naruto sighed. He could feel himself going out of his mind if he stayed cooped up for too much longer. It had been 3 days since their lockdown in their own home. The family's hope flagged while the ninja still debated what to do. What do we do, Shino? Why are you asking Shino, Hinata-chan? The Hyuga fidgeted. He always has some good ideas. Naruto scoffed from his corner. Always? Shino sighed. His face sagged a bit and for the first time, his face showed emotion. He looked honestly repentant. Naruto, I'm very sorry for invading your privacy. Gomenasai. I had no idea that you were going through a grievous phase and it was wrong of me to pry. Can you forgive me? Naruto looked away, before looking back to him. Yeah, sorry for nearly killing you and nearly breaking your arm, I guess. When did that happen? Kurenai asked, indignant. Doesn't matter, Shino replied. Anyway, I'm at a loss. I've tried to send the Kikaichu out to the leaf to contact my clan and send help, but the buzzing of their wings gives them away and they're killed. Not to mention they're bloated in the mist. It's made with pure chakra. So Hinata well and truly cannot see through it? That's right, sensei. Even if I send my insects out in the rain in the hopes that it will muffle the sound of their wings, the wings get wet and they can't fly. Sooner or later, they drop to the ground and drown in rainwater. So, Naruto began. How much longer can we last? We're each down to 1 ration bar, and the family has about 1 meal left for their own. No more rain has fallen since yesterday, so the hole we made in the roof to collect water through is only letting in the wind at this point. All in all, 1 more day, then we'll all degenerate. Just to be clear, how do you know the fate of your insects? Shino turned to the Uzumaki. There's a reason why we Aburame listen more than we speak. Our ears have to be sensitive and out to listen to the Kikaichis language of wings flapping, legs shaking and buzzing. And of late, it almost feels like I hear their screams when I send them out. I cannot doom them anymore. There was a minute of silence. That sounds a bit dark. So sensei, I guess that means we have to act tomorrow, or we'll soon be too weak for attempts after that. Alright, we all know what to do, then. Hi, Kurenai whispered back. Hinata-chan, hi, Naruto-kun, please take care of my family. I will. Shino, hi, Naruto, if you make it out of this alive, stop being an intrusive bastard. If I make it out of this alive, I'll stop antagonizing you about being an intrusive bastard. Shino did not answer. Go, Kurenai shouted. Hinata backtracked into the house and stood in front of the family in her standard Jiyuken stance while Shino grasped the door and pulled it open savagely. Kurenai readied her camo genjutsu and cast it on herself while Naruto formed the cross hand seal. Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Clones started poofing into existence in the living room and as fast as they appeared, they ran out while pulling out batons and tantos. Kurenai dashed out as well in the confusion and Naruto did as well, yelling as he did. Go, go, go. Let's go, Shino, Hinata said to the Aburame. Shino nodded and joined her at her side. They took their places at the fore of the family and led them to the back door. Upon opening, they tread silently outside. They hadn't even walked 5 feet from the house. Shino actually bumped into someone. Shit, he started releasing insects that stormed whoever was in front of him, but they dispersed into water, dousing the Kikaichu in the liquid which incapacitated their flying capability. Ha, a voice rang out. Zabuza said it'd work on I am. Kill them all, Maizu. Get out of here, the Hyuga yelled to the family behind her. She had no idea what was coming, but she realized that it would be a foolish mistake to remain still. He leapt to one side and barely dodged something and heard a man swear colorfully. Absent-mindedly, She listened to the pitter-patter and thudding sounds of the family's footsteps as they left. Xiao so heard a roaring shout coming from the front of the house and recognized it to be Naruto's. Shaking her head, she took out a kunai from her pouch and threw it to where she heard the cursing coming from and was disappointed to hear it ricochet off some kind of metal before planting itself in the earth. A second later, she deactivated her Byakugan as it was getting her nowhere, as well as using up chakra. She listened for any telltale sounds of anyone who was a threat and nearly gentle-fisted Shino when he backpedaled into her. He collapsed into her arms and coughed, a truly harrowing sound. Shino, scratch one brat ninja, a voice laughed somewhere in the fog. She felt someone deeply inhale her hair. Can we keep this one, Gozu? You sick pedo, kill the girl, you idiot. I'm trying to find the bastard bridge builder. The first voice yelled back. Damn it, where the hell did so many people come from? Hinata looked around in a sense of panic and disgust and could barely tell the outline of a man that stood behind her. On impulse, she held Shino in one arm and lunged forward in the short distance between her and the man. It failed to touch him as he backpedaled. It's ha, ha, ha. Damn hilarious. She thinks she can take me on. The form lifted what looked like a massive arm and started to drop it in an axe handle attack. Flinching momentarily, she jumped backwards and cursed in her mind. She couldn't fight with the Byakugan. She couldn't see the enemy, Shino, for all she knew was mortally wounded, held in her arm and hampering her even further. She was seriously considering going back into the house with Shino, but the man was in the way of that. Die, Gra. Another figure seemingly tackled the ninja in the stomach with a headbutt. Everyone get back in the house. Tazuna-san, get inside. Feet ran and slipped in the mist, thundered and flashed into the house to return through the back door. Hinata started pulling Shino past where the two men were scuffling it out on the ground. Just go, quote. She ran to the direction where she felt where the door was, fighting to maintain a hold on Shino. She ran headlong into the wall, hurting herself, but she realized that it was a good thing. Strafing along the wall, she found the open door and hurled herself and Shino through it. Where's Tazuna-san? I don't know, Inari yelled back, her eyes snapped back the mother and son and gasped as she saw them cut and bloodied in many places. What hap? Save Oji-san, please, said grandfather, stumbled into the room and slammed the door behind him. He, like his daughter and grandson, was covered in cuts and his forehead was bleeding heavily down the side. I don't need savin, brat. That bastard tried to knock me out with some kind of iron on his hand. He bit out, before groaning loudly in pain. He walked shakily past the others further into the kitchen and slumped on the ground with his back on the counter. Where's Naruto-chan? And Kurenai? Tsunami asked, extremely worried. Kaden. Gokaku no Jutsu. A voice yelled outside. Gokaku is the flamethrower. The Gokaku is the large projectile fireball. Forgive the note, though, I wanted to be specific. Fuke. Haku. Get out of there. They're still fighting, Inari said in wonder. Naruto-chan, come back inside, Tsunami screamed. Hinata, the upset woman, and Inari ran to the living room and saw the outside mist take on a bright yellow color. God damn it, are you dead yet, you bastards? Naruto yelled as the light faded. Naruto, get in the house, Kurenai hollered. No sooner had she spoken there was a tumble in the room before the woman came back into view. The woman grasped the door and yelled again. Hurry, damn it, I'm coming, just don't close it. Kage Bunshin Debakua, shadow clone, great explosion. A half-second later, Zabuza screamed for the person named Haku to run, before his footsteps indicated his running as well. Another half-second, Naruto dashed into the room, wrenched the Kurenai's grasp of the door and slammed it closed. A millisecond later, through the cracks of the house doors, wall and windows, one could see a flash of white light and a thunderous explosion. Naruto laughed in relief. Ah, fuck me, I'm alive. Naruto, language. Tsunami stalked over to him and walloped him in the head. Now apologize. Damn it, Ka-chan. Now's not the time. Say it, I'm sorry. Now can we just get a head count? Maybe someone would explain why everyone's still here. Where's Shino? Hinata gasped and ran back into the kitchen with Kurenai and Naruto hot at her heels. In the kitchen, they found Tazuna slumped against the counter, fighting for consciousness while Shino lay face down on the floor. Naruto quickly turned him over to reveal him with blood seeping from his side. A puddle was starting to form beneath him. Kurenai pushed the blonde out of the way and cut open the boy's shirt with a kunai. She worried over him a moment before she sighed. He's only unconscious. It's not a vital spot. It's a flesh wound. Naruto sighed in relief as well. He must have passed out from shock and blood loss. Quickly creating a shadow clone with low reserves. The clone started looking over Shino before using a mystical palm technique in an effort to close the wound. In a minute, it was sealed and the clone dispelled, much to the amazement of Tsunami, Ari and Tazuna, who still struggled to keep his eyes open. Hey brat, would you mind using some of that voodoo on me? Naruto sighed. Only you, Oji-san. Hinata, can you please patch him up while I take care of Ka-chan and Otudo? Of course, Naruto-kun. What the Hinata knows, for the love of Kami, I want some answers. Kurenai demanded. Maybe in an hour, Naruto replied, when we're all done healing. And that's how she knows the Shosen. So you taught her that while you were suspended? And where did you learn it? I read a book. So how did you all get cuts all over you, Inari? Oji-san? Ka-chan? Well, we started running away like Hinata told us. Inari explained. We didn't get too far when we all tangled in a barb and razor fence. A fence? They put up a fence? Hinata asked. She turned back to her efforts over Tazuna, but his head wound was stubborn. How come? They must have done it to make sure that if everyone ran at once, they'd still cage us in. Tsunami answered. We still tried to go through, but the lengths were really close. It was as if trying to go through a full-on wall, but one that cuts you to pieces. Inari continued sadly. We can't escape. Kurenai sighed in defeat. I'm all out of ideas. And tomorrow is the start of all of us dying slowly of starvation and thirst. I'm at a loss as well. Shino answered. He had woken up 15 minutes prior to their discussion and did nothing but listen. He was taking it easy. They were all silent until Hinata's Shosen flickered out. I'm all out of chakra, and I can't mend the damage properly, Naruto-kun. Maybe you should do it, she stated in despondence. You did great, Hinata-chan. He walked over and looked over his unconscious grandfather's head. Your control is better than mine, and I have to handicap a clone in order to do it. He quickly created another shadow clone and watched him work. In any case, we're all sitting ducks. They can just storm the house and kill us in our sleep. But they're content to let us die on our own. Maybe they're under orders, or something. More like a sick joke. And the catch? No one in the Leaf's expecting us for another month. Kurenai frowned, before sighing in defeat. I'm all out of ideas. And tomorrow is the start of all of us dying slowly of starvation and thirst. Another moment of silence prevailed before the Shino spoke up. Ikaichu can't do anything more to expel the poison. What poison? Even though I wasn't fatally injured, my Kikaichu have been trying to purge the poison in my body, but they failed to get the last of it. The bulk is gone, but I will soon be incapacitated, and likely dead in 48 hours. Damn it all, what next? Kurenai pounded the table in frustration. Tazuna's got a concussion. He's out, and I can't really help. He practically has a crack in his skull, the shadow clone stated. At his age, all I can say is that this has gone from bad to worse. The family looked worried. Will he be alright? I can't guarantee it. Boss, we need Doc for this one. For Shino too. Doc? Who's that? Hinata wondered. Naruto sighed. He had thought about it for days and hoped that he wouldn't need to call his brothers. Higher-ups could figure it out. There was a chance that everything would be shot to hell before it even began. But as Narcase liked to say, oh well, I guess you gotta mess up early to get it out of the way. What are you going to do, Naruto? I'm just going upstairs to meditate, Hinata-chan. Just to meditate, that's all. As he walked up the stairs, the battle started replaying in his mind. The moment had fled from him and now the present held no distractions for him. The memories of all he ever had was now currently at the front of his mind again. Whether that truly was a curse or a blessing was once again yet to be determined, but now, Naruto was sure that he himself did not know. I don't know if I prefer to have instant recalling memory, or mass knowledge and experience. Or to just have low-key memory, little knowledge and experience in low amount. Haku, Naruto muttered. He made it to the room where they, the ninja, slept in and entered. Without further ado, he created 5 shadow clones that stood at each of the 4 corners of the room and one just to his right to guard him. Watch over me, he requested mentally. Don't let anyone in this room. No exceptions. Clear? Hi, X5. Alright, the original Uzumaki sighed. He settled down in a lotus meditating position and formed the bird hand seal. Any and all hand seals were unnecessary. but his thoughts and memories kept plaguing him. Haku. He sighed deeply, recalling the girl he met in the woods. The clone to his right nodded. I got your memories too, boss. That Zabuza guy called her name at least 2 times. She must be that hunter ninja-looking person. Naruto looked to the clone and sighed. Think she was trying to wheedle me for information? Damn it, she must have been a terrific actor. Either that, or I must be really gullible. I didn't even ask as many questions as the offhanded ones she did that required details. Ain't your fault, the clone answered in an effort to console him. And what if it is? What if the information she might have got made us look so intimidating that they decided that they can't fight us in a fair fight? When have you tried to fight a fair fight? Naruto gave a wry grin. True, time to call the cavalry. He allowed focus to take full effect as he closed his eyes, letting it pull him into the mindscape. After what felt like a minute, he reopened his eyes to find himself seated under the tree that was the focal point of said mindscape. Looking around quickly with the aid of peripherals, he saw that the great and massive Kyuubi no Kitsune was sitting on his rear with his hands resting on his thighs. His eyes were closed. Getting up himself, Naruto then turned fully to look up towards the fox. He had never seen Kurama like this before. Perhaps this is how his presence leaves me to be in my brother's minds. But how do I get him to wake up? To come back here? About a minute of deliberations, he came up with the perfect solution. Sweden. Mizu Kasukedo. Water release. Water cascade. He sent the C-ranked jutsu upwards into Kurama's face. Normally, this wouldn't have fazed the demon, but the water fell onto his snout and dripped just inside it. Just as he was inhaling through his nose. Cough choke, gh. Ga, wa was that, choke, Mornin Kurama. What are you doing? Naruto's sweat dropped. Okay, definitely not a morning person. Kurama ran his forearm over his snout in an effort to get rid of the water. Cut the crap. What do you want? The Uzumaki groaned. I'm in trouble. That's nothing new. My team and my family in Wave are going to die within 3 days. The fox's eyes widened before he laid down flat to have his eyes on the same level as his containers. You're joking. Now what really happened? I'm not joking. Naruto yelled adamantly. Is the seal in here real time? I need a connection to my brothers. We're too far and I need everyone brought up to speed. Time's wasting. Please? Yeah, it's real time right now. Time in here and outside your head is synced. Anyway, gimme a minute. I'm just gonna tell everyone to come here. Kurama closed his eyes while the blonde waited. After about 2 or 3 minutes, he saw his brothers appear in the mindscape like sudden blinks, and he smiled a little as he saw that they were all in uniform. Damn, we look good. Narcase grinned. Good to see me too. Naruto smiled as well, before it fell into a frown. Alright, everyone, if I may have your attention please. I've got some news. None of it is pleasant. That bug user is as good as dead, Gozu stated matter-of-factly. Haku barely turned her head to look over to him. How come? Mizu and Gozu continued staring at the house's direction with Zabuza. Poison. He tried to step backwards from my gauntleted strike, but I'm positive that he still got injured from it. There was blood on it. None could tell Zabuza's emotion from his bandaged face. Maybe that's for the best. As he slowly dies in front of them, it'll emphasize the futility of all of their actions. Haku decided to speak up. But were it not for me listening at the house and overhearing the plan, the family would have at least gotten away. We only had time enough to put up that fence at the south end of the house. That's true, the swordsman admitted. That brat has a good repertoire of jutsu. For Kami's sake, Haku, you nearly got caught in his fucking clone Daibakua. You also yelled my name thrice in total. Now Naruto knows that I'm the one who betrayed him. Zabuza leveled a stare at his subordinate. Were you ever on his side? I'm not on Gato's, the girl replied, wisely dodging the question. This man is poisoning this land. Couldn't we have found a better job elsewhere? This one's easy, Gozu and Mizu answered simultaneously. Is that why we're reduced to just keeping them in their house to let them die of starvation and thirst? Doesn't matter, Momochi growled. Besides, it's paying for the rebellion. You know that. Quote, I know, Haku defended. We could have been more merciful and at the very least give them a quicker death. You're talking shit. This is the way of shinobi. To get the job done at any cost. No matter the tactics or weapons of attack. You saw his fire jutsu, and his goddamn exploding clones. Do you think he's going to show mercy to you should he ever get out of that house? And no, exactly. Mizu, Gozu, go over there and listen to see if they're planning any harebrained schemes to escape. Haku, since you're still nursing some burns from the brat's fire jutsu, you can go buy some food while patching yourself up at the same time. Hurry back, I'm going to catch a few minutes of sleep. It had been half an hour since the brothers reported that they were hearing nothing important. They had peered in through certain knotholes and listened at walls, but all they could pick up was the Aburame was going but not yet out. Tazuna was out cold and tea. He last 3 females holding a vigil over the 2 unconscious males. They hadn't dared to stand on the rooftop like Haku, who was far more proficient at making no noise on all surfaces, so they assumed that the Jinchuriki was there. They hadn't seen or heard anything of him on the ground floor. Haku returned with the food and woke up her master upon arriving. She beckoned to all of them and gave each of them their share of the food. The brothers then took to sleep while Zabuza and Haku still watched the house. Over time since the start, each took turns holding up the mist that surrounded the house. They held it up in pairs, and in this way, it was far less chakra intensive. It was actually far less thicker in the nights, for in the darker times, it was less necessary. Thicker as in depth, it was still impenetrable to stare through for even a Hyuga using their Byakugan. It just didn't extend as far from the house. The logic applied to the fact that one couldn't see through a wall, no matter how thick it was. You couldn't see through a 1-foot thick wall, in the same way you couldn't stare through one that was 30 feet thick. It was all about perspective. Alright Haku, your turn to listen at the house. The ice user nodded before donning her mask, lest her face give away her intentions. Knowing that Zabuza would probably note her activity, she took an hour around the ground floor of the house. Before she took to the roof, Zabuza might excel at hearing, but he couldn't hear what the mind thought. That, she alone was privy to. Treading silently at the roof, she stopped at the hole that the people inside had made. The first day this was made by Naruto, it had created a measure of excitement with her cohorts. In the days following, it had become something for her and Zabuza to exploit. In fact, it had been a topic to argue that they could just let poison through the hole for them to catch, seeing that they would ingest it with the rainwater. Luckily, Gato had used his veto power to shut the idea down. Saying that he was content to let them die slowly, she peered in through the hole and was content that no one in the house was there to see what she was doing. The yes sound would be audible, and she was sure she could escape if they came running to investigate. Deep down, she wasn't sure if she was doing the right thing. On one hand, it could save a life. On the other hand, it would prolong a life's suffering. She silently prayed for a way for all conflict to be resolved with the least casualties. With that done, she unsealed a plastic bag with yet-to-be-known contents, and dropped it inside. Well fuck, Nartai muttered. The taijutsu clone stood up in the mindscape and stretched. Fucked is more like it. Doc said, I might be able to do something about the poison, but you need to find out from his symptoms so I can know what kind, or rather, type it is. I'm not a miracle worker. Well, we sure as hell can't let Konoha in on this. They'll think you were all crazy, then tear you to pieces. Worst case scenario, I get suspended again, interrogated, and that's if I live through this mess. Naruto shrugged. I can only rely on you guys to bail us out. But we can die, Narcase argued. We're flesh and blood too. And we won't be able to get back our mentality and consciousness even if you get them. We would be born again, with no idea of who we once were. Risk is always present in the world of shinobi, the assassination clone said wisely and lowly. Besides, we with our Yuki are more resistant to damage. And if our creator dies, it's safe to say we perish as well. Even so, we can't all go, he continued. Many of us are abroad in far locations to train, while Kurama has been guiding and advising our training in different places. At the most, 3 of us are needed. And 2 of us are closest to your location. Naruto groaned. Shino's life is on the line. I wouldn't have forgiven him that easily. Narkira muttered. In any case, who shall, and can be able to go in the required time frame? Slowly, the assassination clone himself raised his hand. Over the course of a minute, 4 more hands joined his in the air. It was that of Narushi, the clone who was the medic. Narshaku, the clone that specialized in Raiden. Narsensa, who was obviously the team's pioneer in censoring, and Narbare, who was qualified in interrogation and torture. Naruto smiled a bit. Thanks bros. Of course, Narbare replied. When this is all over, I'll have logged some important research information about the intricacies of the delicate art of torture. Oh, Naruto grinned, smirked. Gato, hi. Kurama, who looked on at his container and his clones, decided to voice his concerns. Well, if and when you get involved, your genin whole team, maybe even your family will catch on to your brothers. While you do not share the same chakra, given the unique mixture of yin and yang, chakra itself and yuki, even the Hyuga might see that it resembles too much. Also, Kurenai might outright figure out that they are your clones by your clothing, voice, and such. Simple, she might realize it, but she'll have no proof. She knows a lot, but nothing that'll hurt me, and nothing I can't deny. But in any case, I'm tired of having to pretend. I'm tired of lying. When this is all over, our enemies shall come to fear the tenacious 13. Naruto shouted. Yeah, X12. We'll don the masks the whole time, Narushi stated. Perhaps wearing shades over our eyes to hide the iris color. Using the hood as well, we'll be completely incognito. Maybe using code names. Damn, now I wish I did go. Narcase muttered. That'd look cool. Too bad, Naruto said with a chuckle. Anyway, y'all listen up. I got a plan. It involves kicking a lot of ass. That's all I can do. Since I can't make it. Now I'm interested, Kurama said with a toothy smirk. And that's it, it'll work. Anyone else have any ideas? Naruto asked. There was none that answered him. Well, kick ass, yes, Naruto admitted. Incredibly reckless, dangerous, exposing chances of survival less than double digits. Yeah, for the ninjas outside, Naruto said with a determined grin. The original Uzumaki sighed. Fine, now each of you who are coming needs a codename. Pick something slightly obvious but leave out the first syllable. I'm sure you know why. You guys can still call me Doc, Narushi admitted. I've grown fond of it. Volt, Blackout, Overcharge? Narshaku wondered which would be the best option. Surge, maybe? Surge, Narsensa said quickly. I guess my name can be Farsight. There were nods all around. Now we need one for the troubled one and me. Narkira mused. Hey, I'm not troubled. To hell with it. Call me Psychosis. Believing things that are not true. What the hell? Naruto muttered. It's my name, not yours. Narbare bit back. Narkira, just tell him yours so we can get moving. Fate, X12. You know what, Narkira? I think you're my new favorite. The Kyuubi snickered. Naruto rolled his eyes. Whatever. Kurama, do I have to come into the seal all the time to talk to the others? The Kitsune stopped laughing. No, at the distance you are between each other in a group like this, I believe it's necessary. For individual messages, I could relay them, per se, one to another, and another to one. I see. Thanks for meeting everyone. One by one, he watched all of them leave the mindscape except for Narbare. He walked over to his creator before speaking to him independently. I'm the closest to you. Currently, I'm in Konoha. What? Calm down. I'm in a physical disguise. I just stopped by there to go to the library. I also replenished your library clones. Thank you very much. Oh, that's fine, Naruto admitted. But why say it to me? Quote, I have a lot of time to meet up with the others at the rendezvous for the attack. Don't you want me to pick up something for you? Food? Drink perhaps? You all did say that you were holed up in a house without those kinds of things. I got a gold seal on me. That'd be great. Arigato. Just tell me what everyone wants. Kurama will tell me. With that said, the torture clone left the mindscape. Shaking his head, Naruto left the mindscape as well, leaving the Kyuubi on his own. Said Fox just went back to waiting for the next time his container needed him. He came back to existing reality with a deep gasp. Looking around sharply, he saw his clones still guarding him with rapt attention. Thanks guys, no problem. 4 of them dispersed, but the Nay beside him didn't dismiss himself just yet. I want to talk to you about. The Uzumaki frowned. I got the memories from the others. Let's go check out what made that thumping noise about an hour ago. He stood up and walked silently to the door and withdrew his tanto. The clone did likewise and went through the door as Naruto opened it. Looking to both sides, he told his boss that something in a plastic bag was at the end of the hallway below where they had made the hole in the roof. The hole that was 12 inches in diameter was very accommodating, but the bag was still unwelcome. From all appearances, it must have come in from outside. They both stalked up to it, ready to run if needs be. What is it? Naruto wondered. Don't know. The clone knelt down and picked it up. Feeling the bag, he frowned before opening it and took out. Oranges? Naruto whispered in astonishment. Yeah, the clone agreed. And there's some kind of note in here. Explosive? Nah, it just says the word METALLIC. And it has the letter H below that. Like some kinda signature. What in the world? Any idea what this is about? What if the oranges are poisoned? The clone observed the fruit carefully. No bruising, piercing, holes. Funny smells. It cut an orange in half with his tonto before sampling a small part. Tastes safe. Still wonder what the note's all about. Think it's from Haku? Naruto shrugged and dismissed the clone. Seeing orange seeds that fell to the ground from the dispersed clone, he shook his head before going downstairs with the bag of oranges, still puzzling over the note. As he reached the foot of the stairs, the others looked up to him. Get any divine knowledge up there, Naruto? Kurenai asked sarcastically. Naruto chortled. Nope. Hinata-chan, how long was I up there? Around 2 hours, the girl replied. That's alright. How's Shino? He's feverish, and he has complaints. The Uzumaki snapped his fingers. Actually, sensei, I've got some news. It's divine. Everyone looked up the blonde now, as if asking a silent question if he was mental. I have ways how to figure out old bug boy's medical case. Can he answer my questions? Shino sat up. He looked extremely haggard, but all in all, still retained his glasses, and his somewhat stoic personality. Hi, what are they? I don't want to weaken you too much from talking back to me, so I just need some yes or no answers. That's alright. Quote, does your mouth taste like blood? Hi. Chest on fire? No. Seeing doubles? No. Does your side hurt, especially your right? Hi. Hinata jumped in. So that's why he favored laying down on his left. Shino nodded. What's next? Do your nerves feel extra sensitive? Like a mosquito bite now would feel like a wasp sting? Naruto queried. The more questions answered, the more he felt like Narushi would have a better idea on what he was treating. The Aburame nodded again. I guess that's all I needed. Now moving on. Hold up, Kurenai interrupted. Now that you asked him those questions, what happens now? Diagnosis. Naruto replied. The doctor will see to you. Hopefully before you die, that is. Naruto-kun, why do you sound so morbid? There is so much that you haven't told us. Don't you trust us? Hinata asked. The boy briefly thought of Haku and growled. Sure I do, to some extent, that is. All that happens on this mission. He pointed at his sensei. Is going on paper, printed for all to see. The less you all know, the better. The Hokage will force it out of you anyway. Kurenai yelled. That's if we live, and I'm the key to all of us living. Don't I get some kind of leeway for preserving lives? He's got a point there. Inari stated. But Naruto-ni, I'd much rather live, and you will, the Uzumaki reassured. But, I can't keep telling all I know to a teacher I can't trust based on her bias towards me. You know what this is about. Kurenai spat. God damn it, Naruto yelled at the top of his lungs. You think I don't know? You think it's my fault? He apologized. Get over it, you're a liar, she said simply. Naruto hung his head. Hinata stared at him, and suddenly realized that tears were streaming from his shadowed eyes. He raised his head again, and revealed to all red-slitted pupils and a feral visage. The look startled her badly, and she suddenly got the feeling of danger. Fine, be that way. No and Hinata weren't supposed to know for another 3 months. My family was never meant to know, but we will never get past this until you all know. Naruto? Kurenai asked in a concerned voice. You, don't say anything, you're gonna shut up and listen. Now see here. Shut up, Naruto roared. All of the ninja outside were listening to the developing drama with escalated curiosity. I am the Jinchuriki for the Kyuubi no Kitsune. That's right, I'm the demon container for the 9 tails. No one spoke again for another 2 minutes. He's my best friend, the person who helped me live through childhood when I was alone. Who helped me to come to Wave to be adopted by my family. A mentor, a guide, an occasional chakra battery when I needed it. Naruto chuckled here, and I'm sure that he'd love to chat with you all. Kurenai's eyes widened along with everyone else who was currently losing their minds. Sans Tazuna, who was unconscious, and Shino, who's too awesome to show emotions. Wait a minute. Naruto's eyes rolled up into his head and he collapsed as his consciousness retreated to the seal. He quickly swapped mentalities with Kurama like in Kimyo Town and the whole area in a split second later gained a dreadful aura. It was felt all over Wave Country, and all felt as if they were about to die. A short second later, it was drastically reduced, but it was still overpowering in the case of personality. Rather than ki as Naruto got back to his feet. Good evening. None answered him. Outside, Kurama could hear the footsteps run away by a little distance, but he stayed. Currently, he was only a chakra battery, as Naruto had previously stated, and in this state, he knew no fighting techniques, save for the few in his own personal forms. Save for his unrelenting aura he suppressed a bit. There was nothing he could really do. You can call me Kyuubi for the time being. He walked over to the sofa where Shino and Hinata sat. Move over please? They obliged his request and everyone could only stare in awe at Naruto, as his whole personality had changed like an about turn. I'm going to clear this up as quickly as I can. Tsunami, Inari, Naruto loves you very much and he didn't want to tell you of me, lest you begin to hate him. You could only imagine the hesitancy that rose exponentially since the Yuhi woman's little Jinchuriki lesson. He loves Tazuna as well, but the guy's out cold. Maybe we can chat later. Moving on, he turned to Shino and Hinata who stared at him and grinned a toothy smile. Yeah, he was going to talk to you about me in 6 months' time, but it's been roughly 4 months. Shino, stop snooping in his business. Many a time I sensed a Kikaichu insect on his person. He couldn't tell when his chakra was being eaten but I can. If it happens again and I tell him Kami help you. Shino nodded slowly. Hinata, KK Kyuubi-sama? The girl stuttered in nervousness and fear. At ease, Naruto's still clueless, as you probably know. One of these days, you're probably gonna have to scream it into his face. Scream what? You know what I mean. The Kyuubi reassured. Just do it soon, or if you don't want to do it anymore because of me, I'll understand. The girl suddenly realized what the possessed host was saying and blushed heavily. She wasn't too sure what would happen after this, but until then, she had better get some facts straight. Alright, good girl. As for you, Kurenai. Said woman was on the edge of her seat, ready to bolt if necessary. Stop being a fucking bitch. Tsunami lost her temper. I don't know what kind of prank this is, Naruto, but you're taking it too far. Now apologize. Kurama's eyes widened. What? Do it? Fuck no. The civilian mother got up and stomped over to Naruto and clocked him over the head with a closed fist. Do it. What the hell? I'm the Kyuubi no freaking Kitsune. I'm not going to apologize to that fuck ow. Fuck damn it. Tsunami raised her fist again. Woman, so help me Kami. If you hit me again, I'll tell Naruto to only save himself, instead of trying to help everyone in this household. Wha? Kurama stood up, now going on the offensive and strode around the room as he spoke. This whole time, he's been grieving his dead father, dealing with the Abarame's shit, arguing with himself about a probable betrayal of a girl who's probably set to slit our throats. Outside, Haku, who was still listening with Zabuza, hung her head while Zabuza grinned. While he's trying to figure if he should hold her in good esteem. Haku smiles a bit under her mask while Zabuza frowns, dealing with his fractured relationship with his brother, which is fixed to some extent. And this whole fucking time, Kyuubi, I will not have profanity in my house. Tsunami yelled. HMPH, you're lucky he considers you his mother. Fine, I'll respect that, but as I was saying, this whole time, ever since he asked that woman for help, Kurama pointed at Kurenai who was still watching his every move, with a simple cloning technique so he can pass his genin exams, she tells him to go kill himself, right from the get-go. All eyes turned to Yuhi, who had the decency to look a bit ashamed. You said that to Naruto-kun? Hinata asked, unbelieving. Kurenai set her face and ignored all else while watching the cubified Naruto. And ever since that steaming mess, he has hated being under her tutelage, having to make progress of his own, trying to warn his other 2 teammates of her snobbery, and they did not believe him. All eyes became downcast, and yet still, through all that, he's still working himself into the ground, trying to help you all. Hiding behind fronts of indifference, intolerance, and the like, the boy has a heart of gold. The boy has nothing but good intentions, through all adversities thus far, and I suspect that may never change. You should think real hard on what I said. Oh, and Kurenai, sorry about your father. Yo, you should know that Naruto knows what it's like to lose one. Twice. With that said, Naruto collapsed again in a crumple on the floor. And due to being stuck for several hours on how to transition this scene, I wrote a poem instead. Hope you don't mind. Regrets. Breaking Limits exclusive. By MRAY4TW. There is so much I know, and even more unknown, so much I've done and left undone. I and my own must face them alone. T13. There is so much I wish I could say. Kept it bottled up, day by day. Uncertainty has made me hold my tongue. Regrets have escalated, secrets must be shed. T13. My brothers and I, A team of 13. Still concealed by shadow, still yet to be seen. We shall be there for one another. Each of his own, each other protecting each brother. T13. Regrets still spike, but soon you'll know. We're going to fix any and all problems. Gato, you've had your fun, your tyranny is done. In the streets, your blood will freely run. That, I will not regret. T13. I guess that's that. Now my family knows. Now Shino knows. Now Hinata-chan knows. Naruto mumbled. No helping it. They drove you to this, but I suspected that there would never be any peace or proper team stability until you did it. Kurama replied. They were in the mindscape. Naruto was currently lying on his back on the Kyuubi's massive head while the fox himself was lying down with his head resting on his forearms, legs. Both had decided to remain neutral a while before figuring out their next move. You can't stay forever. You still need to escape within a day when your brothers arrive. I know. The Uzumaki sighed deeply. Damn it all, is right. Kurama said in accordance. I've done all I could using what oratory skills I had. But damn, that woman has a wicked hand. Either that or women Z. A lose about manners just hit harder than most. Naruto grinned. That's Ka-chan. He got up and stretched. I'm outta here. Nothing to the plan changes. And if worst comes to worst, I guess I can defect from the village. They've given me a hard time thus far, and if I plead my case to the Hokage, he'd better make some laws, or I'm bailing from the village. Amen to that, but I'd rather you don't. And pray tell why? The Kyuubi lifted his head and withdrew one of his forearms, legs and swatted Naruto off his head, ousting him back into reality, question still unanswered. His eyes opened slowly to find himself looking straight up at the ceiling. Glancing to the sides, he realized that he was in the living room with the others who were arguing about what had happened earlier. Catching on to some garbled conversation, focus quickly clarified his senses and he rose up, now discovering that his head had had a pillow beneath it. Naruto ni, that was so cool. Inari yelled, cheering from his seat beside their mother. Naruto chuckled at this, but apparently, Tsunami was not pleased. I don't care for that. That Kyuubi soiled my house with cursing. She turned to Kurenai, and were the things he said true? The woman cared not to answer. She was too engrossed in her own thoughts. It certainly explains the animosity between the two of them from the first day, Shino reasoned. I don't know if I should be more concerned with Naruto and what he contains, or about the ideals that both Sensei and the Kyuubi have. He coughed deeply at this, before Hinata patted his back. Naruto gazed at Inari. Who put my head on the pillow? Anyo, that was me, Naruto-kun. Hinata answered from behind him. He swiveled around sharply to face her. Arigato, Hinata-chan. He got up shakily, took up the pillow, and made it to the sofa where his genin teammate were and took a seat beside them. So he told you all, huh? They all nodded. Naruto sighed. Anyone besides Inari and Sensei thinks lesser of me? Shino shook his head. No, while I would love to ask more questions, he warned me not to pry. Instead, I'll leave up to you to tell when you're ready. Fantastic. Anyone else want to say something? Ka-chan? He's fine, Tsunami admitted. Just get him to stop cursing. Now that I think of it, he must have been the one to influence you to make your mouth as dirty as his was. The reply was paired up with a frown. Naruto sighed mentally. He was afraid that she was talking about being demonically influenced, but she seemed only concerned with the swearing he sometimes did. Hinata-chan? You? He's alright. If he's been the one assisting you for all these years, then he must not have been anything like the creature we've been led to believe. He does like explosions, Naruto admitted, and to some extent violence. But what happened all those years ago were not his fault. What was the excuse he told Sensei, again? He was trying to avenge himself. I can't say anymore. All these years, we've been led to believe that he was killed by the Yondaime. Nah, Shino, the Yondaime only sealed him in me. He must have realized that he just needed a leash and a cage instead of being put down. I'm taking offense to this. Ah, calm down, ya big crybaby. Hinata lifted an eyebrow. Was that? Yeah, Naruto interrupted. He said he felt offended. Naruto, Shino groaned. Yeah, you mentioned something about a diagnosis. In case you've forgotten, I'm still in the process of fighting for my life. Naruto chuckled. Sorry about that. And no, I haven't forgotten. But I'll be back with you in a minute. I want to know what Sensei thinks. Kurenai stared at the floor. All I can say is that I'm sorry for telling you to go kill yourself. The blonde sweat dropped. Okay, that doesn't sound all that sincere, but What the hell, I'll accept the apology. Look, I just need some time to think. If you'll excuse me. Hold on. Naruto stopped her with speech, just as she got up to leave. I still need to know what your favorite food is. She stared at him, incredulous. What? This is hardly the time for. Just tell me, you don't have anything to lose. Yo, you can still go do whatever you were gonna do anyway. Just tell me what your favorite is first. Kurenai snorted. I like dango, not my favorite, but I don't have any. She turned and went upstairs, leaving them in the living room. That's fine, Naruto called after her. He himself turned to face the rest of his companions. I need to know your favorites too. How is this relevant? Shino queried with a pained groan. Just tell me, you don't have anything to lose, you know. I like dumplings glazed with honey. Now what? Calm down, Shino. I just need you all to trust me. Have I ever steered you wrong? The Aburame did not answer. My favorite is cinnamon buns. Hinata volunteered. I should have guessed that, given how you defended it that time. Naruto remarked. He noticed her blush, but thought nothing of it. Next, my favorite is him. Tsunami looked to her forehead and thought. Peaches. And Inari's is pretty much anything that's meat and skewered. Ka-chan. Inari chastised. It's red peas soup. The mother leveled a deep stare at her son, who soon relented. When it has a lot of meat in it. Happy? Hi. Naruto took a mental note. And I guess my favorite is ramen. I ever really diversified my range of meals, but I suppose that it could be that for now. Now don't you all feel better? Quote, 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 quote. I'm still dying. Oh boy. Awkward. The Uzumaki muttered the last in a sing-song voice. We'll all talk later. Just give me a minute, everyone. He sought contact with the Kurama once again in thought, only to get a grumbled, what is it? I have messages for Narbure and Narushi. I guess Narushi takes priority. Naruto quickly gave in the answers that the Kyuubi took stock of. In another minute, he sent the message to the medic, who replied back through Kurama. He says, he's lucky. It's a metallic poison and I can get a cure for that. He would have been dead without a chance of survival if it was an organic poison. Right now, it's affecting his nerves and organs like his kidneys and liver. Naruto froze. Metallic? He asked out loud. That's what I said. Naruto-kun? What's wrong? Diagnosis. And something really weird. He quickly told them what the Kyuubi had said, leaving out the fact that someone else had told him. They could half understand that, but Naruto then whispered to Shino. Someone outside dropped a note through the roof. It said the word, metallic. Know what that means? Can't you ask the Kyuubi? Isn't he the know-it-all right now? The Aburame asked back. Leaning back in his seat, Naruto continued his inward conversation. Ask Doc what he knows about metallic poisons and oranges relating to one another. That's unusual. The Kyuubi quickly complied and soon got back an answer. He says that if someone had a lot of oranges, like the juice, they could flush out heavy metal poisoning out of their systems. At the very least, it can slow the effects. Naruto thought long and hard when he heard that. Each minute that passed, he heard his teammate laboring for breath. Shino, do you think you'll live for another 18 or so hours? The glasses-wearing boy looked back towards him. As he considered his current state, all he could utter was a, no. There's a chance that something in this house can help you. There's also a chance that it can kill you faster. What say you? One reply and 5 minutes later Fu. ND Shino drinking a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice. There's so much I wish I could say, but later I'll tell you. Promise. They all nodded, and he resumed his conversation with Kurama. He's drinking the juice. I think it's safe. It doesn't matter if it was poisoned anyway. He wouldn't have lived to see Doc come help him. And it was his choice to make. I see. I already told Narushi. He says that he's purchasing selenium. What the heck's that? I think I know, but I can't remember. The Kitsune admitted. He also mentioned that he's pressed for time, so anyone who's close to a market. You should tell them to buy a lot of coconuts and bring it there. This keeps getting weirder and weirder. Anyway, I need you to tell Narbure the following food items. Ramen, peaches, red pea soup with a lot of meat, honey glazed dumplings, cinnamon buns, and dango. Tell him to bring a dozen coconuts and a tall bottle of the best sake gold can buy. He thought with a grin. That's fine. Anything else? And after that, you can take a nap. Finally, Naruto came back to reality in a sense. Well, that's that everyone. Now follow me upstairs. Before they could all move, he silently readed shadow clones that all hanged into them, and the Bunchins went upstairs. He motioned to each of them to come closer. Since Shino could not be moved, they all tiptoed over to him and they all huddled. Whisper. I think they might be listening to us. So whisper. Okay. Naruto ni, what's this all about? I sent some dummy clones upstairs to throw them off. The point of the matter is, someone outside knew that the poison was metallic and they gave us the oranges. The oranges are good for metallic poisoning. Do you know who dropped it off? Shino whispered. I think it's the person who's dressed up like a mist hunter nin. There was a signature of an H, and I met a girl who seemed to be trying to get info from me the same night we fought. Her name was Haku, Naruto replied. I heard that name before, Hinata whispered. Zabuza yelled it. Exactly. Now, moving on. I've got bigger news. We're getting out of here. How? When? Tsunami asked, now getting excited. 5 a.m. tomorrow. I've got people on the outside who will be coming to get us. Kyuubi called them. You know what? I think I like Kyuubi after all. Tsunami answered with a smile. But shouldn't someone tell your teacher of what's going to happen? She won't know, till the last minute. Naruto whispered. Gives her less time to ask questions I can't bother to answer. They're all in the woman's bedroom. They're just talking about how they're hungry and how they should reason with us. Zabuza muttered to the rest of the group as he came over. Gozu and Maizu smirked. Won't be too long, now. Soon, their stomachs will soon digest themselves. Heh heh, the elder said with a laugh. Haku, who stood close by them, slightly hung her head, staring at the ground. She was still heavily pondering if what she was doing was the right thing. On one hand, she had to think of her master's wishes. She was still nothing but a tool. A very unhappy, unpleased, disobedient tool. It was the way of the ninja. Of all that mattered, it was the bridge builder's life that hung in the balance. Why couldn't they just let the others go free? She had posed this question to the swordsman, but he had answered that it was Gado's idea. She had never regretted doing another thing so much as her own suggestion that night. It would have been better if she had kept her mouth shut. Where do we stand? She asked. We don't have to wait much longer. Gozu reassured. But in any case, you're on the night watch. And it's my turn to hold up the hidden mist jutsu with you. Guess I'll be pulling more than just my weight. Quote, you should really master the jutsu before all else, Haku. Maizu agreed. Kurenai was tapped on the shoulder, jolting out of her sleep. Almost instantly, she had a kunai to the offender's throat. Gomen, the person whispered. Tsunami-san? The red-eyed woman hissed. Forgive me for my action, but why did you awaken me? She slipped the kunai back in her long sleeve, in its secure catch. Follow me to the living room. The woman whispered back. After a brief stumbling in the dark, they made their way downstairs. Here, it was barely lit, but in the dim light, Kurenai could make out the forms of all the others. She even noticed that all were fully dressed and ready as if they were to leave. Shino and Tazuna were in stretchers made with bed sheets and broom and mop sticks, and everyone looked expectant. What's going on? Naruto walked up to her, and presented her with her sandals. We're leaving. All you have to do, is do what I say, and what our rescuers tell you to do. He intoned with a whisper, with all seriousness. What's going on? She asked hopefully. People from the Leaf are here? Even better, Naruto replied. Just don't freak out, or ask questions. If there's any ime that you should just go along with whatever's being done, it's now. Kurenai had no idea what was going on. But what she did know, was that Naruto was practically oozing confidence and charisma, and with a sigh of relenting, she nodded. Naruto nodded back as well. Kurama, is everyone within thought range? Sir, yes sir, the kitsune bit out. Why don't you just ask him yourself? HMPH, all you guys present? Fate, present. Surge, present. Farsight, present. Doc, present. Psychosis, present. Heh, alright, Naruto answered. Let's get on with it. You all know what to do. Yeah, we go all out, while you get the hell out. Psychosis thought back. The thought implied that he was grinning, smirking. It's 5 a.m. Kurama announced abruptly. The house was built like a compass. The censor clone thought, as he crouched beside his assassination specialist brother. The front door facing the north, where we are. The fence is like a massive U that barricades the south end that is the back door. And to the east and the west. I'll pulse the area again to make sure that all the ninja are directly ahead of us. While Doc and Psychosis gets them out, we'll be risking our necks. To ease fate that decides that. Fate muttered to him. All ancestral shinobi have encountered death. Soon, it will be ours, but until then, I'll embrace their ways that have succeeded. Experience taught them through trial and error. And I will learn from it. The old ways are crude. They are, Fate answered, but they are effective. Tell us where the ninja are. Psychosis yelled in thought. Farsight gathered his wits, and used all of his inbred talent he had extrapolated from focus to pulse his chakra like a version of echolocation. As he did, he knew that all the other enemy ninja out there would sense it. And all of them needed to react quickly. As the information bounded back to him, he quickly reached out again to the others. 4 of them, 3 males, 1 female, if their physiology is any indication. 2 asleep, 2 awake. But if those 2 are light sleepers, they're awake now from my chakra pulse. They're looking our way, Fate. Fate nodded, and in a linear poof of smoke, created a dozen buncheons who he fell in line with. At a single prompt, all withdrew bows from their backs, and affixed an arrow on it, pulling it back taut at a 50-feet angle. Farsight himself created 4 clones, who suddenly charged forward through the undergrowth and assorted foliage at the 4 ninja who stood watching the front of the house. Did you feel that? Gozu muttered to Haku, who stood close by him. Hi, she whispered, looking to her sleeping comrades who were rousing themselves up. They had a distinct feeling of alarm. What was that? Maizu cried. Must have been some kind of chakra wave or pulse. Something of the sort. Zabuza growled out his reply. Someone's trying to sense us. Haku, check the house. Make sure that they're still put. The ice user nodded, and treaded back to the house. Before she could make it halfway, all noses turned to point at the direction of where noisy stomping was coming from. 4 or 5, if the number of was any clue of their numbers. Presently, she had 3 senbon between her fingers should the need arise. 4 boys came hurtling through the undergrowth, and to her shock, they all resembled Naruto. In clothing that is, but to add even more to the look, all were hooded, and had particularly savage-looking masks portrayed on bandanas, and wore shades. And wielding a tanto, and some sort of a metal stick. Each of them, rushed to each of her cohorts and herself. Promptly, Zabuza swung his sword at the waist, and as it struck the clone, it bled what looked like bluish-white chakra, and the swordsman leapt backwards. Debakua, he yelled. The demon brothers leapt away with him, before a medium-sized explosion ensued, releasing a slight explosion that kicked up dirt, throwing over them. Needless to say, the other 3 clones were then almost on the others when all combatants fought to keep the clones out of reach, when the kamikaze clones sought to be within it. On the other side of barb and razor fence, Psychosis giggled a bit. Ah, there's no better sacrifice than someone else's. Doc shook his head. For the love of never mind. Did you remember to bring the wire cutters? The torture clone nodded. I can't forget. Quickly spawning a clone, both of them produced a pair of the special heavy-duty scissors. Snip snip, my brother. Snip snip. They both had the fence cut out in an arch in the reek. U-wired area at the direct south of the house. Surge quickly pulled away the offending refuse of it. Wait for the screams, then go in. Fate thought to everyone. He turned to his own created clones, which still had their arrows at the ready. As they heard the 4th explosion, he spoke aloud to his bow-bearing clones. Release the volley. They all let go, and 13 arrows took flight. A second later, each had another arrow from the pack on their back quivers, which conveniently held 20. If needs be, Fate thought grimly. I still have more arrows in seals. They heard the explosions, and it was all they could do as they quietly waited in the living room. At Naruto's insistence, all kept quiet, although Kurenai had questions that begged for answers. After a 4th one, Naruto whispered, "Get ready, everyone." A long, blood-curdling scream was heard outside, to the front door in direction. As it continued, kitchen, back, door was kicked down, and Kurenai panicked. In fact, she nearly yelled herself as she saw 2 people around Naruto's size and appearance bound into the living room, wearing feral bandana masks and hoods, not to mention shades. Let's go, Naruto, one of them hissed. She hesitated. How do you know his na? No time, Naruto interrupted. Psychosis, Doc, get Oji-san and Shino. Everyone else, through the back door. Hurry, Tsunami, Inari and Hinata wasted no time. They had fairly good visibility outside, and at the back, another one of the strangers escorted them through the very thin mist to where there was a hole in the fence. It was big enough for Hinata and Inari to walk straight through, but the mother of the house had to stoop to get through. Keep going, Tsunami-san. Get everyone to the cave where Kaiza-san stored his fishing supplies, close to the coast. I must stay, he ordered. The woman nodded, and the two younger ones followed her, while Serge stayed. He turned back to face the space where the kitchen door once occupied to see that everyone else was streaming out. Kurenai was first, followed by his two brothers and the clones they must have made carrying Tazuna and Shino on homemade stretchers. Naruto brought up the rear. You convinced her, Serge called to Naruto softly. Kurenai-san, please follow him to Kaisa's supply cave. Trust me, you don't want to stick around. Kurenai was too brow-beaten to even nod a response, and all of them quickly left through the fence. As Serge watched them leave, he waited for the time he was required. It shouldn't be too long now. As the volley of arrows were released a few moments prior, all of them turned to listen to the sound of multiple objects cutting through the air. At the recognition, Zabuza's eyes widened as he saw the somethings bearing down on their location. Shield yourselves, he bid out. Without further delay, he stabbed Kubikiribocho into the ground and stood behind it, raised slightly at an angle. Maizu dove behind a tree, and Haku quickly created an ice mirror before her. Gozu was the last still left out in the open, and in a desperate attempt to protect himself, he raised his own gauntlet to try and give some mediocre cover to his face and vitals as arrows flew towards them. The act wasn't all futile, it protected his organs. Unfortunately, it left his legs completely exposed. As if they could control themselves, one took him in the thigh, and D went all the way through to the other side via the muscle mass there. Gah, he screamed in its punctuation, and fell on his side, grasping the leg and grunted fervently as he saw the horrible instrument with its 18-inch shaft making his leg look like a cross. He lost his half of the control over the already substandard mist, for Haku did not have much talent over that particular jutsu yet. About another second later, Zabuza yelled, "There's another set coming, get ready." Another volley came and went, leaving everyone but Gozu with arrows sticking up from their bodies. Haku looked to the man bawling on the ground one last time, before it seemed that whoever who was firing the arrows let loose all they had on his current location. And as if by a single switch, his screaming ceased abruptly. His life snatched from him. Scratch off whoever Narkira and his clones just stitched up, Farsight told the others. The little skirmish is done, so it's time to fight him. But take it easy, we're still not strong enough to take on these guys in a full-blown fight. If Zabuza the demon of the hidden mist is there, we still must do what we can, Serge replied. All here, onward. F8 dismissed his clones and returned his bow and arrows to their current place on his back, before removing a pair of kakudi from his weapons pouch. They were merely rings that one could slip their fingers through and wear like knuckles. But the offensive part consisted of two separate 2-inch spikes for each ring. He slipped them on, and at the same time, Farsight removed his baton and quickly released the catch. It was no secret that he favored the blunt object over the smaller blade Tonto counterpart everyone carried. He had practiced with its use, and he was going to demonstrate results. Get moving, the assassination specialist ordered in tandem. Both he and Farsight dashed through the bushes towards the three opponents no doubt still alive. Serge, who was behind the house, ran around the side straight towards Haku. To each their own enemy, and all they truly were distractions. At least until all were safely out of reach, then they themselves could beat a hasty retreat. Farsight, as he emerged from the undergrowth, he had to immediately duck a massive shuriken attached to a chain. The closest person to him was a roughly dressed man, and by all means, looked as if he were out for blood. That is, if his near look-alike who looked like a pincushion at his lonesome out more in the open was any indication that he was a close associate, perhaps even a brother. Die, as the censor clone ducked. He had nearly stumbled, but soon righted himself and dodged the chain for a second time as it was retracted nearly explosively. He assumed a running stance as he got out of the dodge, and was sprinting at his adversary in a dead-on run. The man decided to rush at him as well, and as both reached the other, Maizu brought down his massive gauntlet down onto the boy's head. Farsight lifted his baton and held both ends, stopping the heavy weapon by blocking it with the hilt handle with his own that was smaller in comparison. The force made him buckle under the sudden weight and momentum, forcing him to his knees. Muttering a quick "thank you" for Narkin's lesson about the hilt, he pushed back the gauntlet towards the man with a hissed curse. "Goddamn brat, you killed my brother," the man shouted in grief. "Your life is mine." Farsight rolled his eyes behind his shades. "TCH, a vendetta? Whatever." The answer seemed to infuriate the man, and he swung again, but this time with nothing but a straight fist. It glanced off of T-13 member's cheek as he tilted his head to dodge it, barely in time. The sensor clone realized that the man was currently too close to swing the baton in, and decided to move in even closer. It would prove to be Mizu's misfortune, as the boy was now within his guard, leapt straight upwards to his chin using nothing but his right shoulder, and powered by leaping upwards. The man's head snapped backwards and the man backpedaled in slight pain from the maneuver. He had suffered through worse. Grah! Mizu's determination rose with his infuriated yell, and he lunged straight forward at the boy with his gauntlet. Narcissa simply jumped backwards by around 2 feet, the gauntlet falling short by practically a mile. He was about to taunt the man, when he felt a sense of alarm. Quickly, he threw himself to the ground as the man launched the shuriken again. Well, judging from that, I'd say that you have a poor arsenal of techniques. Arcite stated as he got up quickly and rolling to the side as the chain was pulled in through the spot he was previously in. Other than yelling at me with horrible breath, screaming your lungs out that chain of yours you favor so much nothing special. Mizu cursed to himself. All he knew jutsu-wise was the Kurigakure jutsu. He wasn't the best in finding his way around like his deceased brother. And a simple genjutsu for when he is in small bodies of water. None usefully right now, he reasoned as he swung his gauntlet again. The boy, as far as he knew, was no special thing either. All he had currently was a freaky-looking mask, and some sort of retractable metal stick. He also sought to fight at close range. You're one to talk. You're nothing outstanding either. Farsight replied. You admitted that you're mediocre. But there's one thing that I've got over you. He quickly sidestepped the man's gauntlet for what would be the last time and grinned. And what's that? The man shouted in his face. The ability to not just beat an opponent, but to be able to beat him to death. The man was just out of arm's reach. Perfect. Gripping his baton tightly, he swung it from the side and it impacted at the man's side. The atrocious sound of ribs breaking was heard as the man stifled a groan for his side. Not yet done, Farsight pivoted on his left foot and made a full 360-degree spin to increase the momentum of his next strike, which struck the man in the selfsame area. What wasn't broken before was certainly shattered now, and the man clutched at his side with his free hand on the aggrieved side. Stepping quickly to the man's side, Farsight punctuated his next hit at the crook behind the man's knee. The man, on his body's impulse to remove weight from the injured limb, fell to his knees, and as soon as that happened, he felt the same instrument try to reshape the base of his spine in a single hit. Grah! The man, above all else, felt immense pain. Following closely in second place was anger. And third, fear that he was about to lose, not only the fight, but also his life. He sought one last look of the boy who now stood taller than him, and that was he saw as the boy channeled chakra into his baton to increase its potency for damage, just before he swung it as hard as he could just at the base of his skull, slightly driving upwards. And that indeed was his last look of and at anything. That's for whichever of you tried to knock out Oji-san. Farsight muttered. That is what I call a killer concussion. Fate. As soon both he and his brother emerged from the bushes. He didn't know what to feel as he saw that the person in his way was none other than Zabuza Momochi. Alright, Narkira, he psyched himself. 95% of the battle is avoiding getting hit. Don't get hit, and you'll live. A dodge of the massive blade later, he once more gained his acquiescent vibe. Oh well, everyone's gotta go in their own time. Zabuza heard him, and voiced his own reply. And your time is now. You picked out the day for your own demise. Fate shook his head. To ease fate. If Kami has willed it, then so shall it happen. Zabuza lifted T. He soared by the handle with one arm and swung it at a horizontal angle. Kami has no say here. I control whether you live or die. Fate groaned. No use talking to someone who has a particularly egotistical monologue issue. He ducked the massive blade and stepped in closer towards the man. He reasoned that the closer he got to the man, the less force would be at the hilt of the blade. It was a door principle. More force was required to close it if you were doing it closer to the hinges than if you were to do it where it locked. Luckily, Zabuza hadn't caught on to that idea yet, but something. G told him that the weaponry on the boy's hands practically yelled, close range, and he muttered expletives. Kubikiribocho was basically a long-distance adjustment to what should be a close-range weapon. And it no longer really had the advantages that a close-ranged weapon like a sword should offer. Basically, Its primary use was to use sheer brute strength and excessive momentum in weight to cleave through people at swinging range. Pulling it up for another swing, he stepped back a bit before bringing the massive sword down diagonally, hoping that the boy wouldn't be able to dodge it properly. As it fell slant towards the right, fate stepped right in its path in a daring move. As Zabuza begun to grin in self-accomplishment, fate smirked under his mask before he leapt up with his feet full on in front just before it slammed through his thighs. Kubikiribocho harmlessly dug into the dirt at the same angle, and as it made contact, fate's time in midair ended. He fell and balanced on the flat on the blade with one foot, the other on the blunt edge. He chucked one of his kakudi at Zabuza, allowing to slip off his fingers and a second later embedding itself in the Nuke Nin's throat with the spikes. Another second later, all the man was and all he had collapsed into a puddle of water. Water clone? No wonder that came so easy. The clone must have been made from early morning dew, fate mumbled, as he carefully approached his thrown weapon on the ground and took it up, fitting it on again. Where is he? He looked around and all he saw was Narsensa fighting some guy with an abnormal amount of metal on his hand, and Surge fighting the suspected Haku who was disguised as the Hunter Nin. Making a mental note of keeping himself aware of his own fight, he knew that he still needed to be aware. Exclamation mark. Reflexes made all of his muscles go taut before making him leap sideways in a dive to get out of his location. His previously occupied space was then taken over by Kubikiribocho that had been swung down in a vertical manner, and given the grunt that the new cannon made as unleashed the effort, he would have been in two pieces, neatly down the middle. As he landed on his side, he head off with his feet to roll over the lateral side of his arm and across his back in a half roll, and got back to his feet. Tisk tisk, I should keep in mind that you're the master of silent killing, fate stated in a taunting manner. Time to see if you'll take the bait. Zabuza smirked. Indeed, Kurigakure no Jutsu, he announced, while holding on to his sword with one hand, and his other in a half-tiger handseal. A thick and foreboding mist erupted from the water clone that dispersed earlier, and further supplemented by water-natured chakra, soon blanketed the whole area. He was about to insi fear in the boy and hopefully just finish off the other two who fought Haku and Maizu by announcing vital points he could hit, but he was interrupted by the boy's nearly maniacal laughter. Surge. The Raiden clone sprinted from around the house, and as he made it into the open, he was faced by a Hunter Nin who held up a wall of ice behind them. He had never intended on facing this person, but on a battlefield, one did not simply choose their opponents. More often than not, it seemed like random chance held that in sway. Surge whistled at the Hunter Nin. Hey, how are you doing? He immediately had to step out of the path of a number of Senbon that flew from a fingered fist hold. I suppose that you're alright. I'm alright too, he continued, trying to start a conversation. It was heavily suspected that this was the girl, and Naruto insisted that he still need to make sure. Even some recognite. Naruto? A voice from the masked individual spoke softly and unsurely. How did you get out of the house? The ice user was certain that this was indeed the same boy from her encounter in the woods. He had his hood up, and wore a mask that would have certainly frightened her to death if she hadn't lived through other horrors over the course of her life. He also wore shades, and she considered it completely unnecessary. It did make him look cool, though, being completely incognito like that. Her punning to herself was half intended. She released the ice wall technique she held up to protect herself from the arrows earlier, and it shattered to pieces. I'm not Naruto, Surge answered as he removed his baton from his back waist holster. But I'm just as good as him to talk to. Well, he hesitated. Almost as good, anyway. Haku retrieved more Senbon as well, from seemingly nowhere. You're lying. You speak like him, have the same mannerisms, the same gait, personality, even the same clothing and body size. You got all of that from hearing me speak a couple sentences and how I ran to you. Surge asked unbelieving. You don't miss much, do you? He ran forward at her, noting how she kept the Senbon gripped between her fingers like animal claws. Too bad you're still wrong. Haku briefly hesitated, wondering if she really should engage him, but instead, took up a defensive stance with her Senbon needles to offend and her free hand to bar. Naruto, go back inside the house before I kill you. Bluffer. He swung out the baton just before he reached her but instead swung it aiming for her waist. He was still hoping to hurt, but not cause long-standing damage. Haku flinched as he called her lie, but caught his wrist with her left hand. She lunged forward at his shoulder with her senbon to hopefully give him a warning injury, but he caught it with his free left hand at the wrist. What should have been a fight now looked like a reverse tug-of-war between people who each was trying to intimidate the other. Surge's work in the mines and use of grav seals to train began to tell. And he started forcing back her senbon lunge, and her free hand. In a mild sense of panic, she attempted a kick at the groin with her right knee, but he lifted his left one and put it in the way. Both people got the feeling that their kneecaps just shattered into glass. She ignored the pain, and decided to use his momentary discomfort to gain superiority in this now handicapped face-off by closing the distance with her senbon. Rather than repel that distance, he gripped her wrist even tighter, until it felt like her tendons and bones were fighting for space to occupy. He was nearly close enough to just disconnect the joint holding her palm to her hand. The hapless girl dropped the senbon in a show of relinquishment. Surge assumed that she was giving in, and savagely yanked her hand down to her side, but she did not resist it. He became a bit confused at this, and it grew even more as he saw his breath blowing through his mask. Quickly glancing down at the wrist he still held at her sides, he noticed her fingers forming what looked like a half-tiger hand seal. What the shit? He pushed her away savagely in front of him and released her before he quickly tried to do the replacement technique. He was too slow, and he suddenly felt metal intrusions in his left shoulder from behind. Gah! His entire left arm went limp, but he still used high limbs and made a NTER clockwise turn and used his baton with his still able right, swinging with the turn. He just swung, and it made a dent in the look-alike Haku in the head, just over the ear. It was inert, but the baton completely took off that top of the cranium. The clone fell apart into ice, as did an ice wall behind that she must have made with only one-handed hand seals. He turned back to face the original. That was cruel and unasked for. Haku. Why didn't reflex help? The Raiden user wondered. Desist and return to the house. If I don't kill you, my master certainly will. So if I really were Naruto, and I'm not saying that I am, you would have doomed me to die from a lack of sustenance. He tested, assuming a new defensive stance with a now practically dead arm. I am sorry for that. I would still like to thank you for the oranges in his place, Surge stated. Naruto claims that it helped his friend, and he requested that any who faced you was to warn you, and only use blunts instead of sharps. I don't need coddling, and my purposes are to follow my master, even if it inflicts death. Surge rolled his eyes. You wouldn't want to get involved. Naruto figured out a major weakness in your hidden miss trump card. And when he utilizes it, he'll kill any and all to get to Gato. Then he himself. Haku frowned beneath her mask, before pulling 3 more senbon. Go back to the house. That's your final warning. Surge looked past her and noticed Zabuza creating the mist again. And I'm warning you for the last time. I don't need 2 arms for what I'm going to do. I practiced it a lot. The mist covered her from behind, and then him as it grew to cover the area in rapidly decreasing visibility. And what's that? All who were on the battlefield heard Fate laughing as if he were insane. It was positively spooky, and unsettled most. Get out while the getting's good, Farsight yelled. Haku was still yet to make up her mind when she heard the shout. But she made her choice to beat a hasty retreat when she heard Naruto whisper his technique. Raiden, Jaibashi, lightning release, electromagnetic murder. In that split second, several things happened. Fate left in a shunshin, still laughing like a lunatic. Farsight, who was the closest to the undergrowth, dived into it and continued sprinting to get the hell out of dodge, just beyond the range of the mist. Haku used a water shunshin, and left before she got seriously hurt or worse. Zabuza was still wondering what the excitement was all about, all by his lonesome in the mist. Surge held out his right hand that still held the baton, and electricity arced from it like a conducting lightning rod. The Raiden Chakra Jutsu took superior class over a jutsu that was created with water and further augmented with water-natured chakra. Needless to say, the whole goddamned mist lit up like a stormy night with Zabuza at the epicenter. Inari and Tsunami were eating while looking out through the opening of the cave when they saw what looked like lightning flash in a wild and erratic fever over where their home was. Inari sipped at his soup, before pointing at it with an index. What's all that about? Naruto ni? Probably some people who got killed and got their hearts restarted. Several times in alternating order, that is. His brother replied, slurping his noodles. He finished the mouthful of food before he continued. Psychosis. Did you? Yeah, I already did it. The eccentric clone replied. What did you do? Tsunami asked. Insurance. Psychosis replied. Hey doc, how's Shino and Tazuna? I'm fine. Just give me that damned cork opener for this sake, young man. The bridge builder requested. Pity Naruto always took away my sake instead of giving me it. San, you're not supposed to drink. His daughter chastised in between mouthfuls of peach. I think I'm entitled to the privilege, considering that I nearly got my brains knocked out of my head, and spent nearly a day unconscious. He pulled the cork off with his teeth in impatience and took a swig. Doc found the vein just to the left under the chin. Without further ado, he injected the concentrated selenium into it. Shino will live. Tazuna will too. Right now, I'm living like bloody royalty. Best sake to ever grace my throat. Shish. Gomen, Kurenai-san, sensei, aren't you hungry? Hinata asked her teacher. No. Ticking how she had yet to eat the dango she was presented. She herself ate a bit of her cinnamon bun and waited for the woman's response. I got too many things on my mind. The Hyuga fixed her with a questioning stare. And I'm not hungry. Naruto finished eating his ramen and smiled. Liar. The person suddenly appeared in a deluge of water that actually faded before wetting the ground they stood on. As the ninja looked around, their attention was instantly diverted to the window, and beheld a mighty show of electricity that rippled and arced through the mist outside. The window cracked a bit, but other than that, the electricity wasn't actually a damaging brute force like fire or earth. Depending on how one took it, that is, millions, if not billions of volts were going this way and that outside. The frenzied dance of it was sure to electrocute a person to lose all control of their bowels, and cook it inside their pants as they died. Zabuza-sama is out there, Haku thought in her concern. A wave of the electricity arced against the house and window, but she was safe. The house was completely insulated from the wattage death outside, due to the fact of it being made of wood. That was a lucky coincidence of hers. Her shunshin taking her to the inside of the house. Perhaps it was because she wanted to stay close to her master, while still escaping her potential and likely doom. Her common sense said to haul ass from the mist, and it wasn't in the house. She supposed that it was a factor too. The storm outside continued in all of its fury for about a minute before the incessant flickering and buzzing of the electricity ceased. She inched away to the doorway of the bedroom she had found herself in the first place. She took a moment to realize that she was now in the same house to avoid the outside death, when previously, she was outside and helping the effort of it. So this is what I've been causing to Naruto and his team and his family. How ironic. She was now in the hallway of the upstairs portion of the house. She silently treaded the walkway of it, and she heard what she believed were voices of moaning and such downstairs. The family is still here? The ice user boggled. Inching her way to the stairs, she finally peeped around it and looked downstairs. To her astonishment, she saw all the people who were originally in the house still there, but all lay as if they were weak or dying. All family members were on the ground. The bug user was on the couch face down. The girl and the Junin on the ground as well. Are they that emaciated and weak? We beat them, but where's Naruto? She was treated to the sight of said boy coming out of what she believed was the kitchen with a glass of water, and tried to give the mother a drink of it. She as more than ready to believe what she had first thought. Naruto alone is still standing? It must be because of his status as a Jinchuriki, she muttered to herself in reasoning. She came down the steps confidently and deliberately making her footsteps heard. All who she had presumed conscious or alive, save for the bridge builder and insect user, averted gazes to her direction. She noted how their eyes appeared glassy and listless. That was a certain symptom of malnourishment. How long were they weakened? The attack to escape the previous day must have been a desperate attempt to leave, but were repelled. Now they barely had the energy to move. Naruto sighed as he turned towards her. What is it? He asked irritably. Here to finish the job? She hesitated. And no, I'm leaving. The boy glared at her. Then get the hell out. She recalled seeing him fight her outside, and wondered if he could heal quickly. It did make sense, after all. Zabuza had claimed that he had nearly pushed Kubikiribocho through the Mizukage's whole body, and the bastard was still living. And that sword practically drank blood. It would explain why the boy in front of her was fairly healthy looking, but not how and why he was in here now. Did he love his family and team that much? So much as to not leave them behind when he could escape? I will, She made her way around the whole family and him, giving the group a wide berth. Gomenase, I did not wish for any of this. The boy frowned deeply, and then surprising her, he smiled. That's good to know, Haku. She was stunned. It is? Yeah, well, in any case. Thank you for warning me about your technique, Naruto. But did you kill Zabuza-sama? She asked sternly, leaking killing intent. I don't know if he's dead. But I'm not Naruto. Hi, you are. But why do you keep saying that? She recalled her encounters with him. Throughout all, it seemed that there was one thing that she always failed to notice. What was it? I'm not Naruto. He used Kaden and Raiden. He can create clones, I know that. Maybe that's what he meant. She tried to sense for anything like ki, but didn't really get a feel for anything really out of the ordinary. Something changed, but what? And then all scenes with her encounters began freezing over one location on his clothing. His heart, the crest over Naruto's heart. The first time she saw him in the woods, it was that of a red swirl. The second time she saw the crest, was a short while ago outside. It appeared to be a symbol of lightning. This person in front of her had another symbol. It was of a skull with an X over the forehead. My name is Psychosis. Psychosis? Believing things that are not true? What kind of a name is oh no? She started backing away to the front door while arming he. RSELF with Sinbon from her sleeve as all the unconscious, dead, team and family got up slowly like an eerie nightmare. They all dismissed henges and reverted to their original forms of the person in front of her. She didn't realize that the broom behind her next to the front door reverted as well, and without her seeing it, got a rather nasty blow to the back of her head with the ring of a kunai. She felt herself groan in pain, but all sound had faded from her own world. She toppled onto her side, and in the last few precious moments of consciousness, she saw the clone who had done the knockout attempt appear to say, sorry. And the others rush up to her. Then the whole image blurred, dimmed, and went black as her eyelids lidded, and slowly closed. Well, don't just stand there like you don't know what to do. Pick her up, and let's get out of here. A clone yelled in his annoyance. Don't feel like it, the original Torture T13 member said with a smirk. One of you guys has to do it. Slowly, and one by one. Each fabricated clone used their tontos and nonchalantly and casually killed themselves, leaving a sweat-dropping Narbare and Haku by themselves. What the actual fuck? He created another clone, and when he ordered them to do the same thing, he killed himself as well. Apparently, this isn't going to work, he decided. He unsealed a large roll of duct tape and some CHAKRA sealing tags he had purchased in Konoha. Time to earn my living, I suppose. Sorry Haku, but you're not going to stay unbounded like that. Heh heh, Surge gazed all around him. The mist was receding on its own accord, and it soon revealed something, or rather someone, slung over something else. When the visibility was fully cleared up, he saw that it was Zabuza slumped over the hilt of HA's sword that had been stabbed almost 3/4 of its length into the earth. In his woes, the man must have had the blade and the handle in an iron grip. Hearing stalking sounds from all sides, he turned to see his brothers approaching from all directions. One from the low shrubbery, one walking in resolutely from among tall trees, and one from the front door of the house. He determined the first to be Farsight, the second to be Fate, and the third was Psychosis. The third had the body of the girl he fought previously draped around his shoulders in a fireman carry. It was a bit cumbersome, because Haku had her wrists and ankles heavily bound in duct tape. Whoa, what the hell? The sensory clone thought. His eyebrows rose over his shades. It's alright, guys, the torture clone half shouted to reassure. Seals are on, she can still choke you, or break your neck upon her awakening. Narkira stated matter-of-factly as they gathered. What then? Let her do it. Geez, suicidal bastard. Farsight muttered. In any case, is Zabuza dead? He's fried, Narshaku said firmly. So are the other two, if they weren't dead already. Let's get out of here. I'll remove his head, Fate decided, and stepped closer to the man to do so. He got out his tonto, but was pulled back by Psychosis. What is it? Why the hell would he stab the ground with his sword? They were all silent Vok. Ally and mentally for a good half-minute. Grounded the electricity. Redirection. Shit, Surge realized. Farsight needed no prompting to throw a kunai at the man to test his awareness of what was actually going on. He wasn't very surprised when the man caught the kunai before it embedded itself in his side, even while his head was still sagging down in his slump. Zabuza stood up, as if he were perfectly fine. and pulled the sword upright with one hand. Nice try, brats. You still did a number, I admit that. But not enough, he growled, and narrowed his eyes in a glare. Killing intent was now awash over them. But they were immune to it, due to the instance of Naruto training to adapt to the Kyuubi's own while they were in the mindscape of his earlier days. Well, this was half expected. I knew if we were lucky, you could be electrocuted and become unconscious. Too much to hope for, I take it? Surge spoke pleasantly and casually. Could we have a do-over? The man threw the kunai back at the boy's head. He had to sidestep slightly, but was still completely unnerved. Please? The man ignored him to stare at another one of the boys who appeared to have captured his protege. What the fuck, Haku? Busted, Narbure exclaimed in a squeal. We've done what we came here to do. Let's just get the hell out of here, Fate argued. That will not be the case. A new voice announced. All 5 people averted their eyes to the direction of the voice. To their shock, they regarded what looked like alternate versions of Konoha's Anbu, but they had mist symbols on their masks that were identical to Haku's. Where the Hittite 8 symbol would have been. There were 12 of them. Fuck no, Zabuza breathed. Fuck yes, Narbure said in counter. They're here to cap your ugly ass head. The Anbu stared at the boy who appeared to have one of their own, albeit smaller form, over the boy's shoulders. The person who appeared to be leading them gave a nearly unnoticeable nod to his subordinates. Gato was right. All of them are hostile. Kill them all. Kill the Leaf Ninja too if you find any. The report indicated that they've been creating problems for this country. He ordered in an unnerving monotone. There were several responses to this. Gato sold me out. I'd like to live, please. It's Kami that shall decide if I live or die. How come I didn't even feel these guys prack? Tickly breathed down our necks the way they showed up? What the hell did Narcase love to say? You gotta fuck up early to get it out of the way? I think this suits this situation perfectly. All eyes turned to the torture clone. What? I wouldn't mind if you killed him first. Fate stated to the still-watching Hunter Nins. He's sick, and needs to be put down. Fuck off, Narkira. The cave was fairly quiet, but it was suddenly broken as Doc and Naruto leapt up at the same time and yelled, startling the others who were close by. Then the third masked boy dispersed in a puff of smoke, indicating that he was a Kage Bunshin. Shit, X2. What was that for? Inari shouted his question. Did they find us? Naruto shook his head. No, something much worse. What's worse than being found by our enemies? Shino asked. He coughed heavily. The selenium hadn't fully healed him yet. In fact, it was far from it, and he felt that his usefulness was extremely diminished. He was currently a liability and hindrance to any potential conflict, being hunted by them, and then killed. But let's just say that there are more combatants. Naruto said simply. How do you know that? Hinata queried. She finally took a moment to observe the boy before her, and the one who stood next to him. Naruto seemed to only lack the shades and mask, and the hood over his head that the other had. In fact, it almost looked uniform. Come to think of it, now that we're no longer in the heat of the moment, how come all that who helped us look so much like you? The hooded one shrugged as Naruto declined any form of answer. Kurenai had long seen these similarities, but had declined to ask. Who was she to look a gift horse in the mouth? They escaped, lived, and she got some food in her stomach. What was this talk about more combatants? We're wasting time, the healer remarked to his other. I'll tell them. The mist sent about a dozen hunter nins to kill Zabuza. That's damn good news, actually. Yuhi interjected, and apparently, Gato went out on a limb and said that all the Leaf Ninja here were helping him with any illegal activity he's up to. Quote, he can't do that, he's the one creating the problems. We sent complaints to the mist. Tazuna interrupted his daughter. They never got there, but Gato is like the stamp to a letter or message scroll. He alone can send messages overseas. Since he's controlling the shipping. It's not too surprising. I betcha he made all of us to look like killers and troublemakers, and he's suffering. Maybe he even bought them off. The Stard was rolling in money like a pig in filth, anyway. Hence why I made the trek to the Leaf to hire Ninja. For the love of what the hell, Naruto. Kurenai yelled at the top of her lungs, drawing all eyes to her. If it's not one thing, it's something worse. If this goddamn mission was in a rank 1 before, then it's probably S rank now. A dozen hunter nins? Afraid so, he said simply. Language around my sons, Kurenai-san. Tsunami rebuked sternly. I don't think it's hopeless. We could just complain to these new ninja. These so-called hunter nins aren't cold-blooded killers, are they? Quote, well, to hell with this. Naruto, Doc said, our brothers are down there fighting just to escape. We need to go down there and help them now, or it'll be on your head. I know what you want to do, so just ask her. And let's get on with it. The original Uzumaki sighed, TCH, so bossy, Kurenai-san, I'm going to need a little help. No, well, now that that's out of the way, Doc remarked, as if commenting on the weather. Time to go. The leader of the T-13 nodded, and pulled up his frightful bandana mask, and pulling his hood over his head. He turned fully to leave, but as he nearly completed his exit of the cave, he stopped, and spoke without turning. Hinata-chan, Shino, please take care of my family. And with that, the two dashed away. Did he just say brothers? Tsunami asked to no one in particular. You know what, I think they listened to you, Fate. They look like they're out to kill him as if it's a priority. It's not because of that. It's probably because he's running around with Haku on his back, and she looks like one of their own. Narsense turned to see Psychosis try to dodge a myriad of water bullets. Oi, drop the dead weight and run quicker, you idiot. For the love of Kami. Someone help me, I can't reach the gravity seal. What a fantastic way to yell out one of our trump cards. Fate rolled his eyes as he dodged the massive Zanbato and simply punctured the clone with his Kakudi. With a small amount of satisfaction, he saw the water clone collapse into a puddle of its own liquid. It could have been worse. They could have been fighting one-handed. Besides that, it was as bad as it could get. Everyone was fighting everyone, between a dozen hunter nins still deciding to fight Zabuza, or kill the boy with the apparent comrade on his shoulders, or the last four boys. It was a confusing melee. All of the hunter nins were keeping distance from the new Kennen swordsman while trying to kill the four boys, and find a way to kill the fifth one running around like a headless chicken, without killing the captured. And the boys were basically fighting everyone else while dodging relentless attacks. Zabuza was trying to bifurcate everyone, Heil creating water clones to keep them occupied. It was a miracle that no blood had been shed yet, although it had only been a few minutes. We need to get the fuck out of here, Farsight yelled. Eatly side rolled to avoid a dropping slash from a water clone's sword, courtesy of reflex. As the attack followed through with him safely out of the way, he flung his baton in the clone's face. As it dispersed, he quickly retrieved his baton. We need a plan, Fate argued. Well, I for one need a doctor. Surge complained. I've got a dead left arm, in case none of you noticed. Well, what do you want to do then, huh? Take a pass? The sensory clone yelled, before he had to dodge some water bullets by leaping up into a tree. More of said bullets attacked him there from the side, once more. Driving him to the open with the others. I can do that, the Raiden clone asked brightly. The moment didn't last long as a multitude of shuriken and ninja-wired kunai nearly netted him and tore him to pieces. Or rather would have if he hadn't substituted for a log that had highly emphasized damage to it. Well, at least these guys aren't too focused on any one of us at the same time. Not too sure what would happen then. He muttered to himself. Where's the fucking help? Naruto said that her life takes priority. Oh no, Psychosis panicked. What? Oh, not too sure if it's important, Torture clone said in hesitation as he seemed to enjoy running in dodges to save his skin. What is it? Narsense shouted, rapidly becoming more and more frustrated and short-tempered. I need to take a piss. Quote. Two more figures ran into the clearing, close to where it seems the brothers were holding their own. Alright, we made it, Naruto announced. Anything changed? No, Fate said coolly. He temporarily transferred his Kakudi to his left pinky finger, unslung his bow and docked an arrow on it. Without any warning of prior prompting, he released it and let it fly at the presumed real Zabuza. But the man blocked it with his sword, before continuing his efforts to carve up the hunter nins. We need to do something about the girl. Either kill her, let her go, do something. But she can't stay on Narbare's shoulders. She's endangering him, and if she wakes up, I'm certain that she can, and will snap his neck. Narashi ran over to Surge, and examined his shoulder. Need a doctor, huh? Thank you, Kami, can you do something for it? Watching the new developments of new arrivals, all the hunter nin leapt to each other's sides, and stood in a line. After nodding briefly to one another, they lifted their masks from over their mouths and went through around 6 hand seals. Doden. Retena Iri Dobutsu no Jutsu. Earth Release. Caged Animal Technique. They use Doden? Naruto commented in astonishment. And here I was, all ready for a water fight. Then they all ate soldier pills in a ridiculously accurate and simultaneous action, as 4 large earthen walls rose up all around the fighters. They themselves included. Thinking absent-mindedly, Naruto recalled the fighting stadium back in the Leaf, and by all perception and account, they were very similar, save for the seating. It was the same in height and size. Then more hand seals followed. Recognizing them, Zabuza grinned before he laughed. That's it, give me a fighting chance. Sweden. Bakusui Shoha, water release, exploding water shockwave. And to the boys' varying levels of disgust, fascination, awe, and nervousness, the Anbu team collectively had their bellies distended as if they were full with something. Before they all vomited a massive deluge of water. It didn't just stop there. It was as if the water somehow multiplied on its way out, and in an instant, everyone found themselves ankle-deep in water. By the time it rose to their thighs, the boys decided to stand on the water like everyone else, lest they have to tread water or drown. Well damn, that has to be coolest and most disgusting thing I've ever seen. But yeah, that's the kind of thing I expected, anyway, Naruto commented. The water still rose, but the Anbu had stopped doing the technique a while back. It was as if the jutsu continued by itself, and the water rose so much until the housetop for the home close by was a little island by itself. Ka-chan isn't going to be pleased with the water damage. Psychosis looked up. I bet we look like the meat in some kind of a kami damn soup bowl right now. Weird. And so everyone stared off to each other, all in a triangle, that which was based on location point of view. On one side, all the Anbu stood in a straight line. Zabuza stood by a few of his water clones, and the 6T13 members stood in their own group, with Naruto, Fate, and Farsight at the front. Surge and Doc stood beside each other. Doc was still trying to figure out Surge's injury, and Narbare was at the back, still with Haku on his shoulders. Deciding that anyone and everyone else could be hatching plans, Zabuza took the offensive. He himself and his clones charged the Anbu. All had their swords in their right hands or left hands straight out in preparation for a swing. And at that point, all silence and order fell into oblivion. T13 Naruto and Fate and Farsight. There was no mistake. 6 of the Anbu nins were rushing to take them on, but 3 somehow diverted to take on his brothers in AS. Trafe while the other 3 dashed headlong to take on the 3 brothers at the front. All of the T13 brothers there needed no second urging to deactivate their gravity seals to compete with the Anbu, and hoped it was enough. But Psychosis still had his issues with reaching his seal, and Doc had to deactivate his for him also. Here's the plan. Everybody fight one, and don't die. Farsight bit out, only seconds before a kunai nearly plunged into his gut if he hadn't knocked it away with his baton. Whoa, improved speed. What I thought was normal before now seems really sluggish. I know. Naruto finished. He made his choice to forego the baton and use the tanto as his main weapon for once, and parried a slash from his adversary's kunai. Best trump ever. He allowed his foe's kunai to slide back to the hilt of his tanto, and pushed it off to the left and allowed the man's body weight to divert from forwards to the side. As the man's body turned, Naruto kicked the man from behind the knee in the crook. As the man's weight crumpled down on the failed limb onto the knee, Naruto felt stupid. Are you guys sure you needed help? But of course, it's a lot easier one-on-one. Farsight thought back, although someone should really hurry and finish their fight to help the dumb torture bastard still yelling his head off. As Naruto lunged forward with his tanto at the man's neck, the foe caught his hand at the wrist before the weapon could end his life. He wrenched the boy's wrist, but to his surprise, it did not give. In fact, he was merely trying to keep the boy from finishing the job. How is he this strong? The man dropped his kunai and created a water clone with a one-handed hand seal, that which formed a single arm into a blade that nearly took the boy's head off, had he not ducked. Control relinquished. The Anbu allowed the water clone to occupy the boy's attention while he went through hand seals in a blur. Naruto still noticed them all as they clashed and recognized the pattern. Experience told him to start strafe running. Sweden. Jusei. Water release. Gunshot. Water bullets were spammed from the man's mouth as they trailed the boy. In what was considered common sense, the Anbu fired some more ahead of the boy, but Naruto merely released his hold over the control of chakra on the bottoms of his feet, and slipped under the water. As the jutsu ceased, Yudo concentrated a large amount of chakra at his soles and it buoyed him up violently. So much so that he practically flew straight up like a balloon that was held under. He was still gripping his tanto, but he put the blade in between his teeth as he created a single Raiden clone, which dashed off at the Anbu in a kamikaze run. Not knowing what to expect, the man flung 3 shuriken, but the Ne easily dodged them as he tackled him head and shoulders first, and went off in an electric Daibakua. Bzzzzzzzt. Gah, the man was racked with painful spasms, but he wasn't the only one. In fact, everyone felt it, even Surge, although for him, it didn't quite hurt nearly as much. All fell to their knees in the water, electricity dancing on their flesh as their muscles and jaws locked up and tightened. Gert, Zabuza's clones dispersed seconds before they could kill a hunter nin or two, and the sword that the man he himself wielded seemed to make him get some of the worst of it, and he accidentally dropped it where it sunk faster than a rock. Who did that? Naruto decided to not take responsibility, for he knew it was a rhetorical question. Instead, he refocused his attention the Anbu who he was fighting pull himself together, and pull out a Kodashi from a seal. Oh boy. In the meantime, Farsight recovered and decided to just try and go on the offensive, instead of cons. Tantly dodging his foe's seemingly endless assault of Kodashis held in both hands. That was still a major, if. They were both close-ranged fighters, but it was the blades that had the better reach. Pity you, huh? Farsight ventured. A grunt of effort brought the 2 swords down onto the boy's shoulders in direction, but he repelled the effort by holding the baton across to catch the 2 swords on it in a clash. Before his opponent got smart enough to use her legs, the boy kicked as hard as he could between the legs. Quote, I know that hurts. Tell me that it didn't. It didn't. The Anbu lifted her right sword and slashed it to the side. Hoping that his steel-lined resilience gloves held, he grabbed the blade and held on tight. He even went as far as to pull it from her grip and threw it away. Wow, they'll let anyone be an Anbu these days. Narsensa taunted. The woman didn't answer. Privy to her own thoughts, she knew that only the 6 fighting the supposed children were all Chunin, including herself. The ones fighting Zabuza were the only Junin on this undertaking. The Chunin were meant to kill the demon brothers. And a supposed renegade girl with a bloodline, who they had yet to see. She refocused her fight on the brat engaging her and leapt backwards, studying his features. Who are you? My name? Farsight appeared to be deep in thought. Would you like my address too, lady? You gotta be a lady. 'Cause you got no nuts, but I first thought you were a guy. You don't have a rack. Gomen. She wanted to get upset, but the truth was, the kick did hurt, but not as much as a guy would have been in. She was thankful that she was a female, but the boy in front of her was not normal. At the very least, he was practically as strong as some of her superiors, muscle-wise. He's trying to get me upset. The boy assumed his stance with the baton pointing at her. I practice the most with this thing, he said, indicating the baton. And I'm not letting anyone besides my brothers Tai and Ken get the better of me in close-range fighting. In a burst of speed, he was in front of her, standing as if at attention. If you remain here, I'll beat you to death. He got an attempted slash at his neck for his trouble. He tensed himself, and focused chakra into his baton. The Kodashi was blocked, and didn't even budge the baton. TCH, just a Chunin, Naruto, and by extension me, are able to beat low-level Junin with the seal deactivated. I thought all Anbu ninja are crazy strong, and we were trying to run away. I guess it should have been you who tried to run away, he remarked in disappointment. The tone was condescending, and the woman held her sword in a double grip of hands. With a rapid flurry of slashes and thrust, she tried her best to kill the smart-mouthed boy who dared speak to her as if he was her superior. But it went for naught as he seemed to get bored of her attempts. As he redirected a thrust away from his midsection with his baton, he decked her in her masked face and knocked the facial obstruction clean off. Her face now revealed, he whistled. Hi, you're just another pretty face. Shame. She pulled the Kodashi back up closer to her body and grabbed him by the shoulder. Before attempting one last time to skewer him, he instead shook off her grip on him, and slammed his baton on the approaching sword to direct it down. He then kicked her low wrist with his heel to relieve her of her weapon. It flew from her grasp behind her and sank in the water with a splash, but he didn't stop there. He smashed his baton upwards under her chin, as her head snapped backwards. He punched her in the gut with his left fist, making it sag down again as her air left her all at once. He then used his baton again by the handle to bring it crashing down onto the back of her head. She saw flashes in her vision as she yelped in pain. Quickly placing the baton in his mouth, he grabbed her by the back of the head and shoulder, and forcefully submerged her head beneath the water. And he kept it there, and kept it there, long after her struggles to escape drowning had come to an end. "Damn, I wonder how Fate's doing," said T-13 member was having the time of his life, having figured out that they were fighting Chunin. "I'm living today, it seems." "You bastard, where's the bloodline holder?" the Anbu yelled his question. The boy in front of him just kept dodging all the jutsus and weapons thrown at him, but he'd be damned if he quit. His superiors would have his head. "Don't know who you're talking about." Fate lied simply. He sidest. PPED the man's clumsy slash in his efforts to separate his body from his head, but the man miserably failed. The dodge completed, he stepped inside the man's pitiful guard, and thrust kicked his knee, making the man turn sharply with it and fall to his unoffended one. Now on his level, Fate stabbed the man with his left kakuti in the man's neck with a hooked jab. He then lunged upwards with his right one under the man's chin straight up. The man gurgled as his own blood filled up his throat and the inside of his throat, while on the outside it bled out in a gout past the surface and ran freely. Fate shook his head as he lifted his foot up and extended it at the man's person, pushing him off. With his eyes glazed over, the man collapsed into the water and floated belly up, and marring the water around his head, neck, shoulders bloodily. "That's that," Fate said firmly, as he turned to see Naruto cut his opponent's throat with his tanto. Naruto won his fight. What else is going on? He watched Zabuza create a large water dragon in his fight with the last 6 Anbu, but he seemed to be losing. He's pathetic without his sword, regardless of the fact that he's trying to hold his own. T-13 Surge, Doc, Psychosis. Surge didn't really have to do much, but it would have been quicker if his arm was alive. He poured in a ridiculous amount of Raiden chakra into his baton. He had excellent control over it, and he was still trying to explain the situation to the man trying to kill him that he was mistaken. "Hey mister, we're innocent, I tell you. We're fighting Zabuza too, you know. Even I nearly killed him, I swear." Quote, the Anbu glanced behind him and saw his comrades fighting the boys practically get murdered. "Drop your weapon, then I'll believe you." "Hell no, you drop yours first. Please." The man decided that he had enough of the boys simpering, and realized that he was handicapped the way his left arm flailed about as if it were limp. But thinking that it could be tricked, he decided to just attack that side, rather than ignore it. Surge's eyes widened, before he feinted a thrust with the baton. The man sidestepped and dodged it to attack his still useless arm. But the boy decided that he would have none of it. He swung a backhanded blow to the man's jaw, and the man's body was seized by electricity. Thankfully, it was enough only to stun him and not harm anyone else. But he continued while he still had the advantage. "Why does everyone take my politeness and meekness for weakness?" he wondered as he pressed on the offensive. He swung the baton again, but this time it was to the man's temple, knocking him out. The man crumpled with the blow sideways, and fell face down in the water. And the Raiden using clone watched the man drown. "Gomen, sir, didn't mean to kill you." His attention was brought to Doc, who ran around his opponent in a burst of speed, and Stomp kicked him in the back of his knee, and while the man fell down to a kneel, Doc and grabbed the woman's hair and pulled her head back. He then, without hesitation, pulled his tanto across her throat before releasing his hold on her. "I pronounce thee dead." Doc glanced at the sun, E4 back at the floating corpse that was polluting the chakra-made water with blood. Time of passing, 8 a.m. "That was cruel." Surge spoke up in rebuke. "Hey, I'm a doctor, and doctors are sometimes forced to give bad news from time to time," Narushi said in his defense. "Now then, sir, are you responsible for the dead patient?" "That's a good funny you made, Doc," Narbure yelled as he continued his incessant dodging. "But I'm still handicapped." "Holy shit, what?" Doc yelled. "She's waking up." Haku's eyes fluttered, before they fully opened. Upon gaining her bearings, she didn't recognize the current fighting conditions. Even worse, her wrists felt like the flesh on them was being pulled off of it painfully, as were her ankles. Where am I?" "You're currently in Nami no Kuni, girly," a voice beside her said simply, albeit in an excited tone. Or more specifically, on my upper body. Mind shifting a bit more to my right? You're getting cumbersome to run around with your upper body on my left side. What? Run? Fate decided that Psychosis's behavior was getting to be too much. Once more handling his spike ring Kakudi on his left pinky, he docked another AR. Row on his bow and loosed it at the Anbu, who apparently didn't realize that his lesser cohorts were all dead. Catching him by surprise perfectly in his blind spot, it impacted him in the back of the neck and flew halfway through. He was soon another floating corpse. Psychosis fist pumped with a free hand. Hell yeah, I'm awesome. All of his brethren resisted the urge to hit him upside the head and gathered close by him. Still keeping an eye on Zabuza, who was still fighting the last 6 Anbu ninja. The torture clone whistled. Wow, we got lucky, huh? Looks like he's the only one who pulled short straw when it came unto fighting these guys. The ones after us really suck though. Choke. Wait, Haku, take it easy, don't kill him, Naruto yelled. She persisted regardless. Fate swore. Bullshit, you keep defending her, and she's killing our brother, as stupid as he acts most of the time. I knew we should have killed her. The mask turned to all of them, emphasizing that she was acknowledging each of them. She didn't stop trying to choke her carrier by using the back of her upper arm and pressing it into his neck against her side. Who are you? Release him, or perish. Let him go. Who are you? Last warning, Fate said in his monotone, as he leveled another arrow and pulled the drawstring as far back as it could go, extremely taut. Let him go, Haku, Naruto yelled. Who are you? The Hyoden user persisted. In a last-ditch effort, he yanked down his mask and pulled back the hood from his head. I'm Naruto. See? She relented in her efforts to dispatch the person W. Ho seemed to have been wearing her like a scarf. Where am I? Psychosis, after a brief recovery, decided that his life was no longer in danger, and pointed at the island. See that? That's the roof for the house. The girl's eyes widened behind her mask. Looking off into the background, she saw her master fighting a losing battle with 6 Kiri Hunter Nins, and she squirmed in efforts to try a Kawarimi to go assist him. She failed to do so. What? She tried to create some ice, but failed in that as well. No chakra, girly. Sealed. Let me go, she begged. I must help him. She tried to pull on the duct tape holding her in bondage, but it failed to give, and only hurt her the more she tried. Please, help who? Naruto asked. Zabuza-sama. Naruto sighed in a groan. Honestly, I don't know what I want to do anymore. I just wanted to capture you, he made air quotes at this. And hopefully learn some things about Gato, and other such things, and then these bastards show up. As far as I know, Gato called them, and said that pretty much every ninja here was to be eliminated with extreme prejudice. Her air caught in the back of her throat as her mind ran away with her at top speed. Gato betrayed us? That's actually not that surprising. He must have done it, thinking that everyone must be either weak or dead, and easy to pick off. That's why he called them, although could be argued that it was a day or so too early, if Naruto hadn't escaped. But Zabuza-sama and I need to fight or escape this confrontation. But we can't take on 6 Junin at once. I'm not even at that level. Furthermore, Master seems to have lost his sword. Perhaps we could come to an agreement? Not happening, Naruto said flatly. We're leaving, while they haven't focused on us. If you want to go die for and with him, that's fine by me and my brothers. Your brothers? Well, this got a whole lot more confusing. But it just wasn't the time to ask unnecessary questions. I need your assistance. Psychosis. Take her off of you. We're getting out of here, one said irritably. Now, the one who was named So heaved her off and carefully set her down carefully, holding her about his shoulders since she couldn't stand on the water without chakra. Gomen, but Naruto's making up our minds, so to speak. Maybe we could help her? Another one suggested. Have you forgotten that he helped to jail them in their own house, dying of starvation? Why should we help her? The one with the bow said, still aiming at her to keep her cowed. I agree with Fate, the one who made the order said in accord. Everyone had to nurse injuries. Besides, in a world like this, it was plain that this situation was in black and white. She worked with Gato against the suffering people, and against her family who wished for better. She's just desperate now for what she does not deserve. Haku didn't know what to say. She felt as if she were being put on trial. I never lifted a hand against the people. Did you do anything to aid them? Naruto asked. She hesitated. Most recently, there was the time the couple were antagonized, and the husband was killed when she could have done something to save. or at the very least help to placate the angst emotions. She had chosen not to, out of subordination to her master when she knew that her idealism told her to, with every fiber of her being. And no, but please help, you have your answer, Naruto. The one with the bow said. She doesn't share your ideals and morals. Watching a crime without helping the victim is as bad as committing it. I do, she exclaimed. I do know that what I did was wrong. I regret those actions. She brought both of her hands to her mask and pulled it off. But we need your help. All that we did was in an effort to earn money for good purposes. It's for the rebellion. I know what's happening in Kurigakure. Naruto interrupted. I read all about it. The question remains, why should we help you? Even after you wheedled me for information. Taking advantage of the fact that I was grieving? Not all of that was counterfeit. I did care. I believe her. The one she fought earlier piped up. Even if she did, she then helped to keep the family and team in their own living grave. The one with his baton seemingly glared a hole into her from behind his shades. She's still the same one that helped to prolong Shino's life for a little longer so he could be healed. All fair points. Naruto stroked his chin, but for all we know, she could have poisoned him herself, and felt a bit guilty afterwards. Besides, she had no idea that anyone would have arrived to help him before he expired. Yeah, I don't too trust her, either. The one holding her up said. I can look past the fact that she nearly killed me, seeing that I captured her and all that. But what I mean is, even though what I set up earlier was a trap, she basically walked right around everyone. This was when they all played the part of injured, suffering, unconscious or dead. I wasn't really feeling the pity, if you know what I mean. Well, that's it. From what she heard from all 6 of them, only the one she herself fought earlier had her in fairly good esteem. 4 were clearly against her, and Naruto had his doubts. The swordsman in the background was not going to last much longer, judging from his currently bleeding wounds while he had to begin going on the defensive while dodging killing blows. Please, I'll do anything. I'll buy your services, if that's what you want, she pleaded, although she knew she had very little, especially in the way of finances. That is, near zero. I don't think so, the one with the bow intoned. You can't just buy this issue away, and besides, we have more money than we know what to do with. My master is in peril. I owe him my life. She begged. I'll become your servant, your slave if I have to. My chastity? You can have that too. Just please help us. Did she just say slave? Chastity? Naruto asked to clarify with a blush, his eyebrows raised in shock. She yelled back a hi, while tears streamed down her cheeks. Ah, desperation. It afflicts us all. What? No, Naruto exclaimed, before trying to regain his composure. He quickly cut off the duct tape on her ankles and wrists with his tanto. Psychosis. Just take off her chakra restriction seal. We're leaving. You won't help? I thought that you were of the ideal of helping the lesser fortunate. She muttered in a heartbroken tone. He momentarily stopped, and gazed at her fully in the eyes. And there it was again. The somewhat painful, yet enjoyable sensation of metaphorically drowning in the rich brown of her orbs. And fate saw the look in his leader's face. Oh fuck, he's a sucker for pretty girls. Naruto sighed deeply. He realized that he was weary. Not tired, just fed up of all of Wave's events. Let's help her guys. Hopefully, we'll live like the last time we helped someone and got caught up in the antagonism. I'd much rather not get nearly killed like when we helped Fu. Doc spoke up. He grabbed the girl's wrists, and she felt a cooling sensation there. Looking down at them, she realized that all of her discomforts she had there was gone. You better fix my brother's arm, or so help me, I'll heal you to death. Is such a thing possible? All of your white blood cells multiplying, and created all at once and finally die out at relatively the same time, with none spawned for the future to defend a handicapped immune system. The white blood cells could also attack your red ones, and a simple thing as the common cold would kill you. Don't ask me again if such a thing is possible, and do as I tell you. She formed a few ice senbon and stabbed Surge in the shoulder. But to some extent, or how eccentric one's thinking was, they'd think she stabbed him gently. Then she did it again in the side of his arm, and once again in his upper back. Ow, the Raiden clone yanked his hand back from her. Oh, wow, it's fixed, but you only stabbed me in the shoulder the first time. It's far easier to break something than to fix it, she said simply. Yeah, happy all around, and all that shit. The one with the baton said crossly. If this turns out badly, you're going to end up like the Demon Brothers. That is, a bloody mess on the ground. Got that? These are his brothers, only one of them so far actually acts like him, or close to it. Hi, she spoke aloud. Well, let's go save, or rather help a demon who just lost his bite, huh? Naruto remarked. Anyone got a plan? Rip shit up and don't die. Psychosis yelled in a cheer. Just occupy most of the attention of at least some of the Anbu, Fate suggested as an order. While the troubled one retrieves the man's sword. It's obvious that he seeks it, but is unable to, for they give him no quarter. But our own survival is not guaranteed. And with that said, Haku dashed off without warning. She's pretty brave, huh? Surge stated. She's pretty, period. Naruto said. I knew it, the assassination clone remarked. You need to get a girl, and stop latching on the opposite sex in general for emotional leverage. Or one day, this kind of self-sacrificial behavior is going to cost you your life, and ours as well by your death's extension. They all ran off as well, and halfway to the Anbu, Narbarade dived beneath E's surface while his brothers charged the Anbu. Fate stopped as well, and started strafe running while loosing arrows at the remaining Anbu who fought Zabuza. He wasn't surprised to see them dodge them or block them easily. Junins, he thought to the others. Caution would be prudent, just keep fighting, everyone. Naruto tried to alleviate any nervousness and tension. We know that if we fail, these hunter nins will kill our team as well, and Gato will wipe out the family. Zabuza saw the 5 boys approaching him from behind in a general location, and one of them attacking the Anbu with arrows. He briefly recollected seeing arrows peppering Gozu, and scowled underneath his bandages. What are they doing? This isn't their fight. The man leapt to one side as an arrow flew through his pace at the Anbu who was sprinting to him straightly and caught him in the chest. Said nin collapsed apart into water that fell apart into the effects of the earlier exploding water shockwave. Oi, what are you doing? Helping. The boy drawled out. The girl begged us to. Well, I don't want it. Momochi yelled. Where is she? The boy pulled out another arrow from his quiver and used it to point at another fight going on between 2 of the Junin, the ice user and Naruto. Over there. He then docked the arrow and released it, and chained a few more in succession in a bid to try to keep away 2 of the Junin. This guy is as short-tempered as Narsensa. I can't really work with him. Off to the far right, he could see Farsight and Narshaku more than fairly successful in holding the Junin's attention. And he was yet to see if that was a bad thing. After he fired his arrows, he replaced his bow on his back and activated a storage seal in the quiver. As the seal burnt out, it relinquished its contents of 20 more of the pointed projectiles. He then created a dozen clones, and all readied themselves to release volleys. Keep them away from Zabuza while Doc patches him up. Who patches me up? Zabuza raised a non-existent eyebrow, and heard footsteps approach him from a blind spot to his right. Turning his head, he saw another of the boys walk up to him going through ND seals before his hands lit up in a glowing green. It was then he noticed that the boy had a crest over his heart, and something told him that a blue cross looked the part of a doctor, never mind the creepy uniform. Glancing at the one with the arrows, his crest depicted a man with a target over his head and chest. A team? He allowed the boy to heal his wounds on his chest, arms, shoulders and his back where more than just weapons had scored hits on his person. The fact that he had both arms using an obvious shosen meant that he worked twice as fast. He was done in 90 seconds, amidst projectile arrows flying all around the place, during which time, Momochi feared that he might become the victim of friendly fire. Here, the boy said suddenly, speaking for the first time as he held out a pill. Take this. What the fuck is that for? Take the damn blood pill. Now. The man hesitated, before grabbing it from him. It better not be poison. You'll have to take that chance. Just because your wounds are sealed doesn't mean you won't collapse from overexertion because you had less than 10 pints of blood. Or if you reopen them accidentally, and die from complete exsanguination. That is, death by blood loss. The boy said in monotone. Either take it, or give it back so I'll give it to a later patient. Zabuza took the pill. Naruto and Haku. You didn't mean that about becoming my slave, do you? I find that very unsettling. And a bit hot, but I don't need anyone knowing that. We all heard you. X5, well, brat, at least I know that you got a fetish for something. Blackmail to keep from your brothers. Kurama added, as if he were passive for all that had happened thus far. Everyone, get the fuck out of my head. Naruto yelled, Before cutting the mental connection, he turned to Haku, who looked as if she was going to answer him, despite his episode. "I did." Naruto whistled nervously and awkwardly, before he noticed one of the pair of Junin going through. A string of hand seals and prepared himself. Suiten. Deibakufu no Jutsu. Water release. Great waterfall technique. Their eyes widened as they saw a large wave of water rise in front of the caster, to what he believed was at the very least 24 meters high, and was sent rolling forward at them to crash onto their location using brute force only. Naruto and Haku was forced to back up out of the way. Far out of the way. As they kept on running, they strafed to the left to avoid getting caught up in the other fights. As they cleared the path of the jutsu, they met up right in the two Jun, in who were fully expecting them to dodge in that fashion. Haku went through hand seals quickly. An ice mirror formed behind her foe, as well as behind herself as well. Haku no Haijutsu, Makio Hyosho, Haku's secret jutsu, demonic mirroring ice crystals. She leapt back into her own, and in a blur, went between the two mirrors akin to flash of lightning and maimed her opponent with Senbon. To her disappointment, the Anbu fell apart into water, an apparent water clone. If he had created it with the water they were standing on, then where was he? She saw bubbles coming up from the surface between her feet, and leapt away as a water shark burst forth from her previous location and exploded. Now noting that he was underwater, she dived under as well and used chakra to augment her fighting capabilities down there, especially that of propulsion. Naruto, on the other hand, did not have that luxury, but it was unnecessary. He was fighting an actual opponent who could bleed. Well, if the gash he had scored on the man's gut was any indication, he hoped that it was mostly skill, and not luck, because the man might have underestimated him. The tanto still in his grasp, he feinted with his left fist at the man's chest, then lunged at the neck. The Anbu realized that the feint was obvious. Who in their right mind who believed that a person would attack first with a hand then a blade? As the Ma-en watched the Anbu that they were trying to save earlier create what looked like ice, he realized that he was looking at one of the remnants of the Yuki clan. There were no bloodline holders among Yagura's forces. This person was an imposter. Naruto stamped on the man's foot and stayed it there, and leapt upwards with a shoulder to his chin. The Anbu marveled at the boy's speed and strength, but did not admire it. Instead, he pulled his foot back and backpedaled away from what would have been a stunning hit. Quickly, he decided to conserve his chakra from his earlier expenditure of the assists. Caged animal and exploding water shockwave techniques, not to mention his solo creation of the great waterfall, save his remaining chakra for the swordsman instead. Pulling out his standard issue kodashi from its seal, he hacked with it at the boy's side with a horizontal slash, which the boy blocked by holding out his reverse-gripped tanto at a diagonal angle and allowed his foe's blade slide up to his hilt. He then pushed it away savagely, and tried to recreate a gokaku seamlessly like the first time. He wasn't nearly half that successful, but it was good enough to nearly burn the man's face off, had he not his mask on. But who's to say that the fire didn't nearly super weld itself to his flesh, as well as toast his chest? Gah! He raised his free hand and pulled it off his red and offended face. As it was pulled off, he was forced to substitute hastily with a log, just before the boy's weapon impacted his chest. Unfortunately, he had no idea where his own sword ended up. He glanced about, but didn't see it. Well, he soon did, but it was a mere second, just before he had to dodge a slash from it. Naruto had it in his left hand, and his tanto in his right. Although he was right-hand dominant, he favored short thrusts with his tanto, as well as blocking. The kodashi was merely at this point useful for intimidation and the occasional parry of the man's kunai. The Anbu, risking getting his leg hacked off at the knee, kicked the boy in the gut with driving force. Going through 3 hand seals, he slammed his palm into his chest, and in that same instant, water flowed over Naruto and soon held him in a water prison. The man smirked in satisfaction. Now, all he had to do was to wait out the brat's demise. He surely didn't have the lung capacity of an adult. Naruto glared, before attempting to do something he had never tried before. Rather than call on his brothers to help, he tried to create shadow clones outside the water prison without using the cross hand seal, since he could not move. He only succeeded in making one, but that was all he needed as the fabrication went up in a debakua. The man was blown away from the force, and the water prison that was street. Ill up at the time protected Naruto from the initial beginning of the explosion. The man had gotten all the damage, when the Uzumaki only received less than a quarter. Before the man could fully recover from his stun and stand again properly, his Kodashi was hacked right through his shoulder blades with Naruto's brute strength. Blood sprayed in a fine mist. It was obvious that Naruto had cut right through his subclavian artery and vein. They were large, high-pressure vessels. The force behind the blade forced him to his knees, and Naruto quickly had his Tanto again his right hand. The Kodashi still buried deeply in the man's collar. He drove the Tanto through into his gut with the shaft forced upwards. He didn't stop there, as he pulled it out, and stabbed the man several times more in the gut and chest. Particularly in his lungs and heart. The man's screams of pain died down until it sounded like a small animal whimpering. Naruto stabbed the man with all his muscle and ate behind it through the man's right eye socket and straight through his skull on the other side. Ignoring all the blood that bled in a wash all over his clothing from the man, Naruto yanked his weapon out of the man's head and kneed him in the chin off of the Kodashi. It was only then that the Uzumaki realized that the blade he had embedded in the man's half-shoulder and his frequent stabbings in his upper torso was the only thing holding him upright in the water. He flinched as he thought about his current physicality, but paid no mind to the deceased and supposed professional shinobi that now floated in the water, painting it crimson. I had no idea. I've been pushing my body to its limits, and to think I was this strong or fast without the seal on. What should happen if I moved on from level 4 to level 6? 8, 10? Currently, from my observations, your muscles have been ripped to pieces and your bones have cracked. Kurama stated. Were it not from my continuous healing and rejuvenation from the Yuki in your brothers, all of you would have already worn yourselves down to scraps and drowned in the water like rats. At least I have my question I asked months ago, fully answered why they didn't use these seals on learners in the academy. Maybe even the Junin as well wouldn't dare to use training like this. Perhaps it's only really beneficial to Jinchuriki, like yourself. But who could have made it? The beast pondered, posing his musings to his host. This bloodline I have has extended my mental limits that bind normal people. Who's to say that it won't help me physically? Like certain aspects of reflex and focus? I'm sure that there are more waiting to be developed. Naruto argued. True. In any case, Narbare has returned Zabuza's sword to him. From what I have seen, only 4 more Junin remain. Only you and Zabuza have killed one each. How did he get the sword? He couldn't have swam with it, surely. He would be one-handed, and too weighed down. Naruto asked himself aloud. Seals. He sealed it into a storage one on his arm, then swam to the surface, and then unsealed it when he was above. That's actually pretty smart, Naruto said, proud of the torture expert. This may make you angry, but Narbare is actually the smartest of you lot. He's putting up a facade that would cause others to cast a hasty judgment of him being substandard or mentally ill. I'm not angry, he remarked. Suddenly, his attention swerved to Haku, who had just emerged from under the water in a float belly up. Her clothing was raked into strips. She was bleeding freely from her wounds. Shit, he dashed over to her side, and lifted her head. Hey, Haku, say something. The girl coughed up a few water and blood droplets that caught him in the face, but he didn't make an effort to wipe it off. Water sharks, she whispered urgently. Self-preservation is a core instinct, one that a person imbibes with their mother's milk. To save one's own life is absolute. However, as he was grasping her by the head, neck and shoulders to keep her from drowning, he felt the same instinct. The same one that has always moved his body away from danger, but he knew not what the danger actually was. It was reflex! ! His hands were involuntarily pulled from Haku, and his legs tensed beneath him to get him ready to jump. Realizing that he was in danger in that split second, he resisted with it all that he could, to grab the girl to carry her with him. The feeling that he might die if he didn't jump unhampered lit his mind on fire. And his eyes as well. He clamped his eyes shut in and yelled through clenched teeth in agony, gripped the girl as hard as he could to suppress his reflexive movements to abandon her. Kurama sensed the boy's distress, but had no idea what could be happening, besides that of the alarm of imminent danger. Move, Kurama yelled. Her body was limp, but as soon as he opened his eyelids, he saw a stark bright gray outlay. Nay, of what could be dubbed as a massive shark swimming up to them from below with its maw opened wide. It was big enough to chomp them to pieces and shreds in a single bite, But Naruto swore that he was at his calmest at that very moment. All possible scenarios at that point in time flashed through his mind in a single quarter second, and Naruto relinquished his body's control over to his mind willingly as it took over when it showed him the possibilities. But it did not curse him, as he hoped it wouldn't. The best possible choice indicated a string of events that needed to take place. He needed to let Haku go, cut chakra flow to his legs, let himself fall beneath the surface and swim down to meet the shark halfway. Focus as much chakra to his arms to augment strength. And so he did all of those in a single second, following his mind's orders. As he sank beneath the surface, he looked down as he saw the massive maw of the shark opened wide to swallow him whole as it swam up to him in a rush. The shark angled itself diagonally to catch him sideways, and Naruto pulled his arms back to ready the hardest double-fisted strike he had ever made in his short life. Beat the shit out of the snout to unsettle the chakra that ran through it. The shark was almost upon him, and rather than let it take his life, he took its own first by slamming the snout with his practically chakra-glowing fists. The snout gave in with alarming malleable submission in concession to his might. But it was truly a pity that the shark wasn't just a regular water shark. It was a product of the water shark bullet technique, one of an explosive kamikaze nature. Suddenly, self-preservation was no longer a choice, as the shark exploded with him at distance 0. "That's one," Zabuza yelled. "Oi, brats, the one with the most heads wins. You have a head start, but I accept your challenge," Fate said in a monotone with a half-smirk under his mask. Psychosis shook his head. "And they call me dumb and crazy? If only they knew I may have garnered the most of Naruto's emotional instabilities than the others, but I'm also burdened as an overthinker. Acting up is a good distraction if only it wasn't humiliating at times. Lemme at him." Quote, "Wait," Surge spoke up. "There were 6 Junin. Momochi killed 1. I heard Naruto kill 1 over the mental line, and there are 3 here. Where's the last one?" "Must be underwater," the torture clone figured. He knelt down in the water and stuck his head down beneath like an ostrich and looked around. "I don't see him. Hold on, guys. I sense their presence," Farsight said out loud. "Everyone caution. There are a whole lot of water sharks swimming about down below." And then all heard a muffled explosion, one that created large waves over to where Haku and Naruto were fighting. But by the time they reached themselves, they were ankle-high ripples. "What the hell was that? It's coming from over on Naruto's end. Must be an explosive tag," Fate stated. "If it exploded below the water, and created ripples like that to over here, must be at least B ranked," Narbare suggested. And all of this happened in between fighting, running, DGING and the general throwing of weapons. It came off as a fairly normal conversation, but they presumed that occurrences like this were normal. Was that a good thing, or a bad one? He was in paradise. He was in torment. His body held no weight, but his burdens were heavy. There were millions of end outcomes for the final chapters, 9,765,625, to be exact. What, how and why did he know that? It all came back to 5, and 5 multiplied by that. What, 5 and 25? What does that mean? His eyes burned. His mind was alit. His body was on fire. Was this really paradise for the dead? Was it actually the opposite? There were an infinite number of outcomes, and yet, he knew the most likely of which could happen. As the first 9 million most likely to happen. If he counted all the outcomes leading up to that, he would have had over 10 million. Wow, his mind ceased its lecture of himself that he knew that he understood. But his previous state still hampered his final grasping of the lesson. It was all dark to him, and somehow, he knew what was going on. He wasn't dead, if he was in pain. But the pain couldn't have possibly occurred from and he suddenly felt like he broke the surface of something, and he gasped for breath. Gasp, pant, pant, pant. His eyes exploded open, and he took in all hat he could see as his head turned around. Strange. Everything seemed normal, but so many things looked odd. Why were there silver outlines around so many things? Why? Choke, he coughed up water repeatedly, and finally, focus came back in full force, as well as understanding and memory. He hadn't felt so befuddled and insightful at the same time. Let's see. I was fighting. Haku got hurt. I went underwater. Tried to beat up on an explosive shark. The thing blew up on me, and I floated belly up, where I fully woke up. Yeah, that's it. He raised a hand to his forehead, where he Tried to stroke it, alleviate his headache, the one that seemed to set his skull on fire. Damn, that shark has a wicked explosive. But how did I live? If I told you, you'd never believe it. Huh, Kurama? I'm sitting here in the mindscape, yelling for you to move, do something, and all of a sudden, it's like your mind became an entity of itself, and moved your body on its own. Like you were your own spectator. A bit like me, per se. What the fuck are you talking about? Naruto yelled as he tried to force chakra to his legs, but failed. What the I'm out of chakra? How does that even happen? Shut the fuck and let me finish. The beast answered shortly. You got a new ability. I'll get into that later. I'm telling you what happened, so listen. Naruto nodded mentally, and the Kyuubi accepted it. It's almost like you predicted the future. Well, not quite like that, but you were prepared for it. That new ability of yours told you what to do, and since you practically gave over control to it, it controlled you like this reflex thing you've got for months now. Go on. You followed a plan of action, the one that was the most likely to succeed, and that indeed was what happened. The plan told you how to save the girl and destroy the shark. But after a certain number of steps, I believe. Excuse me for butting in, but I have to say something about that, Naruto remarked in an apologetic tone. It feels like just before I woke up, I kept hearing references to 5 and 25 in my head. Yes, 5, Kurama admitted. Although your ability planned ahead to the 5th step, you still weren't exactly prepared for the explosion. So it told your reflex ability as a last-ditch effort to do whatever it took to keep you alive, or at the very least, negate some of the blast damage. And reflex responded by pulling almost all of your remaining chakra from your reserves to apparently cover the front of your body like a sort of makeshift shield, like another skin. Hence why you feel like shit, why you were knocked out, stunned, and above all, chakra-less. Mind's fast and knows what to do for its own good. Unlike you, from time to time. Naruto whistled weakly, before groaning. So what do I do then, huh? Swim home? There are 2 remedies. One half-assed one that's quick, or a slow one that's safe. The quick one is me converting my KRA along with your pure yang to create chakra. It'll be hasty, and put you out of it until your chakra is once again created the right way. The slow one is still me trying to create your chakra for you. But it'll be slower as I try to filter out any and all impurities from my Yuki. Get it? Yeah, I should think so. Well, I suggest you make up your mind quick. Either you take your pick, use the feral state, or be maimed by the dozens of water sharks swimming around in this kami-damned fish tank of a jutsu. Half-assed, Naruto spoke up all too quickly. He instantly felt himself feel rejuvenated. But it still felt as awkward as Kurama had put it. It was almost as if he was dehydrated. But to quench it, he had drunk oily water. It works, but gave one the feeling that they were going to be sick, without actually throwing up. That feels downright nasty and the girl is still out of commission. I suggest you make yourself useful. Hell yes, time for some drama. Naruto palmed himself with a wet hand and channeled chakra to his legs and his back in decent measure. The water below him now felt moderately like solid ground and he leaned up, before standing shakily. He still felt weak from his earlier stun, but he shrugged it off fairly successfully. Alright, the Uzumaki muttered. My to-do list. 1. Get to Haku. 2. Get to my brothers and finish fighting the remaining Anbu. Maybe I should have used the feral state, but that takes too much of a toll on my body as a side effect. 3. Figure out what's wrong with my eyesight. 4. Finish the mission. 5. Go back home and sleep for a month. Quote, your eyes? Naruto finished rousing himself. He still felt a bit nauseous, but he knew that was only a small side effect, one he could still fight with. Hi, my eyes. He looked around and saw silver outlines around quite a few things but knew not what it meant. Know anything about it? I'm only now seeing the changes. Dear Kami, I hope it's not the Sharingan, 'cause if it is, I'll kill you from the inside out. I don't care that you're my Jinchuriki, I would do it, you know. I want to see it. Look into your reflection. Kurama ordered. The blonde only felt a small amount of needless worry. Never mind that his abilities were so strange that even a far-fetched link to the Uchiha Dojutsu could be possible. He was slightly fearful for anything with passing resemblance lest he actually gets punished wrongfully, but he did as the kitsune asked. He knelt down again and gazed into his reflection in the water. He let out a sigh of relief when he saw that there was an absence of red. but there was a fully black sclera for a background. Definitely not like the red Sharingan background, he was sure. But, what the hell is that? I haven't the foggiest. First time I'm seeing it. But somehow, it looks familiar. I can't quite place it. Looks simple, and yet at least the silver part of it matches your bandana and sandals. The Kyuubi said in jest. But it looks like a silver dot where your pupil should be, and 5 silver spokes coming off of it that extends to the boundaries of your eyes. Hell, if your eye was circular instead of a basic oval, I'd say this design would look exactly like a cartwheel. Sounds about right, Naruto grunted. It doesn't feel like it's draining my chakra, and I already saw things different when you said I was at 0. For the life of me, I know this design, but where have I seen it? Kurama wondered out loud. I'm going to lose a lot of sleep over this, 'cause I'm going to remember if it kills me. Never mind that, Naruto yelled out loud. Let's just put that on the back burner for now. He stood up and looked around. As far as he could tell, it was as if his new eyes were outlining things of interest with silver boundaries. Like someone traced around a drawing heavily with a luminous marker. Cool. Hold on, he looked at everything once again and saw the others normally, save for Zabuza's blade plainly visible with the gray in the distance in the man's hand, while the weapons of the others seemed to be like gray toothpicks. He also saw Haku still floating, and she had an outline as well. A glance below the water and he realized that below him he could see the shining silver outlines of water sharks, a few of which seemed to currently be heading for him. Shit. Once again, millions of outcomes coursed through his mind in the quarter of a second and he grinned. Whoa, I see what it's doing. I'm a genius, Naruto yelled at the top of his lungs. I used to be an idiot. Then I became more knowledgeable. Then smarter. Now, I am prepared for millions of eventualities. And more keeps on coming every split second. Me, taken by surprise during the heat of conflict? Never again, he roared. She took a shuddering breath as she gazed up into the sky. She could tell that she was injured, and the remains of her chakra were low. She had been keeping up the mist with Gozu all of last night and quite a bit of the day before. By all means, she had an hour for a power nap and she had been running on that for more than 36 hours. When it was all boiled down, she was dangerously close to chakra exhaustion. And very tempted to just fall asleep, even when she knew that she was currently floating belly up in water shark-infested waters, even as she was bleeding freely from when a water shark had raked her belly when she had tried to dodge it earlier during her time beneath the water. She should have had better tactics, but she was only trying to conserve her chakra for any other fighting. In hindsight, it really was a downright stupid idea to try and fight a shark beneath the water with nothing but Senbon and a few of her lesser powerful ice techniques. Although she knew that the snout was the weakest point and she was able to destroy sharks by unregulating the chakra with the Senbon to said snout, she had, in the heat of the moment, forgotten that propulsion force was significantly reduced underwater. She couldn't really throw her Senbon while underwater. A terrible mistake, but at least she still got rid of the shark. At the cost of her being wounded, that is. Zabuza-sama's going to chew me out for being a failure of a tool. Again, she muttered. Once again, she tried to rear up the vestiges of her chakra to form a shosen, but only succeeded in closing up the wounds a little more. Before it flickered out, well, at the very least, I have more time before I bleed to death. She looked to her left and saw Naruto apparently yell to himself about 20 meters away. But the sound of it was muffled, due to the fact that her ears were subsurface. She could only watch interestedly as he threw what seemed to be a bomb-tagged kunai in the air straight up with decent strength. And then create 2 clones, one on each side. What is he doing? The kunai bomb could fall on his own location, she mused, in an effort to see better, rather than just using her peripherals. She tried to lean her head upwards so she could turn her head without having one side submerged. She could only keep that up for a few seconds before she let her head fall again, and add to go the originally standby of having her face half submerged. Her left side, that is, and gazed only from her right eye, now seeing all from that one. His 2 clones created a fireball using both Kaden and Futon and sent it hurtling towards their far left. It took a water shark that just broke the surface in the face and the thing was destroyed, mainly from the fact that it had lost its entire upper half of its body to the potent heat. He can use Futon? So he definitely uses Kaden and Futon. His brother must be the one with the Raiden. The 2 clones that started running forward, straight at an incoming shark that was made obvious by the visible dorsal fin. The water shark then broke the surface, and just as its jaws opened agape to chomp down on the clones, they as well tackle its mouth and exploded in fiery conflagration that nearly instantaneously turned the water beast into steam. Wow, but what about the bomb? Naruto seemingly hesitated, before he leapt backwards, on Lee a split second before a shark emerged from below his location straight up. The shark had such driving power that it flew up around 10 meters in the air, and in that same frame, Naruto sank beneath the water. Apparently by cutting the chakra flow to his souls. The beast was still airborne with its maw open when the paper-bombed kunai landed straight into the creature's mouth, and exploded in a gush of water all over. A few seconds after all was said and done, Naruto seemed to climb back out of the water as if he were climbing out of a pit on a ladder. The ice user could only stare with her right eye fully wide. What? Why, how did he? She sighed as she gave up. This boy was full of nothing but surprises. 5 steps, First, hurl a kunai with a bomb tag straight up around 50 meters up for the right hang time. Then 2, form a fire clone and a wind clone. 3, send a ball of hell justice at the left shark. 4, the clones tackle the forward shark and explode. And 5, let the underwater shark try eat a kunai bomb that just so happened to fall into its mouth as it came up. Kekkei Genkei. While most have physical aspects, and others have mental aspects, I must say, I respect yours. So long as it doesn't have some sort of hypnosis ability on tailed beasts, I think it's my favorite. Not that there was a competition, of course. Recap. Naruto answered with a nod. I understand problems perfectly. I cannot forget anything, even if it was done at a glance. I cannot miss, and my body and mind adapts quickly. I can dodge and counter attacks I may not even know were occurring in the first place. Now, it seems like I may now be something of a battle genius, millions of tactics and endgames coursing through my mind, as well as a certain level of battle predictions given by all factors seen. As some perquisite to the same eyes, everything of current interest is outlined, weapons, jutsus, as well as potential combatants. Hi, it's possible that it could evolve, like those Uchiha's eyes. But for now, I can say that you're about as dangerous on a battlefield as a cage. All you really need to back it up is a wider variety of jutsu, a better grasp on your Jinchuriki capabilities, and Kurama trailed off. Damn, I'm going to have one kick-ass container. And now that you can differentiate between friend and foe, as well as plot battles in split seconds, I can tell that you're going to live long. You really think so? Naruto asked eagerly. Yeah, live longer despite all the sacrificial shit you tend to do, get some real ambition, start a family, and spoil the grandkids. The usual. Start a family? Yeah, start with that ice user, maybe. You seem to already be infatuated with her. Nope, the Uzumaki declared hastily. Don't know what you're talking about. He looked around for her again and saw her outline. Without further ado and ignoring his tailed beast's remarks about how he should mount her, he made his way to the injured girl. Well, you look terrible. She smiled as she coughed. I believe your brother said you were a sucker for pretty girls. I'm no longer one? Naruto fought down a potential face reddener and tried to answer as best he could, waving her comment down as something farcical. Calm down, you're still my enemy. He knelt down and lifted her up bridal style. I suppose the best place to put you down would be on the roof. I could still cut your throat at this angle, she commented casually. And what happened to your eyes? They look weird. For the record, I'm prepared for the eventuality of you trying, or even becoming, successful, in cutting my throat, the Uzumaki said coolly. As for my eyes, I think I like the design, K. Well, I think I prefer your blue ones. Ah, now you're a sucker for my good looks, he remarked smugly. Don't fool yourself. He made it to the roof in a hurry and walked to the dead center of it. There, he rested his human burden as best he could and knelt beside her. So what now, Your wounds, Zabuza. The dozens of sharks I had to outrun to get you here need to be disposed of. Priorities. She cocked up her head to look at him. Did I not hear you call one of your brothers, Doc? Is he a doctor, by any chance? Well, he is sorta. He thought of Narushi's demeanor and frowned. Really bossy, hard to get along with sometimes, but yeah. He can patch you up. I'd do it myself, but my reserves feel like they're on a pendulum in a clock. It took a lot of control and more than enough chakra just to create my 2 clones that do the Gokakyu no Jutsu and to walk on water. I don't think you'd want me to do a mystical palm on you. Risks, as you can tell. Call him please, Haku begged. I'm bleeding out. She stared at him, stupidly as he remained still for another minute, each second more urgent than the last. Well, won't you do it? I called him already. What? You haven't moved an inch. Sorry I took so long. A new voice said suddenly. Haku shifted her head and boggled at the sight of one of the boys who had arrived, approaching from her blind spot. I had to dodge a whole lot of sharks. I know what you mean, Doc. Naruto answered. If this roof wasn't metallic, I would have said, everyone haul ass to here while Surge, you electrocute everything that decided to go against the rule of no swimming. Doc nodded as he looked down at her. So this girl, huh? You gonna help her or what? Slow and steady for no scarring. Give me 5 minutes, instead of the usual 90 seconds. Doc said plainly before his hands lit up in a green glow. Naruto nodded, and left the two on the roof. 5 minutes? With a little luck, this will be over in a 5-step plan. 2 minutes later. Damn, boss, what the hell is with them fancy new eyes? Do we get that? Psychosis yelled. He gave an exaggerated grunt. Killed that Anbu guy just like that. He played right into my trap. Naruto said in monotone. As for my latest ability, I don't know if you guys will manifest it. Probably not. Clones are made with your most up-to-date looks and abilities. As of now, the rest of the 13 are developing at a tangent. Naruto is now unique in his own ways now, not just a jack of all trades as I believe I heard him tell Fu back in the savannah. Kurama said to all of the T13 members currently in the vicinity. He had a bit of an identity crisis with that issue, but now, he should be fine. I had no such problem. The Uzumaki retorted. I am aware of all thoughts that you voice, and most of your subconscious ones. That sounds intrusive, the blonde observed in thought awkwardly. Naruto threw 6 shuriken at one of the Anbu and said Hunter Nin dodged by leaping to the side but had mistakenly traipsed into the path of an arrow that took him in the back, loosed seconds before he even thought of even dodging. It was right in the location of his heart, and the Anbu suddenly charged at Zabuza. Heads up, Momochi, probably a suicide bomber. How would you know? The man yelled back. I've got a brain the size of Iron Country. I think I should know what I'm talking about. Take him down, Fate yelled. He released more arrows, but even as they took root in the Junin's back, making him a resemblance to a porcupine, but he still ran at the ex-swordsman dead on. He was soon tackled in the side by a clone made by Farsight, dashing towards him at full speed. As they both fell, the clone went off in a Daibakua and both exploded in fantastic and powerful display of chakra whitened fur. Orange visuals that knocked everyone away in a measure of meters by the initial shockwave. It was stunning as everyone clambered back onto their feet and resumed dodging water sharks that continued to plague the waters. Seriously, what the hell is up with these sharks? Psychosis yelled. I only see one Anbu guy here. 10 are dead, and the last one missing. Wah, the torture specialist trailed off. Oh, I see. The missing one is below the water creating the sharks. But he hasn't even surfaced yet. How come he hasn't drowned? He asked to no one. Zabuza, though, seemed to have an answer. I used to work with a Hoshigaki, a fellow swordsman. He had this mutation that gave him gills so he could breathe underwater. I doubt that the nin underwater right now's him, but it's possible he has the mutation as well. This guy has a bloodline and he's on the Mizukage's side? Naruto asked. No, Momochi growled as the last Anbu seemed to have been considering the idea of retreat, but was apparently being chased by all remaining who at the same time, dodging shark attacks. It was an induced mutation during the time of growing up, like a curse. There's nothing bloodline about it. He finally caught up to the fleet-footed Hunter Nin, and liberated his upper torso from his lower half. Oh Kami, I think I'm going to throw up. Surge spoke, eyeing the bloody and grisly spectacle. Don't, Naruto warned, cause if you do, I might vomit from seeing it. I'm still feeling a little queasy, but I can handle the blood. I've seen it for most of my life. The water level and sharks were still at their optimum number and height. And this confused Narbare. It took all 12 to do the first 2 landscape-changing techniques. Nothing changed. We have to kill the last guy to release the effects, I reckon, Fate intoned. The only problem is, anyone who even thinks of taking a dive underwater is going to be ripped to pieces. Naruto wasn't really listening. Instead, his eye had caught a new silver outline on the high wall created by the caged animal technique, and it descended into the water. What is that? What's what? The others asked in multiple in their thoughts. I just saw something go into the water. Now it's moving under the water. Naruto trailed off. I don't believe it. What? Fight's over, Naruto now said as if he were stating a fact. We won. How who? Psychosis stuttered. What the fuck are you talking about? We're still having to dodge as if our lives depend on it. Cause if we stay still for a second, we're going to die. You don't have to, anymore, Naruto said as he stopped running around. The others were about to question his sanity when the jutsus began to recede back down to ground level. The water did before the walls, and it's 6 feet high. They all saw something sticking up out of the ground. At 5 feet, they saw it was a face. At 4 feet, breasts. At 3 feet, contoured hips. 2 feet, legs. 1 foot, feet. At 0 feet, all stared at Kurenai, who stood beside a corpse that had its throat cut from ear to ear, as if she was unfazed at her own deed. Good morning, all. Naruto recovered his eyes and face with the hood of his clothing and stalked up to her, fighting the urge to punch her in the gut. Why, I ought to take that pleasantry and ram it down your throat. Dweetashimashite. Naruto sighed deeply. Arigato. Although I'm sure that we could have handled it by ourselves. The woman smirked. We didn't have all day. Naruto grinned wryly, but she couldn't see it. All I needed was a split second. All you really did was steal my spotlight. Keep fighting. Damn it. Tazuna yelled. As a crook collapsed next to him, he and Inari started kicking the downed man to make sure he stayed there. However, the Ounger was pulled back by his mother, who continued to yank him to the back of the cave. There's sure a lot of him. Hinata, currently, wasn't being delicate, nor were Shino's insects just trying to drain chakra. The girl's fist was anything but gentle as she forced her chakra through organs, and the boy's kikaichu were roving wildly, settling over the locations of important arteries and veins in necks and chewing holes in the vessels. Perhaps at the end, one could say that all bandits who bled to death was Shino's doing, and all clean kills were Hinata's. Woo, Tazuna cheered. I'm nearly shitting my own trousers. But I've never felt more alive. Damn, I should have become a ninja. San, Tsunami chastised as she threw one of Kaisa's weighted nets over the front entrance of the cave where the bandits were forcing entry. Are you saying you want to kill for money? No offense, Hinata-chan, Shino-kun. None taken. Shino bit out as he threw a kunai that embedded itself in a machete-wielding crook. This period is actually a time of my first killings. Why? I have never killed before on my individual action, although my kikaichu have done so already. I'm not killing anyone, the bridge builder yelled from behind a pile of unconscious bandits. As one passed him unawares, he stuck his foot out and tripped the man. As the man fell, Tazuna got up and quickly curb-stomped the poor bastard on the head, breaking out a few of his teeth. I'm enjoying beating up on people, and getting away with it. He then started kicking the man in his ribs as the man screamed. You're never too old to beat up on a young, My father used to tell me. Hinata shook her head as she ducked a horizontal hammer swing and lunged forward with hands forward, blasting chakra into the man's gut. The hammer-toting man coughed up a large amount of blood that the girl had the presence of mind to steer clear from, before the man toppled onto his face. I still don't approve of this. You're killing as we speak, Tazuna shouted. Another crook got past the 2 genin at the front who fought amidst growing piles of men and made for him, before he could reach him and chop him with his rusted machete. Tazuna picked up a rock on the ground and hurled it like a shot put at the man's face, shattering the face construction and knocked the man out. If he woke up, he'd probably scream his head off, if it wasn't practically half off already. Damn, I'm getting good at this. Let in another of the bastards. It's not our intention, Shino muttered. Why? It would put your life at risk. He pulled out 3 shuriken from his weapons pouch and threw them at the closest 3 bandits. He could feel his muscles aching, and his body getting tired. He shouldn't have been so active, seeing that he as still recuperating from his recent poisoning, but he had had no choice when the first of the bandits had shown up. How did they even find us? Inari wondered out loud. He saw a bandit apparently come to, and yanked himself from his mother's grasp to a corner, where he grabbed a rather sturdy oar. Needing no further prompting, nor heeding his mother's worried yells, he started beating the bandit about the head, neck and chest until he fell from consciousness again. Good job, Tazuna cheered. He hurriedly grabbed his now quarter-full bottle of sake and took a swig from it. My grandson, bless him, can defend himself. Look out, Tsunami screamed. She watched a short and stout bandit almost come upon him with a hatchet, but the older man turned just in time and whacked the man over the head with the bottle, shattering it. The broken pieces of the bottle decimated the flesh of the man's bald head, and the alcohol ran into his eyes. As he screamed bloody murder, Tizuna kicked the man in the jewels. The man's scream increased in pitch as he fell to his knees, where the elder then kicked the man in the stomach with all of his strength with a forward toe kick. All screaming ceased as the man clutched his gut and fell on his side, where Tizuna started kicking him again. What a waste of good sake. That kid that was with Naruto gave it to me. Too bad he disappeared in smoke. The man mused out loud. How does something like that happen? If only Sensei was here. Shino said in a monotone. We would have a better fighting chance. If only Naruto-kun was here. Hinata corrected. He's a one-man army. And has clones who can heal people. Shino stared at the girl, before resuming his fighting. That's true, he admitted. I have a bomb tag. Perhaps the explosion could tell the others that we are in need of aid. I'm almost out of weapons. My body tires and my kikaichu are weary. I'm running out of chakra to supplement my fighting style as well, and my Byakugan shows me dozens more of these despicable people. Hinata replied in a huff. She palmed a man who had brought only a knife to fight with directly in the chest, but she herself had gotten nicked. One of her growly number of close shaves that took a toll on her, as well as her teammate. Their tiredness would soon cost them dearly. Do it, the Aburame nodded before removing the tag from his pouch, primed it on a kunai, and hurled it out into the crowd of the still advancing bandits at the back. Sure, it would kill quite a few and stun a few more, but as Hinata had said, there were dozens of them, practically a small army. Well, this mission has been a load of shit. I still blame you for most of that, Momochi. You got a fair point with that, woman. Yuhi was about to retort, but decided not to. She wasn't talking to an ordinary ninja, and besides, if she wasn't a woman, then who was she? He didn't know her name anyway, so it was also fairly excusable. At least you didn't lose people. My associates, the Demon Brothers, have been killed. We take responsibility for that. Fate and Farsight spoke up in admittance. But in case they weren't, you know, Deadeye kinda made sure that they were. Surge said in an apologetic tone. Gomen, but you were all trying to kill us. You wouldn't have cared if it were us who perished. Haku finally sat up after taking a blood pill from the dock. So what happens now? I say we go midget hunting. Zabuza growled. It had been a long time since someone screwed me over. And if there's one thing I'm not, it's a pushover who takes other people's shit. Hell yes. Psychosis cheered as he fist-pumped excitedly. Open season on short bastards. Wouldn't you fall in that category, loudmouth? Kurenai asked. Short bastards. I'm at a fair height for my age, and I ain't a bastard. I'm safe, but thanks for your concern. Narbare shot back condescendingly. The woman was about to cast a genjutsu on the boy who dared to get cheeky with her when they all heard a distant explosion. Sounds like it came from the cave in direction. Could be fighting going on there. Naruto spoke up. We should go check it out. The swordsman groaned. Must be your teammates. No? I'll come with you, but only to chop up more people. Naruto nodded as if in understanding before turning to Haku, who had ingested another pill. A soldier one. Is he always like this? He whispered discreetly. She spat to one side to get rid of the taste before she nodded. Unfortunately, yes. I could never get used to the taste of chakra pills. They're coming, right? Tizuna shouted. I'm starting to feel my age. I'm confident that they are, Shino muttered. Before he grabbed another boat oar to fight with, he was out of ninja tools. Hinata, I suggest you GHT with one of these common fishing tools. You're merely stunning people briefly at this point. I don't have the muscle for extensive use for the large oars, Shino. The Hyuga turned sideways to D. Aja thrown hatchet before she picked up another one from a fallen crook. This seems brutish, don't you think? You'd better abandon the Hyuga principle for internal damaging if you want to Actua. LLY survive long enough for help to arrive, the Aburame stated simply, before swinging the paddle of his oar at an adversary's temple, bludgeoning him into unconsciousness. She was about to retort at it was her principle when she had to backpedal to avoid getting killed by a swung pickaxe. In a small fit of a non-thinking state, she flung the hatchet like one would a throwing knife and it hacked into the chest of the man who nearly killed her. She, however, didn't have time to regret it as a white explosion suddenly occurred a bit too close to the mouth of the cave, and knocked herself and Shino out with its concussive force. Well, it's a free-for-all, Psychosis yelled. All of you are on 1 kill each, except for Zabuza on 2, Naruto, Fate and Farsight on 3. Haku and I are the only ones who ain't blooded yet. Let's go, girl, we're making a sport of killing? Haku asked with disgust. I want no part of this. Me neither, Surge said in accordance. Can we still get a pass? Farsight grumbled heatedly as he waved his hand at the two of them in annoyance. Fine, take a goddamn pass, you and the girl. Just make sure the others in the cave are okay, or something. My die, Bakua to take out some of the force there might have hurt them or stunned them. And for the record, he smirked beneath his mask. The explosion killed 4. Don't worry, brat, Zabuza growled. There are dozens left. Don't get comfortable with your puny head start. Hamai counted 67 who are still standing. Naruto piped up suddenly. Oh look here at the short guy at the back of them all. Drinking wine as if he's a king or something. He must have a lot of money to have these men on his payroll, not to mention those already down or out at the entrance for the cave. Neutralize the highwaymen and crooks. And save Gato for last, Narbare stated with full clarity. It'll be hard on his confidence and his psyche. They had all reached the entrance of the cave from the side by now, and stared down the army of thieves. Said thieves were staring back at a female Leaf Junin with an icy glare, a girl who looked disgusted with them, 6 boys with feral masks that scared the piss out of them, and the demon of the hidden mist who scared the shit out of those with full bowels. Although the girl and one of the boys went inside the cave may have very slightly increased their odds of fleeing and escaping. Their hearts fell when one of the boys, Psychosis, yelled that the person with the most kills wins. Zabuza was chopping people up in bifurcation. Farsight was bashing heads in with his baton. Fate was firing arrows aimed for eyes and chests. Doc was cutting throats at the jugular and carotid arteries and veins. Kurenai killed people like an invisible specter, Naruto, who used a tanto in one hand and a baton in the other, and last but not least, Psychosis who was giggling while using a garden fork he picked up to skewer people. Narashi and Haku was healing everyone who had obtained battle damage. Psychosis was hog-tying Gato with duct tape and Naruto was arguing with Zabuza. It's easy, Kurenai's sensei cut throats like my brother did, but he slits throats only over the blood vessels, while she only used common slashes. So, by all means, to know the kills, you look on the injuries. Your kills are the easiest to mark. For Kami's sake, you have people. I want to see a tally. The swordsman growled. Naruto quickly took a soft white stone and marked out the borderlines on the side of the cave. He wrote in the names to label them, before he sent a clone to count for each person. After a word from Surge about the bodies at the front of the cave, he had clones count the gentle-fisted, Kikaichud, and surveys done with Tsunami who was merely a spectator. He added those kills too. When he was done, he wrote in the number for each person. Zabuza, 2 Anbu, 17 bandits. Kurenai, 1 Anbu, 8 bandits. Naruto, 3 Anbu, 12 bandits. Psychosis, 6 bandits. Doc, 1 Anbu, 5 bandits. Surge, 1 Anbu. Farsight, 1 D brother, 2 Anbu, 12 bandits. Fate, 1 D brother, 2 Anbu, 11 bandits. Shino, 15 bandits. Hinata, 7 bandits. Tazuna, 1 bandit. Haku, 0. Unsure, 11. Psychosis scowled beneath his mask. Damn it all, too much kill stealing was going on. Especially with that damn meat cleaver the swordsman kept swinging around. I mean, even Hinata killed more than me before we came, for Kami's sakes. What's up with that? I didn't join this competition, Kurenai pointed out. I was merely doing my job. Unlike the rest of you barbarians. Well, except for the girl. She didn't take part in that madness. I'm actually proud of that. The Yuki yelled. Killing is vile. Never mind her, Zabuza spoke while gloating. I got the most. I win. Hold on, Momochi, Naruto retorted. I killed 3 Anbu. I think one of that is worth some bandit kills. I'd say 6, he remarked suggestively. The Kurigakure swordsman glanced at the tally and saw what the boy was doing. HMPH. Yo, you want to put yourself ahead of me by 1 kill, hoping I'd just say yes and wouldn't notice. Damn brat. Ah, really. Naruto didn't care, but it would have made for a lot of self-respect if he could claim that he outsmarted someone like Zabuza in something as trivial as a tally. Anyway, sorry about your associates? What associates? I'm talking about Naruto trailed off. You don't mind, do you? Dead weight. Complain too much, got on my nerves, but there are some complications with my tool, Haku. The ice user looked up from her medical work on Tazuna. Complications? Hi, I seem to recall one of these so-called boy team members say that you begged them to help us. I want to know everything. Zabuza ordered. Haku gulped a little in an unnerved state as she heard his command. Now, while Haku spoke with Zabuza, Naruto went to check up on his recuperating family. I didn't even get to see you all before this shish, he trailed off, minding his adoptive mother's frown. Shenanigans. Shenanigans, he saw her frown dissipate and he mentally sighed in relief, knowing that he was in the clear. Happened. You're all alright, I take it? I killed a man and beat half to death several others. Your team weakened. Tazuna cheered. Too bad I lost some of that high-quality sake in the process. Hell, even your Tudo beat the daylights out of that one guy with one of his Tusan's oars. You should have seen it, he said proudly. Really? Naruto asked, disbelievingly. Hi, Tsunami glared. And he's going to get it when we get home. Naruto thought of the potentee. Ally water-damaged home and wondered if he should tell her. Well, I can't guarantee that the home will be exactly like you left it. But with some work and some coin, it'll be better than ever. That's a promise, Ka-chan. Damage? What damage? If I told you, you'd probably write off all ninja as bad guys. I don't have you all as bad guys. You're one too, my son. The housewoman smiled as she tried to pull off his hood. But he shied away. What's wrong? My eyes changed. I got a new ability. I don't know how to turn it off yet, if I actually can. He said tersely. Kurama suddenly became vocal. It's already been established that this thing doesn't use chakra, like your other abilities. Maybe you can just force it to turn off, like when you resisted your reflex to abandon Haku and save yourself. Naruto pulled his mother to one side and told her to look in his eyes and tell him if she saw any change. At the start, she was taken aback by the design of his new irisa. ND sclera color and the cartwheel-looking spokes looked a bit unsettling, to say the least. Is the new thing the change, or am I looking for your blue eyes? She whispered, minding the fact that his Genin squad mates still didn't know about his abilities. Blue eyes. He tried to force chakra to his eyes. No, he stopped all chakra to his eyes. Nothing. Perhaps I can just focus on my eyes changing back. He concentrated on the reflected image of his blue eyes, and Tsunami said that it changed back. With a grin, he recalled his earlier reflection of his new eyes and she disappointedly told him that it changed back to the new ones. No, he whispered excitedly. I turned it back on by myself. I can control it. He turned back off again to show her that he could. Wow, really? How does the world look to you with it on? Is it different? Naruto and his so-called brothers. Zabuza yelled out to all, interrupting their current tasks and affairs. Get over here. Psychosis stopped goading Gato with a kunai. Doc finished up his healing of Hinata. Naruto, Fate and Farsight temporarily ceased their private conversations and strode over to the man. Hi? Naruto asked in an irritated manner. What is it? It's about Haku, the man said in a distaste-ridden tone. Naruto frowned at the man's tone, wondering as to what could have made the man sound so upset. He looked to Haku, but she held her head down as if she were ashamed. What about her? Although it was due to a couple of battle complications why I couldn't fight at my utmost, the Kiri demon started, leveling the boys a glare. I would have been hard-pressed to kill 12 Anbu all at once. They're not exactly eager to come within my reach, and they were, for the most, wearing me down before they killed me. I have to admit that I appreciated the help, for healing my wounds, the blood pill, and disposing of the suicidal bastard that tried to take me with him. I never knew that they were getting that desperate. Dweetashimashite, the boys chorused. Hi, arigato, the man said in an uncertain tone, as if it were the least used word in his life. But what does this have to do with Haku? Naruto asked. She always had the choice to be my tool. I just never said no. I detested how you called her as such. Naruto argued, but to his confusion, the swordsman grinned widely akin to a shark. Well, prepare for the shocker, brat. You remember what she said to you? Every word. Why? Naruto questioned. From what she tells me, the critical info and clause was at the end of her pleas for you to help her and me. Think about it. Naruto looked up to his forehead as he recalled the conversations, and thought about it. Haku. Please, I'll do anything. I'll buy your services, if that's what you want. Fate, I don't think so. You can't just buy this away, and besides, we have more money than we know what to do with. Haku, my master is in peril. I owe him my life. I'll become your servant, your slave if I have to. My chastity, you can have that too. Just please help us. Naruto. Did she just say slave? Chastity? Quote. Haku. Hi, Naruto. What? No, psychosis. Just take off her chakra restriction seal. We're leaving. Haku. You won't help? I thought that you were of the ideal of helping the lesser fortunate. Fate. Oh fuck. He's a sucker for pretty girls. Naruto. Let's help her guys. Naruto nodded as he finished recalling. We didn't want to help her fight the Anbu at first, but she really pricked at my conscience. Is that what you mean? Not the idealistic shitty part. She's now yours. What? X3, come again? X2, what the fuck? X1. Naruto pondered the conversation again. I see what's going on. Listen, it's not just because I abhor the practice of human trafficking and slavery. People changing ownership like cattle, but I distinctly remember saying, no. As in, no, we're leaving. Haku frowned while closing her eyes. I did not rescind my offer for your services. No, I did not accept your terms. Naruto retorted heatedly. You changed your mind, boss. Psychosis said plainly, as if it were a simple black and white wrangling. You changed your mind, and unknowingly accepted her terms. It's a tiny loophole, one I refuse to let you exploit. Naruto glared, as he pointed at the swordsman's face in anger. I refuse to be any part of this. Well, damn you and your conscience. Huh? Fate said coolly. I told you your self-sacrificial behavior would get you into trouble. Those weren't your exact words. Naruto answered. So? I paraphrased. Still the same meaning. And nothing's changed for you here. What's going to happen? Naruto's brain went into overdrive. Maybe, just this once, I break my own rule and morals. I accept her for services rendered. And just give her back to you? Is that applicable? Psychosis muttered under his breath. You forget what he told you at the start, smart ass. In spite of your memory and understanding, you fail to realize that he was laying the foundation for this. She was always free to serve him. She was never his own, never for him to say, mine. She served him by her own free will. Naruto scowled. Shit, and she sold herself to you in exchange for our, or more specifically, your services. That hinged on the fact that she knew that we were taking orders from you. She sold herself into bondage to you. Shit, so she belongs to you. Naruto groaned. Even so, can't I just let her go free or something? The swordsman beckoned for the Uzumaki to follow him. That he did, and soon. Both males were out of earshot from all others. You'd better take her, and keep her. Why should I? Pray tell, the Uzumaki bit out angrily. The girl has a rather unfortunate past. Not like my own, but she had her own problems in her own history. The man muttered. She was purposeless, and she found a reason to exist by dedicating her life to further my own ambitions as my tool. She belongs to you then. She belongs with you, I should say. She was always free to make her own choice. She never said she was mine to use as I willed. She just listened to me, trained under my tutelage. Fought with and for me, and that's why she's so devoted to me. She found a reason to exist, just by serving me. That's sad, and pathetic. The man nodded. You're right on that point. But the fact of the matter remains is that since she doesn't belong to me, and but sold herself to you, a master who doesn't want her. Naruto saw the point which the man was driving at. She'd lose her sense of purpose. Exactly, and I know her to be the kind of person who can't live without a purpose. She'd be likely to kill herself. Naruto sighed deeply as he scratched his cheek. You're not making this easy on me. You're saying that I have to pick the lesser of two evils. Either take her on as a servant or slave or whatever, or don't, which will lead to her ending her own life. Glad we had this chat. The Nukenin said. I'm going to get something to eat. You sort through the rest of this shit pile on your own. The man disappeared in a water shunshin and left Naruto alone to plan his next move. It had been a mere 5 minutes before Naruto went back to the others. Well, what now? Narbare asked. Poor girl here looked like she was worrying her head off, wondering what her verdict is or something. Verdict? Of course not, Haku retorted. Naruto, on the other hand, did detect a fretful tone in her voice, and knew that all the man had said to be true. I hope I'm doing the right thing, so I deliberated a little with Zabuza, he began. And, She pressed, eyebrows raised. I accept your terms. He was nearly mobbed by all of the T-13 members present. Before he yelled in his mind for all to be quiet. I accept your service, he said awkwardly using air quotes with his fingers. For 5 years, or any time before that if it's of your own choosing. As for your air chastity, his face became heated to supernova proportions. That's if we ever actually end up in a long-term relationship. That's the best I can do, 'cause I once read about servants being subservient for a minimum of 5 years, and anything much longer than that is practically or technically is a slave if they're unpaid, which I don't want. You'll be paid, of course. The ice user merely stared at him. Paid? I already paid you with my terms. Psychosis grinned beneath his mask. Yes sir, the cut and dry of it is, she works for him for free for 5 years, or she can bail before that if she quits. As for if they ever get to fucking, that's based on the condition if they're in a relationship. She said, can have that too, so it's a perk should he ever want to cash in on later. Could your brother be any more crass? Haku asked a now definitely crimson Uzumaki. Naruto sighed deeply. If she finds out that he's an extension of me, I'm probably done for. Never mind him. Shake on it? He held out his hand, still trying to regain his composure. However, what little he had was retired to flames as she embraced him in rather tight hug that let him know that she was all female. Especially by way of bosom. I will not let you down, master. Oh boy, this just a whole lot more complicated, he muttered awkwardly, feeling put off by his brethren laughing at him. Damn, boy, master, she's not even bedded yet, but I like the way she thinks. This could make for some really fun kinky she, and it was there at that point. Naruto cut the mental connection to his beast. For the love of shogi playing kami you know what? Kurenai yelled at him in a rhetorical question. I give up, sensei? Sensei nothing. Kimyo Town was fairly understandable in hindsight. But this here in Wave this went to shit so fast, I could have sworn I was getting hit by the shrapnel of it. You got a family here in Wave. You have what 6 brothers, most of which are lick. EU by ways of body and mass who came out of nowhere. You killed 3 hunter nin. Your inner secret can talk through you like a damn crazy possession. You and your so-called brothers want to tort. You're the spoiled rotten rich midget bastard. And now this former enemy is bound to you by service for 5 years and has to come back with you to the village. Yuhi ranted in frustration. Hi, he said simply. I am not writing a report on this, she growled through her teeth. Shadow clones make for a good solution for work you can't bother with. Naruto suggested. The woman stomped off somewhere, undeterminable, and left the others to their own devices. She left in her wake an uneasy mood, but Naruto went about clearing the air with some introductions. Well everyone, meet everyone. Hinata-chan, Shino, Tazuna Oji, Ka-chan, Inari. I want you to meet my brothers. The facts surrounding them are a bit sketchy for their sakes, but I'm sure you'll get used to them in the future. But for now, they're using the names Fate, Farsight, Surge, Psychosis and Doc. Konnichiwa. Oh air, how do we know which is which? Tsunami asked. Naruto face-palmed, before pointing at his own crest, as well as T. He larger one on his back when he turned to show them. The crests, alright, Doc is obviously the one that looks like a medical cross, and the rest I'll let him tell you. Surge pointed at his excitedly. I'm all about electricity. Yeah, Farsight merely grunted the word, censoring, while Fate blandly said that he specialized in assassination. What's him about? Tazuna asked as he stared at Narbure. I'm all about liberating information from people as painfully as possible. My main purpose on this mission was to keep things interesting, and to Tor. He's probably the one to torture Gato. Shino interrupted, much to the boy's ire. A torture specialist, but if Naruto is just introducing them to his family, that means that they're strange to them as well, only linked to Naruto by all means. What's the closest thing to the truth? Naruto pondered. I adopted them as my brothers, when they weren't originally. Yeah, perfect. They're roughly your size. Coincidence. Psychosis answered. You all sound nearly the same. It's mostly your patterns of speech, vocabulary and slight change in vocals and the symbol-bearing crests that one could use to tell you apart. Coincidence. But, coincidence. The T-13 member shouted the Aburame down. Now where did I leave that tied-up bastard? I've got a lot of time, but we don't have to keep him alive for valuable info. Heh, yeah, he drawled in a rather satisfied-sounding tone. Anyo Naruto-kun, are you really going to torture Gato? Hinata hazarded timidly. I can understand your need for revenge, but isn't torture going too far? The Uzumaki turned to the girl robotically. Like how Gato had my father's arms lopped off. She didn't have any justifiable response to that. And indeed, what could she say? All she could hope was that the boy didn't become corrupted, and that she herself wasn't. She had seen her own tally, and wasn't feeling celebratory. In fact, it felt like a Pyrrhic victory. To win a war, but the loss of her principles of not killing, she was indeed a ninja, and Naruto's warning about her eventual life-taking had come to pass. Had it been a harbinger? Anyway, we're going to go missing for a while, all. Psychosis said, I'm doing most of the dirty work, but, he started chuckling. We're going to prepare some things, but after that, you'll have to leave. You might lose your lunch. And that'll only make the cleanup afterwards more difficult. All 6 of the 13 nodded simultaneously, before Psychosis grabbed Gato by the collar. As the man started muffled screaming through his duct tape gag, they all left in a body flicker. Torture scene. Don't like, don't read. Besides that, enjoy what I could concoct, I guess. Eyes opened slowly, and as they came into focus, they took in the sight of everywhere. It felt familiar. He had had the pleasure of coming to this place that could see everywhere in the country, and decided that he must have fallen asleep again. On the roof of his high-rise place of business that doubled as his home. Kuso, just another fucking nightmare. I gotta stop sleeping after getting drunk on the 40-year-old wine. A nightmare? A voice asked. What? Who said that? He tried to turn his head, but realized that he couldn't. After some more realization, he felt was a searing pain. He could bear it, but it felt like someone had wound every part of his body with something like thread. While some places felt slack, when he tugged on it, it felt painful to do so, as well as elsewhere. Where am I? You're on the roof. Don't you remember? Gato heard joints popping behind him as if someone had gotten up and stretched but couldn't turn his head to look. The person soon strode to the fore of him, and his eyes widened. No, you. Naruto was emotionless. You blacked out after your trial. Don't you remember? You got sentenced to death by a jury of your peers, my brothers, and one of your former employees. You know, names like Tsunami, Tazuna, Inari, Zabuza, and a few others who wanted your head on a pike. Only Zabuza's going to come back to watch the finale, while the others have left. What? I did nothing wrong? Tisk, you lied at your own trial yesterday afternoon, and it only added to your rather painful sentence. Now, since you can't even see your own condition, let me describe it to you. You're bound to a log, on your knees. Get me down. The bonds are so close, it's as if you're melded to it. Someone get me down from here. That's with rope. Only your fingers and toes are any exception. Both your hands and feet are tied behind you, and ninja wire, almost thread-like in looks, but with a ridiculously high tensile strength, has been tied from each finger and thumb to each corresponding toe. It's also close, but if you so much as completely clench your thumb, you'll lose your big toe. Vice versa applies, of course. No, that was all I decided to add to what's going to happen. I saw dogs eating baby shit when I first came, and I decided that your stubby little digits might feed them as an appetizer. Give you something to watch. Narbure, get over here. Psychosis got up owned the recliner chair and strode into the man's vision. Good morning, I'll be your pain inflictor for the day. Let's get started, shall we? He grinned under his mask, while putting on some disposable gloves. It would also be fair to mention that he was wearing a butcher's apron, but that didn't alleviate Gato's mood. No sir, not one bit. The boy went to the man's side, pulled on the man's eyelid, and using a kunai, pressed into it before sawing through it quickly. He ignored the man's guttural screaming, and quickly grabbing a hold of the next one, repeated the step. Gah, and that's minus eyelids. The torture clone cheered. No more blinking, and blood's running into your eyes. While painful, the sensation's only mild to what happens later. He dropped the eyelids into a large bowl, labeled, dog's supper, and turned back to the man. He then unsealed a saw-toothed knife, and informed another brother to ensure that the man didn't bleed out. Heal blood vessels alone constantly. We still have to remove organs and such. Quote. The boy nodded, and raised a blue glowing finger. Where next? His ears. Narbure pulled on the man's ears, and somehow, managed to drag the saw-toothed knife back and forth through the man's ear for all of 5 minutes. In the meantime, Doc merely closed off the man's blood vessels, but did nothing for the pain. It was torture, after all. Do the next ear, Naruto ordered, while sipping on orange juice he had taken from the man's refrigerator. What next after that one? Cut off his nuts, and feed it to him. The actual dick goes in the bowl. Gato started pissing himself as he screamed, but the boys ignored it. He had already shit himself the previous night, and he had had nothing to eat since even before that. It wouldn't get messy. Today, besides the bloodletting that Doc would actually allow, blood pills existed for a reason, and he had stocked up on hundreds in his own private seals. As Gato screamed, Naruto started pondering about the genitals. This isn't gay, is it? Nah, it's just painful. But yeah, it's probably gay for a guy to eat his own nuts. That's nasty, man. The deed done, Psychosis punched the man in the gut as hard as possible. And as the man coughed up blood, he forced the man's nuts into his mouth, braced his mouth with a stick, and prodded it down his throat with the ring of a kunai. The man, of course, in his repulsion, vomited it back up, but then Doc fed the man anti-regurgitation pills. The man's vomit-covered nuts were forced down his throat again. Well, now what? Naruto asked. I got a list of things we're shopping for, Psychosis said. Doc, hand me a scalpel. He got said scalpel, and after ripping the man's business shirt off, made a rough incision and practically opened T. He flapped of the man's flesh from his chest down to his groin slowly. During the procedure, Gato screamed, and inadvertently removed 3 of his toes and 2 fingers with the wires. His thumbs were just bones as the wire had merely pulled off all the flesh, but Naruto yanked them off anyway, before dropping it into the bowl. The man bled heavily in a pool all around him, before Doc quickly sealed the blood vessels. Alright, that one there's the stomach. He poked at it roughly, making the man bawl. If I should just yank on this, he grabbed a long meaty-looking rope and pulled on it. All of a sudden, most of the man's bloody guts and tripe fell out and gathered in front of him like a knotted ball of string. As it did, Doc quickly got a small piece of sheetboard close by for his purposes, and inserted it inside the man's midsection, bracing it on his lowermost ribs to support his upper organs like a makeshift scaffold. Alright, the lungs, heart and stomach is fine. Everything else is pretty much outside of his body. The man screamed in his agony until he blacked out from the sight and pain from his woes, eyes still open. Naruto merely threw a nearby pail of water on his face to wake him up. Hey, wake up, how dare you fall asleep at your own funeral? Boss, that's cheesy, but I guess it'll be fine in hindsight. Psychosis said. So, what next, Doc? We don't want him dying too soon. I'll have to heal his lungs. Their shape collapsed, but everything besides that well. Does he need his digestive tract to live out the rest of his torture time? Naruto asked sarcastically. No, the man still screamed at the top of his lungs, begging for death, but they ignored him. Cut off the intestines, and put everything that disconnected into the bowl, Naruto ordered. That's not the issue. He lost a myriad of organs vital for living, like for the conversion of certain elements in the blood as is the case of the liver. Not to mention the network of blood vessels that got parted. Naruto groaned. Fine, after you mend the vessels, how long will he possibly live for? 3 hours, so long as shock doesn't finish him off. Now get a damn knife, both of you, and start cutting out the dog's dinner. He quickly created 2 shadow clones, one of which to help him medically. The other one, he gave different instructions. Go get Narsensa, he's practically the team's chef, and if anyone can cook this shit pile of human guts, it's him. The clones went about as they were asked, and they all started cutting here and there, mending certain blood vessels, and throughout it all, Gato's screams had been reduced to high-volume groans as he had rendered himself hoarse. At the end of it all, Gato's midsection was roughly mended and a half-empty cavity when the clone came back with Farsight. Farsight was carrying one of the kitchen's extremely large soup pots. Whoa, what the fuck is all this shit right here? He yelled poisonously. Doc looked up to him to answer. Liver, kidneys, spleen, pancreas, large and small intestines, gallbladder, some glands and such. Farsight cocked his head as he picked up the overflowing bowl of organs and assorted gore and poured the contents into the pot, as well as picking up the stray ones and pieces that littered the ground around it. Well, you're in luck. I happen to have a recipe for that. Really? Naruto asked in disbelief. You do? Yeah, it calls for filling this pot halfway with water, putting into some green seasoning, some salt, boil it like a soup for half an hour and calling it dog food. Who the fuck do you think I am? Huh. A damn good cook, Doc replied. Just make it taste good for the mongrels, Gato yelled in protest, still laced with pained groans before he started begging for death again feverishly. I didn't hear a no. So he approves, Naruto said. Get to it, huh? The short-tempered censor clone bundled off with his pot full of guts while the torturers went back to tormenting them by slowly removing his limbs. Really? First you cut off his feet at the ankles, then his knees, then at his pelvis? And for his hands, you cut it off at the wrists, then at the elbow, then at the shoulder? Zabuza asked. And he's still alive? You doubt medical ninjutsu? Doc asked curiously with a glare. No, well, you brats weren't dreadfully unique, except for the eyes bit. Yo, you had him stare at the sun all day while you removed his organs? Yep, Psychosis said. Are these all the dogs you baited here, all the ones you could find? I just walked around with a fucking piece of beef and they all followed me here. Can't you tell from their goddamn yapping? Zabuza growled. Indubitably, they were certainly here. Narcissa soon returned with the cooled soup and a large place. Adder of cut-up limbs sprinkled with seasoning and called out. The food's done. To be honest, I threw up in the soup a couple of times, but Gato doesn't mind, does he? Also, Serge came by to check up on us, and hurled into it too. Although his was in all actuality more accidental than mine. The Gato's throat had been briefly healed and he was screaming again. All for the intention for those present to hear him. He was still upright, but he was only bound about the head, shoulders and groin to the standing log. He had been reduced to less than half the flesh and innards he previously was, and certainly not a man anymore. His dick had been in the soup, and his stomach acids had dissolved his testicles hours ago. Feed the damn dogs, Zabuza called. He threw the small slab of beef to one corner, and the dozens of flea-bitten mongrels all gathered into the corner to swarm it. Before the group broke up, Narcissa set down the pot and kicked over the contents towards them. Grub is up, and said half-starved dogs commenced to rip into the feast of guts right before Gato's widened eyes as he screamed and all of Wave heard him. Most felt relieved and happy in a manner of relief and sadism. And others who knew of his specific fate shivered when they heard the blood-curdling sound. Give him the hands and feet, will ya? Make sure each gets their fair share, Naruto called. Hold on, you deep-fried the things. Farsight, the torturers and Zabuza all shrugged as they all took a piece of human tool for locomotion and action and threw it to the neediest looking of the dogs. The man screamed himself hoarse once more as the dogs polished off all that he was, and even licked the other miscellaneous soup material and liquid clean. Damn, you know what? I think we're done, Doc said. Yeah, you know what else? Naruto added. Let Zabuza kill him. He hasn't done anything to him yet. He did screw him over, after all. The man smirked and pulled his sword off of his back. What an honor, the man growled sarcastically. He blasted the cowering quad amputee man with killing intent. Before the man could even utter another sound, Zabuza heaved up the sword high over his head. And used it in an axe drop to part the log, Gato, and some of the roof neatly in two. As the bonds holding the man parted, the shipping magnate's corpse fell apart to both sides, and the dogs, still not satisfied as Naruto had believed them to be, started gnawing and chewing at the man's halved body. They weren't really eating him. It was more like in a matter of using him as a relish, or to clean their palate. Well, damn, I guess a dog's appetite really can't be satisfied. Let them clean up this mess. I'm going to take a bath. All seemed to have the same idea as well, and all went to get themselves cleaned up. Save for Zabuza, who took a seat and watched the dogs continue to maul the two pieces of the man's body. I guess this torture was fine after all. The brats didn't really have a lot of resources, but they made use of what they got. Hi, that's it, right there. Haku stepped back from her work and turned back to Tsunami. Are you sure? The woman smiled pleasantly. But of course, I should know how my own home looks originally, don't I? The ice user turned back to where she had positioned the lamp and shrugged. The woman was extremely specific as to the location of all the items, and ensured that the ice user used all of her talents with Sweden to ensure that no water damage will occur in any part of the household that spent more than an hour underwater. Although water was all chakra and it faded away to nothing upon its release from battle, water damage could still be a problem, in the same way that people had drowned in it. It had been a week since that fight. Naruto and his brothers had all the corpses hauled away and buried in some remote location, and that was after she had said a small prayer over her former comrades. It was more out of courtesy and obligation, not that she wanted to. While she was all right with working with them under Zabuza, she had disliked their brutality at times, as well as wearing their sexual deviations on their sleeves. One preferred younger girls, while the other liked rape. She approved of neither, and she supposed that it was mostly out of fear of Zabuza and actual respect for her why they left her alone. Tsunami-san, I know that I never had an earlier opportunity to apologize, but… It's fine, dear, but, she started to protest, but Tsunami would hear none of it. It's in the past. While you may have had your part to play, we all overcame, and that's what's important. Besides, you already told me yourself that you detested working for Gato. Haku smiled. Which sensible person wouldn't? The door was opened suddenly and the two females turned to it, only to see the Uzumaki walk in. Konbanwa. He took off his sandals, and stared uneasily as they gazed at him. What? Where have you been? His adoptive mother asked. Oh, just getting reintroduced to everyone by Inari. He left me in the square, and I got mobbed by old people pinching in my cheeks. He rubbed the side of his face woefully. The pain had already been alleviated from his advanced healing. Are my brothers back yet? They're all outside to the back. They must have finished setting up everything by now, master. Haku answered. Will you ever stop calling me that? The boy asked, scratching his cheek uneasily. You're starting to scare me. My apologies, master. Tsunami sighed. I can't get used to it, myself. When you first told me the details around that, she trailed off with a marring frown. Frankly, it made me wonder what the world was coming to. Naruto has a servant girl who calls him master, they all said, and then you tell me. I don't like it any more than you do, Ka-chan. But she's free to stop anytime she wants. This is going to be a trying 5 years. The rain cloud that had seemingly settled over his head suddenly disappeared as his countenance brightened. Anyway, I'm half starved. I'm going to go wash up. It was a mere 15 minutes later when he donned a t-shirt and shin-length shorts and made his way downstairs. Before going outside to the back, the fence had been pulled down and removed, and back there was now a long buffet-style table, at which there were enough seats set up for all those to be there. There was a wonderful mosaic of smells out there as the table was set up with enough food to fill everyone twice. Hey everyone, all looked to him and hailed to him their own form of a greeting. It was a bit confusing, but with focus, he was able to discern the pleasantries from Inari, his T-13 brethren, Haku, his mother, Tazuna, and his fellow squad mates from Team 8. Psychosis, Fate, Surge, Doc, Farsight, X5. Did you guys distribute enough food to the town already before cooking up this storm for us here? Of course, Psychosis retorted. After we all went to Kumo and bought all the food, we just created a few clones and distributed it. Everyone got a week's worth. We didn't use the gold though, we only used Gato's cash. It's easy to Onyate him and liquidize most of his assets to several bank accounts in our name. Or should I say, several of my names. But I made out one for you too, boss. Farsight shook his head. Food now, business later. Now who will bless the meal? Naruto sat down at his place. It was in between Haku and Fate on one of the sides. Zabuza was seated at the foot of the table, and Tazuna at the head. Apart from that, the teams and families more or less sat close to one another. The person who sat down first will do it. Zabuza grumbled to himself. For fuck's sakes, I was just hungry. Is that a crime, or some shit like that? Language. Momochi. Tsunami chided. The new Kennen decided that rather than get ousted from the table when he was famished, he'd comply. But only this once. Fine. Kami, thank you for providing this food. And for all those who helped in the preparation of it. Without blinking a single eyelash, the man reached for a large helping of meat with his bare hands and started eating it like a ruffian, daring someone to tell him to be more well-behaved. But instead, everyone ignored it and started eating. There was chatting of course, some careless statements and minor eating contests, but it was all in camaraderie. It was truly a pity when it came to an end a couple hours later. It took a lot of banking information wrangling, threats, impersonation and other such identity theft from a dead man, before Wave practically had a turnaround in a mere 2 weeks. Gato was now like a distant memory as hundreds of T-13 cage buncheons crowded Wave like a miraculous working force. People had their homes renovated, mended, refurbished, bodies and minds healed, and cupboards packed with food. In fact, most of all the wares came from Konoha at Kurenai's behest, and in a bout of mutual gain. The leaf got somewhat richer. Thinking that a benevolent businessman was being charitable and Nami no Kuni became a far more ideal place to live in. All that took was a mere 20 days. The bridge was not neglected in attention or a substantial labor force either, as more clones made themselves useful in the bridge's construction. All too soon, with a rather corrupting level of festivities, the entire populace of the village was out in the square, making merry as if the world was ending the next day. Naruto smiled. It had been good mission after all, despite all of the completely unexpected trials of it. Many secrets of him were now known to both his family and team, but he didn't care. Perhaps it really had been for the best. It could also serve to make authority in Konoha sweat a little. He had a brand new ability, and couldn't wait to experiment with it when he got home. However, the smile fell as he thought of how his adopted father had perished. He had avenged him, but it still didn't quench the need for closure. After all of his doings, he was still unhappy. While in his absence, maybe he could write letters to his family in Wave. He had not done so while in the leaf, and it had cost him much. When it would have originally been so little, a hand touched him on the shoulder and he nearly fell off of the roof where he sat, giving a small yell in alarm. As he turned to face the owner of said hand, he felt his heart rate drop safely back into its intended rhythm. Haku, damn, you gave me a start. Gomenasai, master, I did not mean to startle you. He had probably gotten used to her calling him by that title, which was why he did not protest against it. It's fine, you're so quiet, I didn't hear or sense you coming. And, reflex, didn't warn me. Does it only warn of danger? Someone could give me a heart attack by scaring me, but can't kill me by throwing a silent knife? Or is it because of intentions? This needs some observation, so I've been told, but I came up here to find you when I didn't see you in the square. Are you alright? He hesitated for a full minute, thinking about his potential answer. Haku, did you really care about the fact that my father got killed? She herself decided to answer carefully, as well as to be truthful. At the core of my being, I did care, but I tried to suppress that by trying to focus on my work. I was originally going to leave you alone, but when I heard you begging for me to return and crying, I knew that I had to come back. That sounds rather questionable and something one would read out of a fantasy. It's the truth, it is. When you stopped, I railed on myself to continue in my quest for damaging information. Wow, that really means a lot, he said sarcastically. But yeah, thanks for the company, I guess. I suppose that if we hadn't met, we would have fought normally, and maybe I would have killed you. Yikes, she frowned. How are you so sure? For all you know, I could have been the one to kill you. I have an idea. Do you have some Senbon on you? Naruto remarked after further thought about reflex. Always. Why? That's fine. I want you to throw it at my back when I least expect it. I'm going to sit on the other end of this roof. He got up and made off to his desired location. But if you ask me to, wouldn't that mean that you're expecting it? Just do it. It's an experiment, he yelled back. Anyway, here's the thing. I really think I'm stronger, quote. He leaned forward suddenly on his own body's volition to allow 3 Senbon to pass over him. Oh, thank goodness. I thought it's a fluke. It's a harmless fluke, but could still create complications. He got up and went back beside her. What just happened is the reason why you can't beat me. You expected it. I timed you wrong. No, I didn't expect it, quote. He caught her fist in his palm, just before it smashed into his temple. Didn't expect that, either. Just hear me out, okay? She pulled her arm back to herself, and nodded. Alright, can I trust you? Hi, of course, master. He scrutinized her carefully. He decided that he could just come clean to her, seeing that she would soon have to live with him. And the fact that she was currently living for him. I have an ability. It's called reflex. He quickly explained how it worked, and she was skeptic. But I scared you half to death earlier. How come it didn't work then? Maybe it's because that you didn't mean to, or it's not an attack. I don't know why. Is it related to your eyes? She queried curiously. No, kinda, but we digress. Maybe we can spar when I go home, when we go home. He corrected himself. He sighed thankfully when he saw her nod acceptingly, but worried that she wouldn't be accepted into the village. He'd crossed that line when he got to it, he supposed. I think I'm stronger. Because you killed 3 Anbu? No, because my body is aware of all danger and reacts as such. Because I cannot miss. Because I have millions of battle ideas going through my mind every second. Because I'm a Jinchuriki. Do you fight for any precious people? Precious people? He echoed in question. She quickly explained the concept to him, and he wondered if he fell into that category, for having that general notion. My brother keeps telling me that I have a tendency to be self-sacrificial. Does that count? To some extent. It's not my reason why I fight. I fight for the less fortunate. I grew up in a more bastardized situation than most, and I try my best to make it, at the very least, easier for others to lead tolerable existences. You told me of that already. Can you be more specific? You still trying to wheedle me for info? He raised an eyebrow as he watched her fluster through a protest that she wasn't. Then why? I'm trying to get to know my new master, is all. I'm not sure if this master thing is going to bode well with other people. He remarked, scratching the back of his head. I have a reputation to keep up. Quote, what reputation? You're still the supposed me incarnate in the village. The village has no idea how much I've done for its sake. He answered aloud. I'm talking to my tailed beast. He said carelessly. Oh, I see, she hazarded carefully. Is it friendly? He considers himself a guy. He's fine. Anyway, I don't think I'll just off myself to protect precious people. For the most part, it's probably because I don't have any. Sure, they're people I'm close to, but there's always another solution besides committing suicide for someone else to live. If I die for one person, how can I be there for a greater populace? Let's say that I have 10 children, and I die to protect one. Who will take care of the 9? She appeared deep in thought, trying to think of a way around his argument. So this to the fact that you did not love the one child to die for him so that he could live. I am well aware of sacrifices. In all things that I do, I have lost something, or had to go without it. Instead, I pray that I'll never come into a situation that demands a life of either the one I own, or that of someone close to me. I fear that my ideals, mentality, and my special talents will clash over the end result. She looked down, while grasping her knees closer to herself. When I resurfaced from the water, and you were supporting me in your arms, what happened back then? My reflex ability wanted me to leap away. Why didn't you? It wanted me to leave you behind, in self-preservation. She smiled satisfactorily. Indeed, was I that precious to you? I didn't wish harm on you, all right, he defended vehemently. Knowing what she was about to say, he shut it down, saying that it was because she needn't die. So I resisted. What if I hadn't gotten a new ability? We would have both perished. Fighting for someone precious makes you strong. I see what you're doing. You've been trying to drive me into a trap that will maw. Kami say that you were enough of a precious person to me to not abandon you to your death. So I'm not? You said so, not I, she asked in mock disappointment. Time will tell, but of course, Master. Time will also tell if you're precious to me as well. Anyway, thanks for hearing me ramble. So, you want to go down to the square? There's supposed to be some drop boxes for the bridge's name. There will be voting for the name to be used tomorrow, and partying and such. I have a choice to go? She asked, genuinely surprised. Of course you do. I'm an extension of your will. I do what you tell me, only for I to obey. She said simply. He thought a bit. All right, Haku, I demand that you tell me if you would like to go. Please, he added the last as a sign of courtesy. I would like to, she answered, wondering why he was now behaving in such a manner. That's fine. I now demand that you accompany me, and enjoy yourself at the festivities. He smiled. His high-wattage smile only increased when she smiled back. Yes, Master. Well, I'm going to be frank. I read out all the suggestions to the bridge to myself last night and I laughed. But I swear to Kami, this one is the phi. RSTI drew out at random and the one that I'm supposed to use. Granted that everyone still finds the name in good taste. Tazuna spoke clearly. What's the name? Someone yelled out in the crowd. Not yet, Tazuna yelled back in response while laughing. I have to tell you some of the names I found last night. Like what? Inari shouted. I read names like, the Mega Bridge, the Bridge of Health. The bridge that Gato tried to stop but got turned into a stain. I like that one, Psychosis muttered to the rest of the others next to him. I labored over that name. Bridge of Killer Instincts. What the fuck's wrong with my suggestion? The Nukenon grumbled to Fate. You and I both wrote that one. By now, the crowd was cracking up, save for those who had entered in their suggestions. Fueling the bridge builders cackling. The bridge that allows me to get out of here. Best bridge, Master Bridge. Well actually, I wrote that one but it's funny in hindsight, The crowd howled in their laughter before they settled down a little later. But seriously folks, I got a note on the same piece of paper as a suggestion. I would have just used the name anyway, but I fell. Like I had to read the note to you all. He cleared his throat very audibly, before he began. I haven't been around for long, so I wasn't present during Nami no Kuni's heyday. I'm not a citizen, BEU. I was able to witness Wave's turnaround from its oppressing and tribulations it suffered under Gato. I haven't done for Wave enough to be proud of, but I admire the land for its ability to emerge as somewhere stalwart, strong. But above all, I admire it for its resilience, to suffer, and to return even more robust than I have heard of it in the past. Tazuna turned over the note and continued reading from the back. To be reduced to such a state under the thumb of one man and his lackeys, and to return as a land to be marveled at. It is a land of such, and it is my suggestion. Not on a whim, or personal fancy, but to describe it as what it is. The bridge will indicate as to what kind of place lies at its place of origin. The Bridge of Resilience. The man came to an obvious stop, and stared at the silent crowd. What, you're supposed to clap, you dummies. After an embarrassed bout of slow clapping, it soon grew louder and louder as palms lit afire, and numerous shouts made in approval. When it died down after a rather lengthy while later, and a brief period of people asking among themselves who could have wrote it, Tazuna decided that he wasn't getting any younger. I don't have a ribbon to cut, so I have to do the next best thing. Psychosis, get up here and give me a bottle of sake. What makes you think that I do have one? The torture specialist wailed. Nothing makes me think that you don't. Now give it here. Narbure shrugged before walking to the front of the crowd while unsealing a bottle of sake midway to the man. After handing it to the man, he merely wandered off to the side, not particularly caring to return to the center of the congregated group. The bridge builder, after a moment's thought, opened the bottle of sake, took a swig, and then re-corked it. Just to know what I'll miss. The man muttered, Nami no Kuni, I now declare the Bridge of Resilience open. He smashed the bottle against the side of the bridge, while waving a hand forward as if he were exasperated with them. Now all those itching to leave, or to commit suicide by jumping off over the railing, feel free to do so. That's our cue to leave. Kurenai called out over the din of cheering. All the ninja here, get on the bridge, it's time to go. She grabbed Naruto's shoulder who had been standing next to her, but he went up in a puff of smoke. What, Kage Bunshin? Where's Naruto? She asked aloud to the others. His mental connection had been cut, and Kurama hadn't spoilt his location to any of his brothers. As of consequence, only Hinata had found him by pure chance. And it was purely by memory of his coming here, not because of her use of the Byakugan. When she had made a remark about she had an idea on where to find him, Haku and the T-13 members had joined her. And one of them told her that he was there, when they were close to the location. I remember, Psychosis stated. We all do, but since Naruto's the main, he's more emotional than the rest of us. What's that supposed to mean? Haku asked, befuddled. You're a smart girl, you'll figure it out. They all continued walking, and soon they broke the tree line to find themselves on a bit of a flat area that was located over a precipice. They were standing on a cliff, and all saw Naruto sitting on the edge with his legs dangling over the side. Naruto-kun, we've been looking all over for you, the Hyuga exclaimed. It's time to. She was about to continue but stopped as she recalled the significance of the place. She was sure that she had seen him grieving here the same night he had found out about his father's death. It could have been the rain, but more than likely, it was mixing in with his tears. Is something wrong? No, he answered without looking back. Naruto, Farsight hesitated, knowing that his original was more than likely in an emotional state. We hope we're not interrupting anything, but we need to go. Naruto, you and I both know what you're doing. Psychosis blurted after a minute's worth of silence. He told me that you were the smartest. Maybe it's me now, but if you're so sure, tell me what I'm doing. Naruto muttered to those behind him. Tell me, smart guy. You're trying to get closure. Brown eyes flitted between both boys, before the owner started to connect the dots. Master, we all offer our condolences, but you need to move on. He turned savagely. I'm trying to. Just leave nah. Forget it. He brought his legs up before rising, then dusted himself off. It was a stupid idea. Let's just go. Hinata was about to agree when she saw something come into being over the water. The object wasn't there before, and practically wavered into existence like heat lines one would see in the distance over a hot road. What or who is that? She asked aloud, pointing to it. All the others were about to leave when they turned to her, before looking to what they were pointing at. All of the boys' eyes widened, but only Naruto's were visible as he wasn't wearing any shades. "Oh Kami, what is it, master?" Haku asked in alarm. "Not what is it, it's who," Naruto exclaimed. He hurriedly took off his bandana mask from around his neck and started waving it around like a signal. He was like a madman in doing so, and the girls wondered why he was carrying on like that. "Kaiza, To-san, Tou-san," the others gawked at him, before turning back to the apparent person in the boat rowing out to sea. "This is it, people." Only Kaiza waved with a red rag, when other people use white. Psychosis muttered to all, "If that guy's Kaiza, I think I might really go mental." The person in the boat seemed to look around at Naruto waving at him, but distance between the two couldn't really tell the difference for details like facial features. The man quit his rowing, and retrieved a rag to wave back. It was red. "By Tou-san," Naruto shouted at the top of his lungs, still waving like a maniac. If one listened carefully, which they all were, they rode a distant shout from the person saying, "By Naruto." They were all shocked as the man continued waving for around half a minute more, before going back to his rowing. And then his vehicle of travel, and all that he was just wavered from sight, like dissipating steam. Naruto started crying as he waved a few moments more, before ceasing. "Bye, he's dead, we all know he was," Narbure hazarded in speech as they walked back to the meeting place at the bridge. "We all saw him, we all heard him," they nodded, although Naruto's was the most confident. "So we're all crazy, or I really got what I wanted. I got some closure, or we're all crazy," Psychosis said firmly, in accordance to the first. "Anyway, your sensei is fit to have a cow. You don't have the time to talk this little incident with your family and all that. I wasn't going to tell them. It was between me and him." They all continued walking in silence until they made it back to the bridge. By now, all of the celebrating people had gone home, and all who were there were the family, Shino, Kurenai and Zabuza. The female teacher wasn't looking too pleased, but seemed fairly relieved that they didn't have to spend another day here because they found him too late. "Finally, it's time to go." She handed him his pack, which he took gratefully. "Hi, sensei." Hinata took hers from Shino and put it on. "Arigato. So what happens now?" "Farewells," the Aburame intoned. "Yeah," Naruto drawled. "Ka-chan, I'm going to miss you. Your cooking especially." "Don't worry about that, Naruto-chan. Your brother that calls himself Farsight is a good cook." "Damn right I am," the sensory specialist piped up. "I've cooked things you wouldn't even dare dream of, lady." "Like what?" "I'm under oath not to tell any civilians." Naruto waved him off. "Don't mind him, Oji-san. Sayonara. You take care, brat. To be honest, I'm kinda glad you're leaving. You're always writing me about my drinking," the older man said. "Just before he was chastised verbally and physically by his daughter. Naruto smiled at the spectacle before he turned to Inari. "Next time, Eho Tudo?" The brothers hugged before Inari punched Naruto in the stomach. It was playful, and as of consequence, it didn't trigger the ninja's reflex, something only Haku took note of. "Don't take so long before, next time." The Uzumaki pretended to wheeze and nodded. "You hitting me in the gut only makes me want to come back sooner," he said sarcastically. "But I'll try, okay? Maybe I'll write letters. I'll do it first so you get my return address. How does that sound?" "Sounds good. And bring back something nice on your next visit," Inari gushed. Surge stepped forward to the two and handed Inari an animal skin pouch. "Take this. Naruto wanted me to give you. But don't open it here. Do it at home." Inari tried to get a feel of the contents, but the skin of the bag was too thick and non-malleable. "Alright, I hope it's not a prank though. You know me better than that. I hope he doesn't freak out over the gold," Naruto exclaimed with a grin, reassuring his brother. He strode off to his team, and they all started waving as they walked off. "Bye everyone. Bye Naruto. Bye Sochi. Goodbye Naruto ni." As the distance between them increased, Naruto forced himself to stare ahead of him. This wasn't going to be like last time. He would return someday. Also, there was no possible way this was like last time. Last time, it was just him, and Kurama, to be technical. Now, it was he, his T-13 brethren, Kurenai, Hinata, Shino and Zabuza. The last one made him somewhat confused, but thought nothing of it after a minute. They walked on in silence. However, at the end of the bridge, they themselves said parting words to one another. "Well, Naruto, goodbye. And take care, Narbure said. Stay in contact a bit more, huh? I will. Surge, Psychosis, Farsight, Fate, Doc. Sayonara. He looked to each of them in turn. They all nodded, before leaving in a shunshin of perfect accordance. Why do we even say goodbye out loud, huh? Mental links are the best. Yeah, anyway, we're going. Next time, yeah? Don't just call us when you in a tight spot next time. Narbure called in thought before it faded like a distant echo. And with that, they were truly gone. Your brothers are unusual, Haku stated simply. Likeable, but unusual. They're out as unusual as you writing a note to go with your bridge name suggestion. Naruto answered. How did you? I've got a brain the size of Iron Country, is what I keep saying. And it was obvious. Anyway, shouldn't you be telling Zabuza goodbye? You do know that he's not going to Konoha, don't you? That's right, the swordsman said. This is the other direction away from Kiri. You didn't expect me to go towards the armies of Kiri ninja just yet, did you, Haku? No, Zabuza-sama. Look, I'm not Zabuza-sama anymore to you. While I find your actions of practically selling yourself downright atrocious and humiliating, it doesn't mean I don't appreciate the lengths you go to just to save my hide. Thank you, Haku. Dweetashimashite. But where will you go? Somewhere else, the man answered dryly. Take good care of the kid. If he mistreats you, I won't, Momochi. You have my word, Naruto interjected solemnly. Good, sayonara, Haku. With a small tear-filled goodbye to the Ma-en who had given her purpose enough to live, she told him, sayonara, after which the man left in a water shunshin that soon vanished without a trace. Hoping he wasn't sending a wrong signal, Naruto hugged the girl to reassure her. She mumbled her thanks to him, and noted how Hinata seemed to have been upset with what was happening between them. Not upset as in angry, but more as in disapproving, and yet hesitant to say why. Filing away her observation, she turned to the others. Shall we go? It took a mere exercise of veto power and the insinuation that Haku was in fact someone captured. It was fortuitous that Naruto had relieved Haku of all of her weapons, Sinbon, pre-arrival to the village, and they were able to pull off the facade. All in all, the Chunin guards weren't gullible, but a story that sounded so plausible and fantastic enough to include Zabuza Momochi felt like something only the Hokage should hear. Their ears weren't that good enough, so they let them through. As they walked into the village, Yuki was taken aback by the sheer size and amount of bustle of the village. She had never been to the Kurigakure itself, only born in the countryside far from its outskirts. So a village of this magnitude, even the very gates itself felt larger than life. Wow, it's so extravagant, opulent, substantial, voluminous, considerable, tremendous, major, tectonic, the Uzumkai offered off in a rattle. What does tectonic mean? Having a large effect or impression. Then I mean all of those things. Half the words I don't know the meaning of, but if they are similar in meaning. Then you finished my observation. That this is a big-ass village? Hi, Naruto answered. If all goes well, I'll make a clone to give you a tour later. That would be most appreciated. Although I'm not to depart a far distance from your side. Naruto sighed. It was worth a try. She seemed to have been trying to see everything at once as they walked, craning her neck to look this way and that. She was like a curious 8-year-old, but her behavior was understandable to those like her new master, and the Junin teacher who cautioned her to behave more like a docile prisoner, and not like an enemy ninja looking for cracks. Such a warning was well received, and she took it in stride. Soon, they arrived at the Hokage's tower and made their way inside. Naruto told her to be as meek as possible unless it was safe otherwise as they went up the steps and knocked at the door. Hardly had Kurenai done so when they heard the Sandame's voice inviting them inside by name. As ever, he knew that they were coming. It could be that he was using his crystal ball to monitor them inside the village, or the simpler fashion of knowing everyone's knocks separate, like a signature. The Junin opened the door and took point to head inside first. Konnichiwa, Hokage-sama. Ah, Kurenai-san. Konnichiwa. You've returned from a productive C-rank mission, I take it? Shino, of all people, started to chuckle a bit, before he brought himself under control. Kurenai, upon hearing that question, had her stoic countenance fall into that of something akin to depression and disappointment. But who could say for sure? And who is the young lady behind Naruto? The one in the pink kimono? Naruto thanked his lucky stars that he had made the subservient girl get out of her battle dress. lest she ignite some confrontation on a misunderstanding. A harmless civilian wear like the one she was now in was sure to send only the right messages. "My name is Haku, Hokage-sama," she answered politely, after coming forward from behind the Uzumaki to his right side. "That is your name, I'm sure." The man's eyebrows furrowed ever so slightly. "But who are you?" The ice user began to get extremely nervous, and after a brief moment of hesitation, she answered as best she could, hoping that she wouldn't be antagonized. "I'm one of the enemy's Team 8 crossed, but, quote. Naruto felt reflex kicking in and felt that he was about to dodge something. He knew that he had done nothing wrong, so why would? And then he saw kunais about to embed themselves in Haku from the air above, a mere half-meter away. He paused for the blink of an eyelash, and in the hopes that she'd live, he pushed her out of the way with as best he could with his right arm. The sound of the steel of ninja knives slammed into flesh was like that of an axe chopping soggy wood. There was also the sound of someone tumbling away, and Naruto only paid that sound any mind, ignoring the fact that there were now a half-dozen kunai sticking out of his arm. Damn, what the hell? He unconsciously turned on his dojutsu and every combatant became lit up in a gray outline. He became shocked at the sight of Anbu hidden in the room all over, but as he felt the rush of battle plans course through his mind, he gave himself over to it, hoping that it would not let him down, just like the first time. As he took a dashing step towards her, he felt his own injured and bloody arm swiping across his own chest while taking out his tanto from over his shoulder with the other. It must have discreetly disabled his gravity seal. He suddenly found himself in front of Haku just as she was gathering her wits about the situation. Just as she was about to try and intercept all threats to her master's safety. He instead did it for her as he repelled kunai and shuriken from all over with his tanto and somehow found himself parrying a katana slash with his tanto hilt. The offender was a Neko-masked Anbu that was about to liberate Haku's life from her, via the neck. And then Fire Shadow rediscovered his own existence. "Everyone, cease and desist," the man's thundering voice boomed. Naruto quickly reverted his eyes to his ceruleans and pushed away the katana from off of his tanto. "You tell him, but what the hell just happened, huh?" she said, "But can't she finish a goddamn sentence before you try to kill her?" The Anbu woman quit her gawking at the boy who had the strength and speed to stop her sword with a mere standard-issue tanto and returned her sword to its sheath. With a quick bow of her head to the sandame, she noiselessly retreated back to her hiding place, and then the quiet was lost as most started to yell to make themselves heard. Without a word, Haku took Naruto's arm gently, before removing the kunai from them as best she could. All eyes turned to her as she then performed a shozen to begin healing the boy's wounds that he had received for her sake. They began closing up rapidly, largely due to the fact of Naruto's vitality as an Uzumaki, not to mention the fact that he was a Jinchuriki. She was done in just under 30 seconds, and all was quiet as she went about her task. When she was finished, all turned to face the Hokage when he cleared his throat. "I apologize for my Anbu's mistreatment, young lady. Now, who did you say you were again?" "My name is Haku. I'm one of the former enemies that crossed Team 8, but now, I'm Naruto's servant, fit to use as he wishes." The aged man was about to light his pipe to smoke, but decided against it. Perhaps the why he had ingested too much of the acrid tobacco had finally come. "Dear Kami, I'm afraid that this was not a normal C-rank mission, and you'd be correct, Hokage-sama," Kurenai stated. "This is a rather long story. There aren't any counts of insubordination for Naruto, but I'd suggest we all get some refreshments." The Hokage nodded, before charging one of his Anbu to inform his assistant downstairs to prepare refreshments as such, as well as clear him of any responsibilities and tasks for the rest of the time being. Without further ado, he instructed the Junin to tell her tale, while wondering why Naruto's eyes appeared strange for a moment. 3 hours later, the Hokage looked up from his writing to the others who appeared completely relaxed. "From all the summarized entries, I believe that I can plot the entire course of time for the whole problematic mission. Let's see him. Team 8 is interrupted mid-journey by bandits, most of which are killed. Tazuna's drinking had delayed them for the night, which was fortuitous as Zabuza Momochi, the demon of the hidden mist, was waiting for the client to kill him. He and his group departed in the early morning and unknowingly Add Team 8 follows slowly in their footsteps to wave." Kurenai and Haku nodded. When he saw this, he nodded as well before continuing. There are many embroiling emotions leading up to the point of becoming very angst-filled. Due to Naruto finding about Shino's spying on him, and nearly killing him with a Gokaku that by all means, large and powerful enough to raise a tree to ashes in a split second, and was seen as a large conical flame from a lengthy distance away. Shino muttered apologies to Naruto, and the Uzumaki did likewise. Naruto ran off into the woods to sort through his emotions, and meets Haku for the first time. It was her first intention to cunningly derive information from him, but there was sincerity, according to her, at the very least. Further along the line, the next day, the entire household is placed under a mock form of house arrest, under threat of Zabuza himself, Haku, and the demon brothers, Gozu and Maizu. The act was supplemented by a deep mist that handicapped both Kikaichu and the Byakugan. All was silent as he read on. After 4 days of attrition, Naruto and Kurenai planned to distract the offenders at the front of the home, while Shino and Hinata to escort the family at the back. All fought, but at the end of it all, they had to retreat due to casualties, and the complication of barb and razor-wired fence penning them in. That same day, there is more unforeseen drama, and that's putting it lightly. Good grief, Naruto muttered. That's lightly? The Hokage ignored him. After Naruto's claim that he meditated, he drilled Shino with questions for his diagnosis. After that, Naruto has a spat with Kurenai, upon which he admits to being the demon container of the nine-tailed fox. He then allows the Kyuubi to take control of him, and S. Eight-tailed beast demonstrates decent oratory prowess, and speaks to all in turn. The Kyuubi also apologizes to Kurenai one last time, and then his presence is relinquished. Naruto wakes up an hour later. Naruto nodded vigorously, and he meant every word. The Hokage sighed, before continuing. Naruto then plans with everyone, save for Kurenai, that people were coming to help them. There were 5 of them the next morning. Those 5 people helped the house's occupants to escape, and fed their hunger with food that Naruto only asked them about the day before. The fight kills the demon brothers, stuns Zabuza, but Haku escapes Raiden injury by using a body flicker to get into the wooden house. All listened intently, but in the meantime, all Naruto could do was wait for the end, and the Elstrom of confusion that would accompany it. Those, save for the healer who rescued them, stayed behind to capture Haku for some questioning, as well as to finish off Zabuza, but all is interrupted by 12 Mist Hunter Nin. Who went versus all present. Naruto and the healer became alarmed and went to join the fight, leaving the rest in the cave to finish recuperating. After a bout of fighting to help his comrades, all 6 of the boys in uniform defeated their opponent, and were about to depart to the family to help them avoid the Kiri Nin, when the young lady here pleaded with Naruto and Hai's comrades to fight alongside herself and Zabuza, because they were fighting under certain handicaps. Hai was all Haku could, and would say. She, in her emotional moment, had sold herself to Naruto for their services. And Naruto unknowingly accepted the bargain. They then helped to fight the ninja to the death, upon which Kurenai killed the last while using a genjutsu to hide herself from the water sharks preoccupied with the others above. After that, all returned to the cave to fight off all of Gado's assorted crooks. That came up to be 106 in number, those killed and unconscious. Zabuza himself came to help, and after all crisis was averted, Naruto and his comrades put Gado on trial, before torturing the man. For the sake of younger ears, only Naruto will tell me afterwards what he did. Naruto told him that he would, and the Sarutobi continued reading. Zabuza then killed Gado, and all of Wave had a period of renovation, construction to the bridge, healthcare and festivities with the use of increased manpower. Courtesy of Naruto and his comrades who created clones. The bridge was then named, the Bridge of Resilience, at Haku's anonymous suggestion, and all parted ways, Zabuza to his own, and Naruto's comrades to their own, and you lot came home, with Haku in tow. Yeah, Naruto groaned, you're all dismissed. Shino, Hinata, you may be excused, with signed statements. As to testimonies that will be written by Kurenai-san and Naruto. Kurenai-san, you may leave, but I want a full report in 3 days. Naruto and Haku, you shall stay a while. We need to talk. Kurenai wasn't feeling celebratory that Naruto was likely to receive flack from the Hokage. Not because that she had her duties, but it was due to Naruto why everyone actually lived through the mission. P.S. she'd even find the time to formally apologize to him. Perhaps. If she didn't become completely buried in writing her mission testimony, she would. All of those told to leave did so to go home, and left Naruto and Haku seated on chairs in front of the Hokage's desk. Both waited patiently for the man to have a highly probable upset reaction to all he had heard, but all the man did was sigh before he lit his pipe to smoke. Naruto: "Hi, Hokage-sama, I'm so very tired. How much have you hidden from me?" "A lot," Naruto said stoically. "I suppose that's the very same for me as well," the man said grimly. "I won't ask. I'll simply say that you're entitled to your secrets, as do the rest of us. But tell me, how much can you trust me enough to tell me?" Naruto studied the man carefully. "I can tell you about my family in Wave. That brief time of happiness during my childhood." As he predicted, the man's countenance fell as he mentioned it, and tried to amend it. "Except for you, Ayame Nichan and Tyuki Oji, I suppose. It all started when I was 6 and met Kyuubi for the first time. So that time when I thought you were acting strange, was all in all a Yuki Bunshin that the Kyuubi created as your double?" "Yeah, that's right," Naruto grunted. "But I can only tell you about the family. Can't really tell you anything else. I was going to ask you why you had these vast emotional changes. How you've become so well versed in battlefield tactics and might and skill. You even blocked a sword from a strong kenjutsu user like Neiko. The very same you sent to force feed me vegetables?" Neiko chuckled a bit from her hiding place, but only she herself heard her own action. "Hi, and your so-called brethren. By all counts, you said that these were adopted as your brethren." "I did. They weren't originally. Are they clones?" "No," Naruto answered truthfully. "They're not just that. They're living, human beings, and I adopted as my brothers, like Inari. They hide their faces because their identity is always at risk. People would target them in particular. Incognito for action. Without masks, live normal lives. For the most part. And it's plausible enough to be true." "I see. I won't pry." "Yup, you can never have too much family. Are there any others?" "Kurenai said that all of you had T13 over your backs. I thought that you were going through a phase. When I saw you with that writing across the upper back of your clothes, but it was uncanny for all 6 of you to have the same writing." "Hi, but not 13. "Yes, nailed it. I don't have 13 of them. It's 12. The man decided that he needed to smoke to help alleviate his growing headache. With a sigh to exhale the smoke, he resumed. "And now of Zabuza's former apprentice. Frankly, I would have expected you to fight the Anbu. I was instructed by my master to be meek, in the hopes that I did not offend. I can understand why your guards would go to the lengths they did to ensure your safety." She answered matter-of-factly, now seeing that the Hokage was a most agreeable person, and easy to reason with. "It was an honest misunderstanding, and I now see why Naruto-sama wanted me to wear civilian clothing, rather than my usual battle clothing. Nor did I have any of my weapons, namely Senbon." "You fight with Senbon?" "Hi, I consider myself an effective user of it." "We digress, surely." Naruto spoke up. "I'm sure that your main focus was to decide if she were to remain with me, not on what her fighting skills include. That's minor in priority." Hi, that's true, Naruto-kun," the Sarutobi affirmed. "But why did you, of all people, accept her as a servant?" "We can talk about the morals afterward, in private." "Can she stay with me?" Naruto asked bluntly. "She can. There's no rule against having a servant." "How old are you, Haku?" "I'm just on 15, and Naruto's 14th birthday is close to 2 months away." "You're older than him, and you don't find this unusual and bizarre?" Hiruzen pressed, trying to feel her out for any cracks whatsoever. "Not in the least. Naruto's place is rather just cozy enough for one person." The man treaded carefully. "Where will you sleep?" "I'm moving out," Naruto said shortly. "If I have to have a servant, then I won't have her uncomfortable." "Don't let me put you out." "Nonsense. Sad to say, I'm cashing in on The Demon Brothers bounties, which were your associates, my supposed rank pay for this mission, and a bank account that was opened in my name. I should be roughly 1 billion ryo richer. Gato was nice enough to give it to me." The Hokage got out of his seat without a word, and strode to his window where he looked out. He has no idea how rich he already was due to his heritage. Perhaps his current wealth is for the best. He's grown smarter, and I trust him to not do anything foolish. And he deserves to have some material happiness, considering that he had had to do without it for so long. Hi, it's for the best. For now, at least. If and when he finds out his ancestry. After about 5 minutes of pondering, he returned to his seat. You'll have to pardon that. It was a lot to take in. I'm sure that you're aware. I'll be sharing it. Anyway, I'll just move into a larger apartment. I'm not going to splurge it all away. Haku can have her own bedroom. I'll have mine. No, damn it boy, sleep together. Shut up. Naruto struck the flat of his stomach to an effort to quell his inner beast. Damn perv, the Kyuubi is offering lewd advice again? Haku asked. Yeah, Oa, Gomen, Gigi. He stared at the man, who stared back. You knew from the report that we can talk to each other. Hell, maybe he can talk to you later, if you want. The Sandaime nodded extremely slowly. Hi, so you'll move out with immediate effect? It's rather late now, but I'll be sure to give you apartment options in the morning. So you will sleep in your current apartment for tonight, at the very least. Naruto blinked slowly as Kurama laughed in a cheer. Alright, Haku, I suppose now you can tell him what you're capable of, and then you'll have to give us some privacy. Tsurugi looks like he still wants to chew me out. So you're actually doing this for her sake? Of all the— It's true, Naruto exclaimed. He told me that because of her mentality, she can't live without a purpose. It is kinda his fault. But I gave my word that I'll care for her, and I will. She can even quit anytime she wants. It's all in her favor, and I'm not telling her to do anything improper. Oh really? Hiruzen snapped. You're also entitled to her virginity. That's rather low, Naruto. I didn't demand those terms, she volunteered it. I told her that's if we ever actually end up in relationship with each other. I have my morals. Basically, she'll live with me for 5 years. Maybe I'll tell her to do the dishes every now and again, and then everything will be normal. Naruto said loudly, as if trying to make himself believe his own statements. Oh, of all the naivety, and after 5 years, who's to say that she won't find her life purposeless once more and then kill herself? Did you think of that? Of course I did. Well, actually, I'm hoping that she'll develop interests over time, realize that it sucks being subservient to anyone, then she'll live her own life. I'm doing this for her, and I consider her my friend. Just a friend? To get your arm riddled with kunai, and fight off Anbu operatives to save her life? Need I remind you of Kimyo Town when everyone was bailing from a sinking ship? I stuck my neck out to save Iruka, who I look up to, and someone I hardly even know. Who's to say that I can't help a friend, huh? Naruto argued. Is this the only issue? No, I also have to talk to you about what you did to Gato. There's nothing to talk about, 'cause he deserved it, the Uzumaki said firmly. No doubt that he did, given all the info that Haku gave us about his tendencies and dealings. On that note, I'll have to get the man's account sorted out. One of my comrades from Wave sorted through that already. Even his human trafficking had its own bank account in that WA's dissolved to give all the money to the victims, and their families if they had perished. The last thing left is his building. That will be either scuttled by the people of Wave for their own use of the things inside, or Tazuna Ojisan, who claimed that he was going to make it his building, contracting mason and construction jobs and whatnot. Go commercial, was what he said. Even though yours elf tortured a man with your comrades by removing his organs and feeding it to dogs before his very eyes, it's fair to say that this C-rank mission turned worked out for the best. The Sarutobi said grimly. Hi, it did. You've changed a lot, Naruto. Yeah, he got up robotically, cracking his joints. I changed a whole lot. See you tomorrow. Tomorrow, we will continue in next part.